And I am Chukuma Okoro. Away from those, there are also other interesting trending topics within the polity. But before we get into all of that, we'll ask you to click on the subscription button. We are at VOP TV Live and on other social media platforms, Voice of People Television. Well, come along with us. I am Chukuma Okoro, by the way. Come along with us. Let's take you into what is happening within Nigeria. Now, the Lagos State Police Command said it has cleared the senior pastor of a House on the Rock Church, Paul Adefarasin, of wrongdoing after a viral video showed him holding what appeared to be a firearm. Well, according to the police, investigations revealed that the object seen in the viral clip was a stun gun and not a lethal weapon. Well, the command added that it remains committed to transparency in its operations while upholding the rule of law and ensuring public safety. This marks a U-turn from June when the State Commissioner of Police, Olohundare Jimo, had stated that pointing a stun gun at someone constituted a criminal offense under Nigerian law. Well, it's good that we are getting this kind of clearance, this kind of clarification that, look, one, that pointing a stun gun at someone was a criminal offense is clear now because it is not. And the police has also concluded investigations and said, look, Senior Pastor Adefarasin, you are free to go and all of that. You know, so the thing is that at a point, when police extends an invitation to you, it is not death sentence. It doesn't mean that anytime police ask you to come, that they are going to lock you up, they are going to put you behind the bars, and all of that. It doesn't fully. It's just for clarification, for the benefit of society. You know, and these things also help to strengthen not just our jurisprudence, but the criminal justice system in Nigeria. If police invites you, don't run away. Don't run away. It's not death sentence. You just go.
Well, run away.
No, but there were arguments around it.
The problem I have...
He didn't run away, but he hesitated before he went.
Well, the problem I have with this is the fact that it took the police so long. I mean, this happened in June, July, August, and now in September, that's when they're clearing this, it's a stun gun. From the look of that, I mean, when I looked at it, I knew it was a stun gun. It looked like a stun gun.
No, but you know, at that point, the commissioner said it was a criminal offense. To point a stun gun at someone.
To point a weapon. So probably to scare someone with a weapon, to frighten, to rob someone with a weapon. That's what the law says. It's a criminal offense. Even if it's a gun, a wood carved like a gun.
Okay.
And you use it to threaten someone.
Okay.
No, not necessarily. I mean,
what's a stun gun?
A stun gun is a
like a taser.
A taser, exactly. It's a form of a weapon, you know, that you can use in tasing someone. No. It's a taser.
Now, remove the word weapon, because when you say weapon, you know, when you say weapon,
it makes it
makes it look like it criminalizes
so it's a taser.
It's a taser, you know. So
it's a taser.
You know, it probably took them this long time.
The issue I have with this also is the fact that the law says, you know, there's something about the law that says you can self-defense, right? You can defend yourself in issues where you are attacked or you feel threatened by someone. You can put up some sort of defense. I saw that as, it might be a little bit extreme when you look at it, because, but you can argue this in court, that look, the content creator ran towards him and he was scared. He was afraid for his life. And the guy had something on him. He wasn't sure if it was, you know, a gun, a weapon of some sort. So he brought out his stun gun. You know, so I can argue that in court.
You know, there are legal issues around what happened actually, because one, his glasses were wound up.
He brought it down.
He brought it down.
Well, I could have said, okay, I thought about this. You know, I like when lawyers argue issues.
But we are not lawyers.
Yes, but I've always had an interest in law. You know, I could say that, you know, I was trying to wrap my head around possible areas where, you know, one can escape.
Loopholes and all of that.
Yes, exactly. I could say that, look, at that point in time, I was driving off and then I was winding down my glasses for the initial air that comes from the AC and, you know, the hot environment within the car to, you know, the air to go out. That could be a reason why I was winding down, not because of the person approaching me.
And the lawyers, the lawyer will ask questions. Or was it some form of coincidence that the time he came? So they will now start defining coincidence and all of that.
Exactly.
You know, so what my takeaway in all of this is that one, he's been cleared. Two, we now know that pointing a stun gun at someone is not clearly criminal in Lagos State. We know we have the laws of Lagos and the laws of the Federation. And again, I keep going back to when they invited him, there was a fuss about it. He eventually showed up, you know, and after investigations, interrogations, they released him and now started investigations that took them quite a while to release. It could have been that the legal department of the Nigerian police, they were going through what you and I have just gone through this morning. This is this is this, and all of that. Good thing he's been let go, and Nigerians know. But there was something again that happened about self-defense. You raised the issue of self-defense. Now, there was a certain Nigerian who was attacked by another Nigerian, two citizens. And one was attacked with a knife, the one overpowered the other, and in the course of self-defense, now killed the other one. It was charged with murder.
Oh, yes,
you recall, the matter went
farmer
to
who was attacked by...
and the matter went to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria ruled that, look, in self-defense, you killed another person, you are liable. And he was also sentenced to death. You know, so I don't want us to go into the technicalities of the Supreme Court judgment. We are not lawyers. I don't even know the final points of the law. But it speaks to what does it... I think it should also be subject of discussion by lawyers. They should educate Nigerians at what point should the concept of self-defense turn against the person that is defending oneself, to the point that you could even be charged for murder and even sentenced to death. I think it's topical.
It's at the point where you're not meeting the aggressor with equal force.
Okay.
I think there's something about the law that states that if the force with which you meet your aggressor is not equal, if it's higher, it becomes a
So how do they measure that force?
If I slap you now, you're
and I give you a blow,
that's extreme.
Okay, that's extreme.
Yes, you're being aggressive.
Okay, what if my blow is less feeble than your slap?
Well, I wouldn't know.
So how do you measure force in physics? They'll go back to the principles of physics.
In this case, basically, if a slap hits you, you should slap back. Don't pick your tab and hit me. That's what equal force. Law is interesting.
Very interesting. Quite interesting.
Very interesting.
Well, good thing.
Well, it's a good thing.
He's been let go and all of that, and we now understand what it's all about: stun guns, self-defense, and weaponizing defense and force and all of that. I think we have raised a lot of talking points here: force, self-defense, stun gun, taser, and all of that. It's good.
But another part in all of this is for content creators, skit makers to be wary. There should be. I think there's
like this in the called prank.
Yes.
And I used to wonder, these pranks, do they normally arrange it? Do they arrange it up front, you know, as in, okay, now let's play a prank, and there's a video or there's a camera, you know?
Some are arranged, some are arranged, but some are not arranged. And for those that are not arranged, it's more, it could be riskier.
Okay.
It could pose a lot of, if you want to get the actual reaction, you know, the original reaction, you would not arrange it, you know. But then we've seen cases where people have died from pranks.
From pranks, like silly pranks, I call them.
Yes.
Silly pranks.
There was one I used as a case study when addressing some young people some time back. It was a prank done outside the shores of Nigeria, you know, but the lady walked into her apartment. Basically, the sister had the camera, and she was hidden somewhere. And the boyfriend or brother or somebody was standing behind the door to scare her. So as soon as she walked in with groceries, he just jumped out and scared her. And out of fear, she ran out of the house, ran down the staircase. I mean, the door was open, and ran onto the street, and an oncoming vehicle knocked her down, and she died. That was it.
Gone bad, gone awry.
Yes. It was funny initially, but then before you knew it, the laughters turned to yells and cries, and she was gone. So we should be wary. There should be wary.
And there should also be some sort of caveat, you know, a disclaimer. Please don't try this at home. You recall that there was one TV program, 1,000 Ways to Die. You know?
Yes.
And they always say, please don't try this at home and all of that. I think pranks, when you are playing pranks, be very careful before you move from being a content creator.
Back in the day, we used to watch, pranks did not just start with the advent of internet.
Okay.
Pranks had started a long time ago. There were pranks, but it was
no, because the word prank itself has always been there.
Exactly.
It's just that people have monetized it now. It's been monetized. If you play prank, put it on Reels, on any of these.
You got to make money.
You get a lot of money and all of that.
Oh, well. Away from all of that, let's move on to another conversation. The Saudi Arabian authorities have released 3 Nigerian pilgrims who were detained in Jeddah last month following the arrest on allegations of drug trafficking. Now, the Director of Media and Advocacy of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Femi Babafemi, stated this on Wednesday in Abuja at a press briefing held at the agency's headquarters. Well, he said that 3 Nigerians were freed after 4 weeks in custody. And they are Mrs. Mariam Hussein Abdullahi, Mrs. Abdullahi Bahija Aminu, and Mr. Abdul Hamid Sadiq. Now, their release followed weeks of sustained engagement by the chairman of the chairman and chief executive officer of the NDLEA, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, retired, with the leadership of the General Directorate of Narcotics Control in Saudi Arabia, that's GDNT. Now, he explained that a syndicate operating at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport had tagged bags containing illicit drugs with the names of the 3 unsuspecting Nigerians who traveled on Ethiopian Airlines flight ET940, which departed Kano on the 6th of August 2025, all the way to Jeddah for the Lesser Hajj. Now, the pilgrims were subsequently arrested in Saudi Arabia over alleged drug trafficking. Now, following complaints by the families of the detainees, Marwa ordered an investigation into the matter. And basically, the investigation revealed that they were not the traffickers of the drugs. Some individual with Sakol, basically in connivance with the original drug traffickers, placed the drugs in their own luggage. So this speaks to the broader issue of us being more careful with the things that how we carry our things at the airport, especially when you're traveling, when you're moving from one place to another. People have been advised, one, not to take luggage from people they don't know at places like airports. Don't help anybody hold anything, because you never know. You never know what is in it. It might be something that will incriminate you. And also, it's interesting that they have been cleared. It's interesting that they've been cleared, but I just hope that this will not happen again. And also, it's up to the NDLEA to intensify their surveillance and apprehend more of these people that traffic drugs. And it's funny how people just try to implicate others in their own crime. And I wonder how they intended doing it. You know, you plant it on somebody. If they're able to scale through, you now waylay them on the other side, or you find a way to get it back from them. You know, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. But anyway, going by the story, it's good for the 3 Nigerians that they've been cleared, and they will be coming back home. We know how intense it is for those who are found guilty of drug trafficking in Saudi Arabia. I think it's the death sentence. I think that's what it is. That's what they get to face.
I think it's death sentence.
So it's a good.
Well, the 3 individuals that were involved are very lucky. They are lucky in the sense that, well, at this point, the government intervened. On most occasions, the government does not intervene, and we have seen people killed, you know, in Asia, Far East, and all of that. Even in Middle East, Nigerians, you know, who have been caught with illicit drugs, either in the city or itself, or on airborne and all of that, in flight. But it speaks to what has happened shows that it is probable that some people have been killed innocently, people who actually didn't know that there were, illicit drugs sneaked into their bags, by this cartel that we are talking about. Despite the defense they put up, they are ignored. But it's good to know that these people, that the government intervened on their behalf. And but I'll ask the government to also ensure that, because we didn't hear about what will happen to the cartel. The cartel has been discovered. They have been. Have they been apprehended? Are they going to be prosecuted? Are we going to hear about all of that? What happened to the cartel? Because it is not enough to say, look, these people were framed. Let us also get to hear what happened to the cartel. They should be prosecuted and justice should take place. Now, more like a caveat, if you are traveling, because sometimes, when I travel and someone says, please hold my bag, I say, take your bag to the loo now. The loo doesn't say you shouldn't come in with your bag. I don't know you. We never met anyway. We just met at the airport. And asking me to please, you want to, no, please, if you don't know somebody, don't take. Don't be a nice person. If you don't know, don't take. If the person wants to go into the loo, into the restroom, go with your bag. The restroom doesn't say, there's no instruction that says don't come in with your bag or any other. I'm telling you, because a lot of people, have been framed and unfortunately killed in this process.
Somebody can tell you that, the hand luggage they have is, what they have on them is a lot already.
Can they just,
them with, their hand luggage. So they give you, if you don't have any, they give you one to just help me, just carry this along into the, the plane. So you have to be careful.
So let's be very careful what we do. Anyway, it's interesting that Nigeria intervened on behalf of these people. We would like to see more of that happen in other parts of the world, not just in Saudi Arabia. But before we even say government should intervene, what should you do drugs? That's the big question. What should you do drugs? You are destroying people's lives. Please stay away from it. It's dangerous, not just for you, but for other people, the end users, the consumers. You kill lives, you kill people. And so that is why some governments say, if you have the intent to kill others, if we catch you, we'll kill you. Honestly.
Those that import codeine, is it as deadly? It is, right? It is as deadly.
No. When they say illicit, trafficking
in drugs. I mean, some people traffic in things like tramadol and codeine.
That is trafficking. You don't have the license.
These are drugs as well.
Yes. That's all medicinal.
No. When you traffic, these are prohibited drugs, actually.
No. They are prohibited.
You can't get them off the counter. You have to get
exactly.
them
The word there is prohibited.
Prescription.
You know when it's prohibited? You are prohibited. It is prohibited for you because you don't have the license to deal with that. For some people, it is not prohibited because they have the license to import that.
Well, all forms of drugs should be, there should be, you should be wary of how you handle them because it might get you into trouble. And when it comes to issues
also get other people into trouble.
When it comes to issues of the law, ignorance is not an excuse.
Indeed. Anyway, let's move away from that and get into another interesting...
Well, this other conversation. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. The University of Lagos Professor Chris Obisi has warned that the chronic lack of funding for academic research is stunting innovation in Nigeria's universities and urged corporate organizations to step in. Well, Obisi, who specializes in employment relations and human resource management, raised the alarm while appearing on television station on Tuesday. Well, he said many research findings generated by universities sit idle because industry does not buy into or fund the work. Well, the Don lamented that some companies were sponsoring another, other events, but were reluctant to sponsor universities' intellectuals. Well, he argued that funding research is not solely the responsibility of government or universities, but a collaborative effort in which companies stand to gain. We've always talked about town and gown, where they meet for the benefit of society. What essentially he's saying is that there are some programs on television, that do not generate some kind of innovation, innovation in terms of technological feats that could contribute meaningfully to advancement of society. And that industries shy away from doing all of that. But they will prefer to fund events that some people see it more like a distraction to our youths and all of that. Well, I don't have to call names. We don't have to call names. We understand where the man is going to.
Yes, he's basically lamenting that investors would rather, fund reality shows than fund academic things. You see, it speaks to our interest, really. We've seen cases where people have scored great grades, done the nation proud in the academic field, and they are basically not appreciated like one would expect. We've seen issues where some first-class students, I think this happened in a university, I'm trying to remember where now. Okay. Where some first-class...
Was given 50,000 naira.
Was it 50,000 naira? 50,000. Yam and fowl.
Okay, I don't know about yam, but I know about the 50,000 naira.
Okay.
University of Lagos gives 500,000. Am I correct?
Okay, if you're a first class.
No, not first class. If you are best graduating.
Best graduating student, okay.
That academic year, if you are best graduating. I think I'm correct, but at 500,000 naira. 500
is still something, but it could be more.
It could be more. It could be more.
And then the one that was giving yam and fowl, and 50,000, that's laughable. Because you now see people who basically
you could multiply that with, that person could be a genius. Genius.
Yeah.
A genius, he could have a magic wand, to multiply all of that. I recall, while growing up, in the universities, during convocations, we used to have a fund. On top of my head, I'm looking for the appropriate word now. We used to have seed money, given to best graduating students from this department and that department. And it used to be like, you used to have series of them, like 20, 30, and you see students cut away prizes and job offers and all of that. But these days, we don't see all of that. How could you give somebody 50,000 naira, best graduating a first-class student? Of course, he would just use it to go walk into a nearby restaurant, in a cafeteria in school.
Eat something and that's it.
With his friends, and they'll just blow it off. And life starts again. Life starts afresh.
But then you see people, on TV winning 100 million, 10 million, and the rest. It also speaks to how much those people rake in for the companies that sponsor them. Don't you think they're also doing business? Those shows rake in a lot of money because Nigerians like such things. Nigerians ordinarily would not...
Humans, not Nigerians. Because the reality show is not a Nigerian invention. We copied it from somewhere. And even in those places that we copied them from, they also trend. I think the problem here is not that...
I wouldn't say humans, because you can say Nigerians and okay, maybe a set of people.
Which goes back to humans. Is there any place that reality show doesn't attract much audience?
Places like Asia, China.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Very sure?
Very sure.
I think I doubt that.
It doesn't attract... They don't pay attention.
Maybe because we don't get to see it.
They don't pay attention
because we don't get to see it. But my concern here is that, look, those people could also be doing business. Now, if you have a company that funds research, when they fund that research and get into manufacturing and production, how much of money? I'm not trying to defend anybody. My take is that the people that fund these reality shows are also might be just doing business for themselves. And at the end of the day, it is the bottom line that counts for the company, and not how much popularity they gain from a certain research, a certain innovation, that becomes headline.
Well, I think the bottom line here
in all parts of the world.
I think the bottom line here should be the onus now is on the government. Government should redirect attention. If government pays attention to developmental projects, research, and the rest of it, companies will automatically...
I'm not sure it's on the government. The government has state fund, research and operations. Even in the Federal Ministry of Education, there is the Department of Research.
If the government puts more interest, shows more interest in things like research and the rest.
That's what I'm not talking about. The government.
I'm not talking about TED fund.
What interest do you want the government to put?
Show more interest. Publicize it. Publicize some of these things. If government can decide to put up a reality show, now look, if you're able to create, I know we have a few of those.
Okay.
We have a few of those, but they're not government-sponsored. We have some television station and some private individuals. But if government itself decides to say, okay, look, let's put up this show. Let's know that when people
have always said that government has no business.
When people do research, they get this amount of money. Companies will automatically.
Do you believe that government should have business in business? Because we tried it, we tried business in business. It didn't work for us.
Let's leave the conversation. Let's go.
Let's end the conversation.
Let's go for a break. When we come back, we'll be looking at headlines from the dailies.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
All right, welcome back. Now, let's take some newspaper headlines to let you into what is trending in the papers. And I'll start with First Daily. Beside the template, you have 2027, ACF rejects calls for Tinubu's exclusive APC ticket. And the window headlines, INEC pledges greater role for women in 2027 elections. Wanted terrorist frees hostages after peace deal with Katsina locals. Now, the big story, Rivers showdown. 6 months after emergency rule, Tinubu restores governor, lawmakers. Elders beg for peace as fragile truce takes shape. Tony Cole mocks Fubara, back as governor with zero powers. And most stories from the First Daily newspaper. Ikeja electric workers protest, accuse manager of intimidation, illegal sackings. Pandemonium in Rivers government house as Ebas aides revolt over unpaid entitlements. Quite interesting. NECO releases 2025 SSCE results. 60% pass maths, English. Saudi Arabia frees 3 Nigerian pilgrims held over drug allegations. And the bottom strip, 4 FIRS staff confirmed dead in Lagos fire. Quite unfortunate.
All right, let's go to Nigeria now. Afriland Towers fire. FIRS mourns death of 4 staffers as Elumelu pays tribute to fallen UBA staffers. Oh, unfortunate story there. Saudi authorities free 3 Nigerian pilgrims arrested for drug trafficking. Rivers emergency rule, that's the big story. Tinubu returns Fubara after 6 months suspension. Says over 40 cases were instituted against the proclamation. Mixed reactions in Rivers, all right? And also, gunmen on motorbikes storm baptism ceremony in Niger Republic, kill 22. I am not joining ADC, Adeleke. Ondo PDP candidate, Abuola, withdraws Supreme Court's appeal against Ayedatiwa. NBS report, proof of our investment in agriculture, Oyebanji. 2027, despite endorsements, Tinubu must emerge at convention. Yewata, APC national chairman, denies INEC's claim of early campaigns, says ADC not an organized opposition. 60.9 26% of NECO candidates obtained 5 credit passes, including maths, English. Results of 3,878 candidates withheld over exam malpractice. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. We will get more on the newspaper review at 10 o'clock. But in the meantime, let's get into the conversation as we'll be speaking with our analysts and guests on the program shortly. On the topic, President Tinubu ends state of emergency in Rivers State. Let's look at the issues surrounding the state of emergency, the president coming back to the country, lifting the state of emergency, reinstating an elected governor, and the State House of Assembly as well. Let's look at all of it. Join us again.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Well, thanks for joining us again. Our President Bola Tinubu has announced the end of the 6-month state of emergency imposed on Rivers State, declaring that Governor Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy Ngozi Maldo, and members of the State House of Assembly will return to office from today, Thursday, September 18, 2025. Now, while acknowledging that over 40 lawsuits were filed to challenge the declaration, Tinubu maintained that the step was constitutionally justified, stressing that it would have been a colossal failure on his part as president not to have made that proclamation. Well, some will disagree. Meanwhile, security personnel at the Rivers State government house yesterday, being Wednesday, allegedly accused the outgoing sole administrator, Vice Admiral Ibokete Ibas, retired, of attempting to move state wealth as his tenure ended yesterday, I beg your pardon. A viral video obtained by VOP News showed the officers protesting. Vice Admiral Ibas was appointed by President Bola Tinubu on March 18 to serve a 6-month mandate following the political crisis between Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his predecessor, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. His tenure officially ended yesterday following the reconciliation of Wike and Fubara and also the lifting of the state of emergency. Well, during his leadership, Ibas oversaw the local government elections, which were largely won by Wike's loyalists, members of the APC. Oh, well, we have with us in the studio Mr. Dele Fanimo, a reporter and public affairs commentator. We also have, joining us from Port Harcourt, Sonny Dada, who is also a public affairs commentator, chairman, Civil Liberties Organization, Rivers State. And from Abuja, we'll be speaking with Loknan LD Dumbin, a media personality and a social commentator. Well, gentlemen, welcome to the program. We'll let you know when our virtual guests join the conversation as well. But let's get into this now. We have Dele Fanimo with us in the studio. Now, are you excited that the state of emergency has been lifted? Is this a plus to democracy as practice? Going by the president's statements, because he did say, you know, it was necessary for him to have done that, to have imposed a state of emergency, and some Nigerians on social media have said, look, the language of the president, you know, lifting the state of emergency, puts himself as some sort of emperor, because he said, look, I am reinstating the suspended governor, and the lawmakers can all return to office. Was it the place of the president?
Now let me start with
bearing in mind that this is the first time, you know, an elected elected governor and state house of assembly members are suspended during a state of emergency.
You see, let me start with the first question you raised, that if I'm really happy about it or not. Well, it's difficult for me to say I'm happy. And I'll tell you why. Because what I foresee in the days ahead may not necessarily give that absolute joy that Fubara is.
What do you foresee in the days ahead?
I can tell you that it's still like we are likely to witness Fubara being Armstrong. And at some point, it's likely to call the bluff. And in the process, we may end up having another crisis as the days go by. Because we have seen one thing about Fubara. Anytime he's anxious to get something, he doesn't look at the implication of what he goes into. Until when, it's just like a debtor. A debtor would take any condition because he's desperate to have that loan. But as soon as he has that loan in his kitty, it becomes another thing entirely. He will now begin to look at...
You don't think he has learned his lesson and probably
politicians, I've not seen a politician that has ever learned... I've never seen a politician that has never learned any lesson in the course of politicking. Because it's just like a thief. If a thief escapes and his counterpart is caught, when he sits at home, what he will be thinking about is, that guy is not smart. He should have done this, he should have done this.
Okay.
So that has not removed him from being an accomplice to another gang tomorrow. So this is the life of a politician. I don't see a complete uhuru in this.
Okay.
But the optics show that at least Fubara is back and democracy is back.
Democracy is back.
That state. But events after the return of democracy is what I feel I'm not too comfortable with.
All right. Let's quickly go to Port Harcourt, where we have Sonny Dada joining the conversation. Sonny, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. Now, let us into the atmosphere in Rivers State today, this morning, as the suspended governor resumes his duties, and also the assembly members. What are Riverians saying?
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Kindly confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Go right ahead, please.
All right. Of course, the atmosphere is, it's not that of triumphalism, and that's because there was no reason for the state of emergency in the first place. Rather, citizens are indifferent in the sense that we are not sure that what happened in the first instance would not repeat again. And that's because the governor has been further hamstrung. Before now, he was actually fighting for his own freedom. But if you look at the build-up, towards the lifting of the state of emergency, you will discover that he has further, put himself in a very tight corner to the extent that all the apparatus of government, all the machineries of government, he has surrendered all. That's because maybe he was too desperate to return as governor, so he has surrendered everything. So we don't know how he's going to function as a governor. As a matter of fact, some of us envisage that he might likely be impeached, maybe after 6 months or 10 months in office, because right now, for instance, the lawmakers are back. The lawmakers who opposed him, they are all back. The speaker still remains the speaker, who is a staunch. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, the speaker, who is a staunch loyalist of the FCT minister, still remains speaker. But there are a lot of questions that have not been answered. Perhaps maybe that's the reason why it's looking like there is gloom in the state, because there are a lot of questions that are still not unanswered. For instance, we still don't know the content of the pact that was signed. We don't know the conditions therein. But from the indicators that we have seen on ground, it is looking likely that, in fact, the present case may even be worse than the former that led to the crisis.
All right. Thanks very much, Mr. Dada. But let me stay with you. I'd like for you to, let's do a review. As we talk about Fubara's return, I'd also like for us to review the 6 months, of Ibok Eta Ibas in Rivers State. A lot of people are complaining. What level of transparency, did he apply in the conduct of government business in Rivers State? Because some people say, well, he came, he saw, and he destroyed. Instead of destroyed in terms of, did he build infrastructure? I am asking. What is the state of the city? I saw a post on social media where someone said, look, that a man came and he didn't do anything, that there is debt all over the city, unlike when Fubara was there. I would like for you to help us understand, what did he do in Rivers State for the 6 months in terms of, one, infrastructure, in terms of strengthening peace and democracy? We all understand that he's a military man, retired, but what level of democracy did you see in appointments, transparency, and all of that in the conduct of government business for the 6 months that Ibas was in charge?
That's a very beautiful question. Mr. Ibok Ibas came to Rivers State to do one thing, and that's power grab. And for that, he excelled very, very well. He came on a mission and he fulfilled his mission. And he himself stated it last week that he has fulfilled the presidential mandate. And what is the presidential mandate here? Power grab. In terms of governance, there was zero governance, and that is why our civil liberties organization, we have issued repeated calls, repeated statements, urging the now returnee governor to ensure that his first action in government is to open up the financial books for Rivers people, because when Ibok was there in the last 6 months, we didn't hear anything about accountability. We didn't see anything about accountability. For instance, the Rivers State budget was passed by individuals inside the red chambers. There was no public hearing to give opportunity for Rivers people to make input to the budget that should govern them. No, when Ibas came back, he didn't also present the budget to Rivers people. So as a matter of fact, that budget was passed by cronies of the presidency, cronies of the FCT minister, and we don't even know how the kind of needs of Rivers people that are represented on that budget. As a matter of fact, a state budget should represent the charter of needs of the people.
All right, Mr. Dada. Okay, Mr. Dada, talking about budget, talking about needs and all of that, I'd like to know, what did you build any infrastructure? Did you build any flyover? Did you construct new roads? The State House of Assembly that was pulled down, before the state of emergency, has it been rebuilt? Did you rebuild it and all of that? Because when these people are resuming, where are they going to resume? We'd like to know about all of that.
Saying the man did not do any infrastructural project. In fact, the excuse was that 6 months was too short for him to embark on any serious infrastructural project. To make matters worse, the ongoing project he met on ground were stopped. The only project that continued was the House of Assembly project that Fubara started, because remember, in the build-up to the crisis, that House of Assembly was bombed. And Fubara started the project. As I speak to you, that project is around 75% complete. That project was the only project that continued. All the road projects, everything came to a halt. There was no infrastructural project. Right. There was no sanitation project in the state. You talked about somebody sending you a picture of how the entire streets were littered. As I speak to you, it is still the same situation today. Pensioners did not receive their money. He came up with an excuse of verification exercise. The verification exercise was concluded and pensioners still did not receive their money. Let me tell you the drama that happened yesterday when he was leaving Government House. The security officials attached to the Government House blocked him. They staged a protest and they blocked him from leaving the Government House. You can verify, make your calls. They blocked him from leaving the Government House because their monies, their salaries, their allowances were not paid. It took the intervention of very senior military officials who had to call in from Abuja for them to release Mr. Ibok to leave the Government House. It was that bad. It was that bad. Instead, what this man kept doing was to embark on several illegalities, one illegality to another, dissolving boards that are tenured. He dissolved them, brought in cronies of those that imposed him on Rivers State. You saw the kind of shambolic local government election he organized for Rivers State. That election has attracted 9 litigations as I speak to you. The matters are still in court.
All right.
So the man just came to destroy Rivers State, and it was what he did effectively.
All right, we'll talk about the elections and how everything and what to expect in the coming days. But let's bring Loknan Dombin into the conversation. Now, good morning to you. Welcome. He's joining us from Abuja.
Good to be here.
All right, good to have you. Now, the president spoke about new spirit of understanding among stakeholders as a reason for lifting the state of emergency. And I would like you to, as a social commentator, take us into what you think are the concrete mechanisms, like, for example, power sharing agreements, institutional reforms, those things that have been put in place to ensure lasting peace between Seminalaye, Fubara, and the Wike-led assembly, as it were. And how credible are the guarantees that there will not be a breakdown of law and order again in the state?
No, if you ask me, there's absolutely no guarantee, none whatsoever. The truth of the matter is, in this nation, we operate a flawed system, which allows for many things that really shouldn't be in a democratic society. First of all, the whole issue of Godfatherism and Godson, because this is what the whole thing is about, a tussle between the political godfather and his political godson. There really shouldn't be room for such, incidents in a democratic society like what we have now. Going by its true definition, democracy doesn't operate 100% anywhere, but there ought to be more accountability. And that's what caused this whole problem in the first place. And then, of course, you had both sides being completely adamant, which was one of President Tinubu's reasons for wading into the matter. But when you look at it, It really shouldn't be happening in the first place. And back to what I said is because we operate under a flawed system. And the only way to stop these things from continuing to happen is to fix that flawed system. I'm sure you're thinking to yourself, okay, great idea, but who's going to bail the cat? That's the problem. When you have a problem, we need to fix it.
I wasn't actually thinking who will bail the cat. I mean, I was thinking the president acted based on the Constitution. There's a Constitution that says you can impose a state of emergency if you feel things are going out of hand. So should we reject the Constitution then?
State of emergency. Now, this incident has happened before during President Obasanjo's regime, when Joshua Darie of Plateau State was removed in a similar manner. But if you weigh the two situations, what happened in Rivers versus what happened in Plateau. Now, in Plateau, in September 2001, there was the biggest religious crisis that ever happened in that state. Scores of people were killed. It was awful. It happened very close to September, I think it was September 7th or so. And so when you compare it to, how many people got killed in this whole brouhaha in River State?
Pipelines were blown up.
None that I can think of.
Pipelines were blown up. It was after after some pipelines, or a pipeline was blown up that the president issued a statement.
You know what? I'm an honorary Rivers man. I lived there for almost 20 years.
Okay.
So I know that place well. And a lot of those things, it might not be what you think of.
So what do you think? What do you think? Do you think it was just done by some state actors to as a way of imposing a state of emergency, as an excuse to impose a state of emergency?
That's a very, very easy thing to orchestrate, to be honest. When I heard it, that's the first thing I thought. What does it cost to get some miscreants to go there and plant one or two explosives and boom, there you go. You have fireworks and the next thing is an excuse. But like I said, compared to the same situation in Plateau where the governor was removed, I mean, that's understandable. Of course, people were killed. But in this case, it was nothing, not even close to that.
All right, then.
Okay. All right, Mr. Dombi, let me stay with you. I want us to talk about democracy a bit. You said that there is no perfect democracy anywhere in the world. Isn't. Yes, I agree with you. So what do you think, what step do you think that we can take, to build up our own democracy to the extent that it becomes the envy of other nations in the world? Probably not other nations in the world at this time, but in West Africa. Because if you look at democracy now in Nigeria, it doesn't compare to what we have in Ghana. It doesn't compare to what we have in South Africa. So what steps do you think? Like you said, who will bear the cat? Whose responsibility? Who should take responsibility for building up our democracy?
Okay, speaking of taking responsibility, we have a situation where the people in charge take zero responsibility. That's the first thing. And then going back to what I said, now we have all these lofty ideas of how to fix the situation, but nobody's willing to put his foot forward. Nobody's willing to put his neck on the line. Now, when it comes to the people in charge, we operate a kakistocracy. I know some people might find fault with what I said, but every day it's been proven that that's indeed the situation here.
Okay. All right. Now, why I ask that question is, I want us, between the people and the leadership, who should be held responsible? Is it that the people have resigned to fate? Or is it that they've been cowed? What should the people do? Because in most places where democracy is in an upswing scale, it is the people that take the leaders, they hold the leaders to account. Look at what happened in South Korea recently. Look at what happened in another Asian country. So what is the role of the people?
I think you're quite correct to say that the people also share a part of the blame here. It is, in fact, the people that gave birth to this whole situation, because the politicians, as we have it, come from among the people. I think we just have a system in this country where people are easily cowed. And it's quite ironic because Nigerians are not known to be softies. In fact, Nigerians are known to be rugged people, but when it comes to, standing up for their rights or speaking truth to power, we rank we do very, very poorly. Let me give you an example. Let me tell you a story. I did part of my schooling outside the country. I was talking to a friend of mine, and he was telling me how in boarding school, as soon as he gets there, the senior students take everything he came from home with. And so I asked him about his best friend. I was like, how about your friend Benga? How did they bully him as well? And he said, no, they left Benga alone. And I said, why? He said, well, because Benga used to report them. Do you know why Benga used to report them? Because Benga came from a diplomatic background. He went to school abroad before coming back here. And he had a completely different attitude. You couldn't touch him, he would report you. It's not like he was tough. Now, I'm bringing myself into this story because I pretty much have the same background, and I remember I did exactly the same thing. And when I think of people who have such backgrounds, maybe people who do a little of their schooling outside, people who are in and out of Nigeria, they all had that in common. If you touched any of those kids, the first thing they would do was to report you. But the completely homegrown ones would be afraid to speak up. For some reason, the whole system here, from the school system to the way parents treat their kids, they're raised with fear.
Nigerians are raised with fear.
Yes, we're taught not just to respect authority, we're taught to fear it, so that even in the face of injustice, we don't speak up.
All right then. Okay. We'll probably come back to that. But let me take this conversation. Let me bring this conversation to the studio before I go back to Sunny Dada. Now, talking about fear, the president thanked the traditional rulers, the National Assembly, for their support during the emergency rule. So, what role? Did these institutions exercise adequate oversight, or did they enable the executive overreach? Traditional rulers, National Assembly, all of them.
Well, generally in Nigeria, there is no rule for traditional rulers in the constitution. And besides, because of what happened when this Sultan and the Oni of Ife, late Oba Okwande Shijuade, and Wasim Masido then, when they went out of the country during military regime, and they quickly came up with a decree that effectively put traditional rulers under local government chairman. So since then, no amendment has been made. And up until now, if a traditional ruler is deemed to have overstepped his ban or crossed the red line.
What do you make of the president thanking traditional rulers for their support?
Whatever support that the traditional rulers of Rivers State had given the president, they had no choice other than to give that support. Because they know the consequence.
So they basically encouraged the executive overreach?
Of course. It is natural. Because meanwhile, these traditional rulers, they are armstrong. And they need some measure of leverage. They go cap in hand to some of these people with levers of power to seek maybe some form of, I don't know how the language I want to use now, to make them more comfortable in their domain. So, not necessarily for the people around them, but for themselves.
All right.
So there's no way, whatever the executive makes out of the emergency rule, I will not sit with them.
Okay, now, for the 6 months that there was emergency rule in Rivers State, do you ever recall at any point when the traditional rulers intervened? Do you recall, on top of your head?
I can tell you that in the open, there's none that I can recall.
Okay.
But then, they have a way of reaching out to the executive, and the executive also has a way of reaching out to them, and letting them know that, look, we are doing this, and you need to, even if you are not going to come up strong.
So probably the president had information that they intervened,
But to what extent would they even intervene? Do they have a voice in this?
By way of appeal, you know, appeal, sue for peace and all of that.
The appeal didn't come through.
Okay.
The traditional rulers' appeal didn't come through, because if it had come through, perhaps maybe in 3 months or 4 months of the 6 months, they would have, maybe federal government would have just thought of, okay, because of the intervention of the traditional rulers, let us put a stop to this.
Or probably they prevented...
But the man ran out his time.
Or probably they prevented some sort of uprising from the people. Is it possible that they might have, you know, encouraged the people to stay calm and just see it through?
You know, the Rivers people, they are like the Southeasterners. They operate a kind of Republican environment, where traditional rulers are not the contemporary traditional rulers of the Hausas and probably some part of Yoruba land, where the traditional ruler can just call out the community and say, look, this is our direction. But I don't see anybody, somebody who transformed from being a militant in the battlefield to become a traditional ruler. What is he going to tell his subjects about remaining calm in the face of oppression? He's not going to do that.
Okay, all right then. Well, as we wrap up this conversation and move to the next, let me go back to Sonny Dada now. Now let's talk briefly about the lawsuits that were filed. Over 40 lawsuits filed against the emergency rule. In fact, the president pointed to it as well. And about nine lawsuits filed against the local government elections. How do you think all of this, pending court cases, you know, might impact the legitimacy of the local government elections held and every other thing done by the sole administrator? How would these lawsuits impact on those things done as we move forward? Mr. Sonny. You might need to unmute your microphone. Okay, we just lost connection to Sonny Dadana there. Let me throw this question to Lukman Dombi. Lukman, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. If you heard the question, please go ahead. How do you think the lawsuits, 40 of them, the lawsuits against the emergency rule, lawsuits against the local government elections held, how will they impact on the things done by the sole administrator?
Well, you know, I'm no legal expert, so I'm not even going to pretend about that. But from what we gather, the 6-month period under the sole administrator was a period where there was very little or no accountability. So there was room for basically anything to happen. I don't know how they plan to go about it because there's no accountability here. How are they going to hold him accountable?
All right.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
How is it going to begin? And it goes back to what I said earlier. Who's going to bail the cat?
All right, absolutely.
What is the essence of, what is the essence of going to court to challenge the emergency rule? Is it for the optics? Is it for further engagement? Is it for... It's not going to achieve much.
How about the suits against the local government election?
Well, if the court feels that the conduct of the election run contrary to the tenets and spirits of the Constitution, then so be it. And then Fubara is now in the saddle. Then he should be able to conduct another round of election.
So you foresee a situation whereby there might be another round of elections?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, not to talk of being a judge.
No. As an analyst, you should have an opinion. That's what I'm asking for, your opinion as an analyst.
Well, for me, I feel that, save for the fact that you want to make sure that there is rule of law, it would be another waste of state resources. Because, give or take, to conduct a local government election runs to about 500 million naira or more.
But there are already lawsuits against the elections.
And that's why I'm saying that.
So they just,
the governor should find a way around it.
Okay, now find a way around it. As we wrap up this, I'd like for you to tell us how do you think that the governor will operate with local government. I think we are still in the middle of grappling with local government autonomy. So basically, the states are still in control of the local government. Now we have a situation where Fubara comes back, PDP member. He has 20 APC members as local government chairman in 20 of the local government areas. What do you expect? 23. Out of 23. So do you think that he'll be able to manage them, rein them in and say, okay, guys, come, let's talk. As they normally do, SPV, bring the money, now take this and go and work. Do you
that's why
meanwhile, we still have Jack, where the monies come through the states.
And Jack is subtended over by the assembly. By the assembly. Now, that's why I also aligned with my colleague there, Mr. Dada from Port Harcourt. Okay. That it's just a para victory for Fubara. Whichever way you look at it, there are so many landmines along his path that is either he treads softly or he's kicked out.
Okay, do you think he will join the APC anytime soon?
It's a done deal.
Okay, it's a done deal.
It's a done deal. Okay.
Wouldn't that create more problem?
I'm very sure that it was part of the reason why he was taken back to office.
Wouldn't that create more problem? Because if he joins the APC, he becomes the leader of the party in the state.
Absolutely. And the other members of the political party will also accept him.
I mean, there are so many talking points that we are out of time. The 20 APC chairmen, all of them moved from the PDP.
That is the point.
To the APC. So even within the APC in Rivers, there's already trouble now.
Chukuma, I've always said one thing, and I tend to believe that by now you would agree with me. There is no political party in Nigeria. You only have platforms. And the extent of your stay on the platform is consequential to what benefits you from that platform. So now it is very convenient for the whole of Rivers State to move to APC in the days ahead. Because once the governor declares, the 27 lawmakers, they also have their own mandate that, look, the only reason why we are returning you guys is to make sure that you jump boats. And it is convenient. If it is convenient for them, they will jump. And heaven will not fall.
All right, heavens will not fall. And anyway, let's end this conversation here. And as we move on to the next, protesters stormed EFCC office, asked Commission to recover mismanaged funds under ex-NNPCL boss, Mele Kyari. Join us again. We'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning on Voice of the People Television. Hundreds of civil rights activists on Wednesday stormed the headquarters of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in Abuja, calling for strict and continuous prosecution of Mele Kyari, the former Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL. While the protesters labeled billions of naira squandered by Kyari on failed refinery rehabilitation projects as economic treason, noting that Kyari has betrayed Nigeria's economic future, while they demanded a forensic audit to trace the misappropriated funds under him. Speaking at the event, Barrister Theophilus Ojongugwa, while the spokesperson of the group condemned Kyari's audacity to parade himself as a statesman while Nigerians suffer the fallout of mismanaged resources. They criticized the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for what they called a romance with corruption and selective prosecution, noting that young Nigerians face harsher penalties for lesser offenses. Well, we still have in the studio here Mr. Delefanimo, and virtually from Abuja, Mr. Donby, and from Port Harcourt, Sonny. The gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Dele, let me start with you. Close to 10.8 billion naira squandered in refinery maintenance in about 10 years. Most of them happened under the watch.
Naira?
Dollars, rather. Dollars, please. Wondering. Dollars. Sorry about that. Squandered spent. Let's be very fair. Spent by NNPCL for maintenance of various refineries. And all of that happened, I think, under the watch of Mele Kyari. You know. So, and you know the story. He left, came back, EFCC squeezed him and let him go. Now protesters are saying, no, this is economic treason. He should be able to tell us what happened with the refineries, with the huge amount of money spent on that. I would like for you to factor in this within the ambit of the fight against corruption. How have we, as a people, like the government, you know, that leads us, how have they been able to fight corruption? Are they intentional? How do you measure the sincerity of purpose of the government in fighting corruption?
You see, your payoff line in that story is that, what is it again? I mean, when you were signing off in that story that you just read. Okay. Nigerians, younger Nigerians suffer harsher punishment for lesser offenses. Good. Now, why is it possible for EFCC to apprehend a cyber criminal, where we call them Yahoo boys? Okay. And within 2 weeks, they are interrogated, investigated, taken to court, and advised, because of the watertight evidence against them, their lawyers will tell them to plead guilty so that their punishment will be lesser. Okay. Within 2 weeks, or maximum 3 weeks. Now, the threshold of commission of crime by a Yahoo boy, I've not seen a Yahoo boy that has stolen 3-5 billion in the process of engaging in Yahoo. Okay. From the public purse. They don't even steal from the public purse. No, some of them do. When they hack the CBN site and take money. No, what they can do is to hack into private accounts. Okay. Which is also criminal. Okay. Now, I'm not exonerating them. I'm not saying what they have done is right. Now, somebody who is accused of billions of naira plays Nollywood with the same EFCC, appearing and disappearing like a host. And when he's apprehended, he stays with them in a cozy room with all the paraphernalia of what he used to enjoy as a free man. In 3 days, he's released, taken to court, released on bail, and he comes back to the same people that claim that he has creamed them of their resources and addresses them. They will dance, even fire gunshots in appreciation of what he has done to them. Okay. What I'm saying technically, just aligning with that report, is that why is it that lesser matters are punished? And the big ones with colossal looting are spared and allowed to go scot-free? Now, the real question about Mele Kyari, for 8 years of Buhari's era, contrary to the mantra of integrity, no single audit was carried out in NNPCL under the watch of this Mele Kyari. You know the implication of that. In the private sector, you must file returns. You must audit your account. And the auditing of an account is not within the transit of that organization. Okay, now people are calling for, for continuous prosecution to get to the end of the matter. Do you see that happening? You see, when you allow a space for a criminal to take time to study his criminal exploits, it tends to find a way out of the trouble. Now, relying on that is what Mele Kyari has done. Mele Kyari was not apprehended as soon as he left NNPC. He went outside the country. Came back and submitted himself. To submit himself. You know, I told you when Yaya Bello started his appearance and disappearance, I said he's just buying time to make sure that he appeals the gods. The question is this: do you see, relying on the experience of history, now do you see Mele Kyari, being conclusively prosecuted? Mele,
to the point that
Mele
he
Kyari
offers...
will be prosecuted.
Okay.
And there are two ways
Good.
to it.
All right.
He will come up with plea bargain.
Okay.
And then you also, if the case is not watertight, I've always said it, that cases are won and lost during investigation.
Okay, so if the case is not watertight,
if it's not watertight,
it could be let.
It now becomes institutional problem.
Okay.
And it will let off the hope.
All right, now let's go to Port Harcourt, where we have still have Mr. Sunday Dada. Mr. Dada, thanks for staying with us. Now, the issue of the refinery project, you know, we spent in excess of $10 billion, you know, to fix the refineries. And up until this moment, the refineries aren't working. And the current NMPCL GMD, Chief Executive Officer, Bayo Ojulari, says, look, I can't sell. I don't want to sell. I need 60 billion naira to refurbish the refineries. Meanwhile, we also know that a certain Nigerian, Aliko Dangote, used $20 billion to build just one, 650,000 barrels of capacity of refinery. So what do you make of the NNPC and their ability to drive the petroleum sector to the extent that it benefits the average Nigerian?
The story of the NNPC is one sad story, one sad national story that we have not been able to get a cure, you know, to address. The NNPC has become the symbol of national corruption in our country, and because the high and mighty are benefiting from that corruption, that is why we have not been able to get a cure. You talked about the challenges around prosecuting Mele, Kyari, and others. I think that we're even, the protesters are even misdirecting their energy. What we need is an institution.
All right, unfortunately, we've lost connection to our guest from Port Harcourt. That's Sunny Dada. We will try to reestablish contact with him and continue his line of thoughts there. But let's go to Abuja, where we have Loknan Dombin. Now, these protests, some have said these protests are politically motivated. And also, how do you react to that? And also, the perception the world over that citizens are protesting, basically appealing to EFCC to do justice to those that have allegedly stolen from the nation. What is the perception of the country and the EFCC from onlookers around the world? 2 in 1.
You know, you took words right out of my mouth. I'm telling you. It's just what I was wondering to myself when I first heard this story. Who's behind these protests? Could there be some kind of interest or some interest group at play here? Because if we had to think about all the instances that are similar to this that have occurred in Nigeria, I'm sure we would be here till tomorrow and we wouldn't finish going down that list. It just sounds like a broken record to me. And it's not just a broken record, it's a broken record of a song that nobody wants to hear, that nobody enjoys listening to. And it's the same thing over and over and over again. And you just wonder to yourself, when does it all end? In Nigeria, we have a huge double standard. Like my colleague was saying earlier, there's 2 sets of rules for different people. You all remember the story of a young man who stole a chicken or something like that, and he spent an extended period behind bars. Now we have people who steal money running into billions and nothing ever happens. I can tell you that the only time something ever happens to any of these people is if they're on the wrong side of the tracks or they stepped on the wrong toes. Now, that might not be the case here. And the people pushing for this might have justification for it. They might have a point. They might be right in every aspect of what they're saying. But however, it happens so many times, you just can't help thinking, hey, look here, there might be some interest at play. There might be something happening behind the curtains that we don't really know about, and it could very well be politically motivated.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Let's bring it back to the studio now. Nigerians have said, look, the same way you have dragged Godwin Emefiele, former governor of the CBN, is the same way you should go about this case involving former NNPCL boss, Mele Kyari. These are words of Nigerians to, the EFCC. What do you make of this, Daily Fanimo? All right, then. Let's take this. Well, let's go back. Let's go back to Sonny Dada. Let's see if we can re-establish contact with Sonny Dada.
Seems you can't get enough of me, huh?
We'll take a break. Let's take a break and we'll be right back.
I was reading.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We've been able to fix some of those issues now. So let's get back to the conversation. Thank you for joining us again. Now, Daily Fanimo, let's talk about past NNPCL leaders that have been accused of corruption. Corruption allegations against them, and we've not seen any of those cases, reach a conclusion, and these people go in for it. Do you think this will be any different?
It's not just NNPCL. The few politically exposed people that have been sent to prison and given state pardon, maybe after serving maybe like 10% of the jail time or 20%, is because they fell out of favor at some point. And the moment they retrace their steps, they come back to the fold. And so we are not serious about fighting corruption here in this country, because it has so many layers. If you are not involved directly, you are involved indirectly. And since you know that you have that vicarious liability dangling upon you, then there's no way you want to go the whole hog. We've seen EFCC chairman being accused of converting evidence, what is it, exhibits to private use. There was a particular EFCC chairman that was indicted while he was zonal head in in Port Harcourt.
So basically, the EFCC is not exonerated.
It's not even exonerated from this. He was accused of selling trucks for less than 100,000 naira to his crony, laden with fuel, and 36 of those trucks. And when it got to a point that they were almost reaching conclusion, order came from above. It was brought to Lagos as zonal head. And in a jiffy, he was named chairman of EFCC. How would that person want to conscientiously prosecute corruption while he's still in the saddle, knowing that he also has some things hidden under his closet? So this Mele Kyari thing, those who benefit directly or indirectly from NNPC will not allow such thing to come into the public domain, because they know that it's like stripping the whole of the executive, the legislative arm, and even judiciary of whatever integrity they claim to have. It's just like when they were saying they wanted to prosecute Dasuki. I told some of my friends, I said, there is no way you can prosecute a national security advisor. This country will be set on fire. So the same way, Mele Kyari, he would, for the reason of giving Nigerians the semblance of, okay, we are listening to you. Especially, he will be taken to court. They would release him on bail on liberal terms. And if it's not liberal terms, whatever condition, somebody who is exposed to that humongous resource, some people would have benefited.
So more like corruption fighting back.
Yes.
Now, there are underlying issues that you have raised, and I like that. The issue of, I mean, if you try to prosecute Mele Kyari, you could also open up a Pandora's box, because he served under a certain head of state who was Minister of Petroleum. The current Minister of Petroleum is also under president, so probably he took orders from them and all of that. Now, within the context of all of that, how best do you think that we can fight corruption with EFCC? EFCC is supervised by the Ministry of Justice, headed by the Attorney General of the Federation.
Who is under the president?
Who is under the president. And I keep going back to Singapore, where Lee Kuan Yew was able to fight corruption successively. You know what he did? He took corruption and put it into the presidency. So he gave out the orders. Do you think we can follow that route in fighting corruption in Nigeria? And will it work?
You see, it starts with the mindset.
Okay. Whose mindset now?
The president.
Okay.
It starts with the president's mindset that, look, in all of this, somebody has to kiss the bullet for the survival of this country. And if it falls on me to want to kiss the bullet, and for God's sake, what is there to live for if I'm not leaving a legacy that Nigeria, after my watch, would be able to say, we are here. And Nigerians will be able to say, I was here during this period, and now I'm here. It starts from that mindset. Lee Kuan Yew, I recall there was a quote, I may not be able to quote it rightly, but paraphrase it, that I need to choose between myself and Singapore. If I had to choose for myself, my family, my generation would prosper, but Singapore will remain what it is. But I have decided to choose Singapore against my family, my immediate family, and even my extended family, my community. Now I am ready to die for Singapore. And that was why he did that. We were not told that Singapore prospered and Lee Kuan Yew also prospered in the same at the same level with Singapore. We were never told that he stashed some money outside Singapore after he left office. So it starts with the mindset that, look, whatever it is, whatever I want to do, regardless of, and Tinubu has a way to do this. And I'll say he has a way to achieve this. One, Tinubu came forth on his own terms and with little financial support from the so-called people that usually surround government and stifle government. So it is his choice now to decide to say, having garnered all these over the years, having won elections, having been able to hold on to certain things, now it is time for me to give back. And let him give back by ensuring that corruption is reduced to the barest minimum in the course of running this administration. That is, everything lies within his powers.
All right then. Okay. Let's go back to Loknan Dumbin. Get your final thoughts on this one. Now, do you think Nigerians are increasingly frustrated by EFCC's lack of transparency, especially as a corruption watchdog in dealing with corruption issues? And what does this portend going forward? Is this edging towards a breakdown of law and order and more protests on the streets of Nigeria?
I can't say if there's going to be a breakdown of law and order like what happened in Nepal, for instance. I can't say there's going to be anything like that anytime soon. But if you look at it, the EFCC has always had a reputation of being somebody's attack dog. From the very inception of the EFCC, it's always been someone's attack dog. And the person who commands the EFCC, who's the dog whisperer, is usually whoever's in charge. For instance, I could be in charge and I would blow the whistle and they'd attack you if I wanted them to, whether justified or not. And let me go back to what my other colleague said about Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore. I was reading his memoirs, and he gave an instance where they had gone for the United Nations General Assembly, and he flew economy class. And he got there, and he saw some African countries who came in chartered planes. And Lee Kuan Yew, he wrote in that book, he said, how are these people going to develop? And that's a very good question. We're not developing like we should. We don't have good governance. And if you look at it, corruption is the enemy of good governance. It is the enemy of democracy, and it's the enemy of development. And if Nigeria's case doesn't prove that, I don't know what else will. So the future, unless we change the system, unless we get somebody who is selfless and will not put himself first, unless we get a bunch of people like that, but of course it starts from the top. If we get somebody who's selfless at the very top, he can ensure that it trickles down. But then at the same time, like I said earlier, our leaders come from among us. And this thing, quite honestly, is a mentality which thrives among the people. So when we pick leaders, we don't go anywhere else to pick them from. We get them from among us. So in that regard, it's really quite bleak. There's a need for a complete overhaul of the system, starting with ourselves. You can only improve when you start with yourself. Start by improving yourself. And only then will society in general at large improve. And so far, we really don't have anything like that. So, yeah, it looks quite bleak in the future.
Quite bleak, you say. Well, thank you very much for your thoughts now. Now, let's get to another conversation, our third conversation for the morning. There was a fire outbreak at Afriland Plaza, and some people lost their lives in that one. We have the FIRS lost some staffers, 4 staffers actually. UBA also has a section. They also occupy a floor in that plaza. They also lost staff. Let's talk about fire incidents and what can be done differently to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again. Well, the Federal Inland Revenue Service has expressed deep sorrow over the death of 4 staff members in Tuesday's fire incident at Afriland Towers, Broad Street, Lagos. Now, the tragedy, which has thrown the entire FRS community into mourning, occurred on the 6th and 7th floors of the building, where the Medium Tax Audit Office and NECO Emerging Tax Office are located. According to the agency, in a condolence post on its X handle on Wednesday, its security and safety officials quickly alerted the fire service, but thick smoke had already spread through the building before emergency responders arrived. In a similar development, firefighters on Tuesday evening battled flames that ravaged Emab Plaza, a 4-story building behind Mandalas on Lagos Island. The blaze, first reported around 9 p.m., broke out on the 4th floor and quickly spread to neighboring apartments. Now, though the cause of the fire remains unknown, eyewitnesses say thick smoke poured from windows on the upper floors while the blaze advanced. Now, the flames reached portions of adjoining structures before firefighters could contain, the incident and prevent it from getting absolutely out of hand. There you have pictures of the aftermath of the fire at Emab Plaza, and also the other one there that happened at Afriland, all in Lagos Island on Tuesday. Same day, 2 fire incidents, same vicinity, and it's troubling to say the least. But we do. Let me come to you now, Sonny Dada. Let's stay with you, Delifanimo. Now, this is a situation where, some Nigerians have said. Now, I went to on Sunday. I went to a popular supermarket, and then somewhere in Ilukbeju, I got in there, and I saw tenders, fire tenders. Is it tender they call it? No, it's not tender.
Is the truck they call fire tender?
Yes, it's not tender. What's the name for it? This
extinguisher.
No. This structure on the ground.
Okay, the prototype.
The name just skipped my memory now. It's not. It's not tender. It's
hydrant.
Hydrant. Thank you very much. The hydrant is on the. It's there, and it makes it easier for you to fight fire when there is one. The tender could be brought in by the fire service. Even if they don't have water, they could easily connect the hose to that. But we don't have that in a lot of buildings. We don't have that on our streets. If you go to other climes, you see that on the streets. And those things are connected to some sort of, pump.
Water source.
Yes, on the ground. And it makes it easier to fight fires. What are we not doing? What can we do differently? Rather, let me put it that way.
Let's start with what
to ensure
what are
that
we doing. What are we doing wrongly?
Okay.
Before we arrive at what we should do.
Go ahead, please.
Now, fire incidents had been part of us all through the 80s, 70s, 80s, and up till now. But we have not learned a single lesson from it. You remember the net fire? National External Communication.
Yes. In Broad Street.
In Broad Street. This same Broad Street. And then there was another fire incident that happened some years back too, around this Broad Street. Now, the question is, why the fire? Because of economic hardship, some offices had been converted to private residence. You see people building makeshift apartments around an office like this. And those who are supposed to enforce the law to evacuate those people would turn a blind eye because palms had been greased. There should be some level of space between a high-rise and another building next to it. But what you get is the other building had been existing, and then somebody, a developer, will come and say he wants to buy this house owned by ancestors, pull it down and develop high-rise building within the vicinity of that place. Who gives that approval?
That itself is a challenge, truly.
Now, who gives the approval? Is it not the same government? Now, access to some of these buildings are hampered as a result of this town planning law violation. That's one part. Two, electricity supply is erratic. You are not too sure of the voltage that comes in at a particular time. And when they are advised to make sure that they have a step down equipment that will step down the volume of voltage that is being released from the grid to that particular area, they will never buy. And so when this kind of surge comes, it ignites this kind of fire. Lastly, do you know that, except maybe they have acquired it now, the fire tender that has crane to fight this kind of fire, the whole of this country, we don't have one. Most times when this kind of incident happen, they beg Julius Berger, a private concern, to release their fire tender that has crane to fight this kind of fire. And as soon as this one goes now, everybody goes back to whatever he's doing, and nobody is going to say anything. Examples are bound elsewhere. Now, look at Alao Dam. What did they do last year? We are waiting for another one to happen this year again. People will still donate, and people will become richer. And then wait for another one to happen.
Let's stay with fire incidents. I mean, there are a lot of issues around the country, but let's stay with fire incidents and how best to deal with these issues. You've pointed out a few things that individuals don't do right.
Yes, the government will not even do certain things that they ought to do.
Talking about building control and companies making an alternative exit.
Exactly.
Shouldn't that be enforced before a building will be allowed to open for business, especially
enforcement is weak.
Business plazas like that. Shouldn't we look at enforcement where there should be alternative exits?
Yes.
In cases of emergency.
And it will be properly indicated in the building that this is exit
on every floor.
On every floor, so that if the fire is coming from the front, you can exit from the back. If it's coming from the back, you can exit from the front. And when you build high-rise before occupation, there should be a kind of induction by the fire service in the state. The fire service is not established to just put out fire. They are supposed to advise and even enforce in some cases. But do you ever see them around? No. Most of those fire extinguishers and what did you call the other one? Hydrants. Go to them. You notice that. Just read and you notice that they have been manufactured 10, 15 years ago and they have expired. So if fire happens and you just pick a fire extinguisher, you find out that nothing is going to work because it's expired. Whereas the fire service should monitor and inspect premises like that constantly to be sure that I think I saw them around this building last year coming to inspect the fire extinguishers.
Okay.
But how many states, how many companies, So when you cut corners, the corner will cut you one day.
All right, let's get Lochnan Dunbin. Let's get your thoughts on this one. What can we do differently? Good to have you back. What can we do differently to ensure that we don't have a repeat of such incidents where fire would ravage a building and before the fire service gets there, it will take a whole lot, and the people will now, the victims will now depend on people from the neighborhood who have no experience in fighting fires to help save them, I beg your pardon.
Well, it's ironic that we have this general attitude in this country, which is often referred to as fire brigade approach, which is quite ironic because in this case it is actually involving the fire brigade itself. Now, from what I gather, the place in Broad Street where this happened, there was no fire station nearby. They had to come from somewhere after, I think, Morocco area, or Niru, I think, from what I gather, which, going by Lagos standards with all the traffic and everything, that's quite a distance. And then secondly, in a building like that, they're supposed to hold regular fire drills. I remember in my school days, we used to have that, where in the middle of the school day, for no reason at all, there's a certain alarm that would just go off. And as soon as you hear that alarm, you've been instructed on how to act, because it's a mock fire drill. It's just practice, just in case the real thing happens one day. So everyone knows that you're supposed to exit the classroom in single file and all assemble in the middle on the field in the middle of the school compound. And then they would take a head count, and then everybody would go back to class after that. So buildings like that are supposed to, in fact, the fire department is supposed to ensure that places like that hold regular fire drills. I'm sure there's nothing like that happening. I remember some years back, I was interviewing a state governor on the air. And at that time, there had been lots of fire incidents in the state capital. That month, there were lots of fire incidents, including our own premises. We had a fire then. So during this interview, I asked the governor, I said, why don't they install fire hydrants around the city? You know what the state governor told me? He said that wouldn't work in Nigeria. He said that only works abroad. It doesn't work in Nigeria. But when you think about it,
why so? Is it because our streets are not planned originally? Is that why? Can't we start from somewhere?
Of course we could. It can be done. It can. Now, first of all, we're in River State, a place where the water table is rather high. You could actually have a reservoir strictly for the fire hydrants. That could be done. It doesn't have to be potable water. Nobody has to drink it. It could be done where they have their own line. Whenever there's a fire, the fire truck just comes, attaches their hose, and off with the fire. I've also seen many cases where they actually show up without any water. Can you believe that, my brother?
Of course.
Imagine a fire engine going there without water. There was one incident where that happened, and the people around the neighborhood got so angry they chased them away. It's that bad. So we have a general, we have problems when it comes. We have a poor maintenance culture, and that's where all of this is coming from.
Oh, well.
And it's rather sad, and I really don't know where it's all going to end. Well, I mean, that's a story, isn't it?
Yes,
imagine a fire engine showing up with no water, and then the people
we see that happen. We see that happen quite a lot. We see that happen quite a lot, and it's crazy. But we do hope that we'll get it right someday. We just have to keep hope alive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, thank you very much for being with us. Luckman Dombin, a.k.a. LD. I was wondering if you were the rapper, but you're not. But I wonder if you also do some rap.
Oh, you know me like that, huh?
Well, thank you very much for being part of the show. And also, big thanks to Sunny Dada, who joined us from Port Harcourt, and also Daily Fanimo, reporter and public affairs commentator. Thank you very much for being part of the show. Well, that's it on VOP this morning. That's it on the show this morning. When we come back at 10, we'll be going into the papers, looking at the headlines from the dailies. On behalf of my colleague Chukuma Okoro, I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. a voice.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And yes, of course, we have Daily Fanimo with us, and together we'll be going into the papers. Thank you very much for staying back. All right, so let's get straight into it. Emergency rule. Have to dive into this again. Winners, losers, as Tinubu reinstates Fubara. Riders to the story. President justifies action as over 40 court cases pending. Cautions governors on good governance. Wike, Rivers will henceforth witness peace, progress. 6 months wasted. Rivers elders lament. All right, that's the big story. And of course, you will find that in most of the dailies today. The Guardian reports, the Guardian says, doubts, uncertainty in Rivers power tussle as Fubara returns. I mean, we have reacted to this one already, but we just have to lend our voice to it again. Jubilation, according to this day newspaper, jubilation in Rivers as Tinubu ends emergency rule, restores Fubara deputy House members. Riders, President justifies 6-month undemocratic governance in oil-rich state. Wike hails Tinubu, Rivers elders. Others preach peace. Tonye Cole, governor will have zero powers on resumption. Some have called the governor weak because of how he took things, how he was able to allow himself to be bamboozled, as some would say. Well, let's look at the riders from the Punch newspaper regarding the same story. The riders here are: aides block Ibas at Government House, protest on paid allowances. Would you call that a good administrator or a bad administrator? Fubara returns with zero powers, says Cole, like a lame duck, say PDP stalwarts. CUPP falls Supreme Court silence on state's emergency rule. Fubara's political future uncertain as PDP, APC jostle for loyalty. Ibas, we are leaving behind a legacy of discipline, reform. Those are the riders, and that's the story.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You see, in all of this, I like to talk about, away from the politics of it, but the judicial aspect to the politics. Now we have 40 litigation spending. Now the question would be, why was it difficult for the judiciary to deal with all of this? You know, because it speaks to what also happens outside the political realm. You see a criminal case, if you go to the correctional service, you see the other day they put out figure about out of 60-something thousand inmates, we had about 30-something thousand just awaiting trial.
Awaiting trial.
You know, now the state of emergency lasted for 6 months. When the state of emergency was called, some people went to court. So why didn't the court adjudicate these cases?
And expedited.
And expedited before the end of the state of emergency. Now, if the court says, okay, the president was wrong in declaring a state of emergency, are you going to
bring that back the hand of the clock?
The hand of the clock. You know, so it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense the way we treat issues here. You know, and I'm sure that foreigners will just sit back and laugh at us because of sometimes we come across as people who don't even have a direction.
Most of those cases will be struck off.
So why didn't you strike?
You know why I said so? Because the event has overtaken in some of them.
So what it means is that
you are fighting for had just been done.
So what it means is that the judiciary left it on purpose.
Perhaps.
So that
it seems like that's
what it looks like. You know. So how does that serve our democracy? To make it stronger, to build it. And the other day I said our democracy is fledgling, our democracy is nascent. Somebody said, no. Don't describe our democracy as fledgling or nascent. For how long?
We've always had these fits and jacks.
Yes, so for how long will it remain nascent? For how long will it remain fledgling? Can't we build it? And some people are asking, for 60 years, our nation is also still nascent Nigeria. For 65 years. So why can't we do things right? That is the big question. Now, in the politics of it, Fubara is, sometimes I sit back and imagine.
In fact,
if I were Fubara.
Sorry to interrupt you. I like the way the Guardian puts, the picture here.
Okay.
You know, if you look at there seems to be some sort of draft, a plotting of
graph.
A graph
that graduated it in terms of the power equation.
Exactly. That's what it seems like.
That's what
the president.
Sometimes Guardian can be very mischievous.
this is really mischievous. You know, the president is high up there. The sole administrator, Martins Mele, and then the governor.
I would have told you a line of argument if after the president you had Wike.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, if there was a Wike there, because Ebas is no longer in the play.
But you know, Wike is not a player.
No, Wike is not an active player.
When I said he's not a player,
he wasn't, or he's not.
He's not now.
Wow.
Because he plays from the sideline.
But Ebas is completely out.
Yeah, but after playing, after doing his own.
No, in the play of things now, if they had put the president, Wike, Martins and Fubara, they would have succeeded in rubbishing the man like he's already rubbished. And like I said, sometimes I sit back and I say, do I have the temperament of a Fubara to remain in office?
No, you don't. I can answer for you.
To remain in office after everything that went down.
He's a politician, and it's all about interest.
And that's why some of us don't have the stomach for politics.
Apparently.
No, what interest?
To remain relevant.
Apparently, even when he said he wasn't desperate, he was actually. He's been desperate to stay in power.
When someone says, I don't even care. I don't even care. He cares. The person already cares. The person is telling you, I care.
Of course. And he's basically...
that's what, the same thing I said the other time. We have not even started the crisis. What would happen?
I don't think anything will happen. I don't think anything will happen.
Except he follows the agreement to the letter.
He will.
He will. He will.
And he would have done himself a lot of
injustice.
Service.
Of course.
Politically and in the eyes of every right-thinking Rivers person and Nigerian.
Okay, you know the mistake Fubara did. I'm not sure he saw this coming. If he had seen it coming, he doesn't have the stomach to have done all of this. Now he knows that he should choose his fights. He should pick his fights. And a lot of people have learned from him. Me sitting down here. Anyway, let me not say.
Let's know your view. If you are propped up by the Godfather, for instance, if I have the money and I prop you up as Abia State Governor, would you have done what Fubara did to me?
If you prop me up, and give me the conditions that he was purportedly given,
yes,
I wouldn't take it.
I will force you to take.
No, you can't force me now. I'm at liberty not to take. I wouldn't take it. And if I take it, talking seriously, if I take it, if I eventually take it, I'll play by the rules.
Exactly.
That's
that has always been my position.
I will play by the rules, but for me, the me that I know, I will not take it. I'll walk away.
I will not even take such too, because I know that the more you give in to a blackmailer, the more he would ask.
Yes.
So already, Wike wanted to rule Rivers State for another 8 years, using you as a puppet. And if you know that you cannot serve that purpose, why not quit?
And probably continuously.
Yes.
If Fubara had submitted, and I think they played into Wike's hand, because the next governor of Rivers State will also be a Wike's boy.
Yes. Probably.
Because it would have covered so much ground that whoever is coming would have to come to his closet and do his bidding before it's even propped up.
But what I see likely to happen in the future would be the governor fighting with some proxies. I see a situation whereby we might see some sort of revelation. Some people might come out and fight, challenging Wike and the lawmakers and other things, but not directly aligning with the governor. But he might be putting out information, things that he knows. He might put out some of this information, and fight using these proxies.
I'm sorry. Let me tell you.
Tell me.
The Constitution did not say that state of emergency has term limit.
Before 2027,
in the first instance, before 2027,
there might be another.
There might be another.
No, I don't think they will.
No, I'm not. No, you don't think. But the Constitution didn't limit it.
Nigerians will not.
Nigerians will. What?
No, ask him now. Which of the Nigerians?
He doesn't have faith in Nigerians anymore.
The one yet unborn, or the one that still exists?
They are still existing. If the president calls for another state of emergency next year in Rivers State, it will come and go. Nothing will happen. But it wouldn't have happened in Nigeria under a military regime when we had an active and vibrant civil society organization.
Yes. They have killed labor. They have killed civil society. What is left to challenge?
Gen Z will take this up.
Well,
if it happens again, probably the Gen Z will take this up.
The Gen Zs that are busy watching something else.
They have detached themselves from governance.
From politics. You know why NSAS happened? Because they were affected.
They were affected directly.
They were actually fighting for themselves.
Yes.
Because
not
they were
for Nigeria.
By SARS. They says, look, you can't keep harassing us like this. But if it's about hunger, if it's about a certain governor that was removed, a certain senator that was removed,
and you think they will come
they'll
out?
Just carry their phone and be playing bets and all of that. They don't care. I'm telling you.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's put it out there that I think Buhari was in his late 30s when he became head of state.
Yes.
We've also had a lot of rulers.
Gowon became head of state.
28 or thereabouts.
32, I think.
32. So it's if you are within that age bracket, I mean, it's not above, it's not beyond your reach to be a president in Nigeria. So I mean, I'm just saying.
No, you're not just saying, because there's also a law. Not too young to rule.
Yes.
Not too young to rule.
We have a young party,
YP, yeah. Youth party.
Youth party.
You know the pattern now is the few ones that are venturing into politics are those whose parents
have propped up, have been in politics.
Of some politicians already.
Every other Gen Z,
and they're also going in there. They're also going in there to take.
Yes,
they mind their business, and those ones that are stupendously wealthy in the course of doing their cyber crime, they are propped up to come to politics to
legitimize
and then clean their funds.
Yes. So nobody's going to fight.
My brother, the direction we are headed in this country.
You're basically saying there's no hope.
Well, I want to
except
say that
we stay open because miracle happens in moments. But for now,
and Nigeria is a place where anything can happen.
It's only a miracle that can save us.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
And the politicians, they understand this.
And they don't care.
They don't care.
Okay, that's good. Let's get to other issues now. Talking about politicians caring, there's been cash transfer. Federal government pays 330 billion naira to 8.1 million households. That's an interesting story.
Chukuma,
I'm trying to see.
You are in Lagos. But you have people in Abia. You have people in Enugu. Have you been able to put a call through to anybody that says he has benefited from the 300 billion?
Before we get into the conversation, let's go a little into the story. According to The Guardian, it says FG says 330 billion naira disbursed in cash transfers to poor households. Chukuma doesn't have anybody within poor households.
Okay.
I'm surprised. Moses has suddenly become my spokesperson.
So the federal government has disbursed up to 330 billion naira in direct cash transfers to poor and vulnerable households across the country as part of its revamped social protection program. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Adu, announced this yesterday. The program, which forms part of administration's economic response to subsidy removal and currency reforms, is aimed at cushioning the impact of rising living costs on low-income Nigerians. Well, he confirmed that 8.5 million households out of targeted 15 million had so far received at least one tranche of the 25,000 naira monthly payment, while some had received up to 3 tranches. Each household is expected to receive 3 payments in total. Now, I know somebody, excuse me, I know somebody who told me that she got some money. I think, was it 25 or 35,000 naira that she got from the federal government in Lagos. She was just, she had registered somewhere before, and then she was called upon and she went somewhere. Well, she went somewhere and she was given, a card. She was given a card, like a debit card.
Okay.
But you had to, and the money was in that card, but you had to use a certain POS within the environment there. Okay. And then for that transaction, you'll be made to pay, I think, about 3,000 naira. So they were taking 3,000 naira from everybody that came. So if it's 35, I think 35 or 25,000 naira, they take 3,000 naira and then you take the rest. And people got...
Okay, the POS takes 5,000 naira.
Takes 3,000.
3,000, okay. As cost of...
They just take that. That's their own share.
Okay, that's their own share.
That's their own share. And the rest, the other people just, and then you take the rest of the money and you go.
Floating empowerment.
No, you see, this like, Dele, you asked a question whether I know anybody. Yes. I know 1 or 2 people that have that have received, just like Moses, I have seen, even in time past, I have seen people, I know people that receive empower and all of that. I don't have a problem with this. It is part of social safety net that governments put in place, to protect their people, the vulnerable in society. Now, the challenge I have is that with what we do here in Nigeria is this. Do we have a social register? The answer is no. Do we have data about the number of poor Nigerians we have? The answer is no. Now, how do we implement these programs? Food stamps, like this kind of cash handouts and all of that. How do we implement it? Most times, you discover that the register with which the thing is implemented is laden with politicians' relations of governors, commissioners
that are even comfortable.
That are even very comfortable. And now we also see these things happen. When federal government gives out palliative, they say, okay, we'll give 40,000 bags of rice or 40 trailers of rice to each state. And the thing gets to the governor. The governor, in his wisdom, hands it over to the commissioner for commerce and industry. And you know what? The commissioner now sees it as a party thing, to give to his party men. Meanwhile, these party men are people that belong to the hierarchy of the party, that are paid by the government in one way or the other. So at the end of the day, the beneficiaries don't get to have all of these things. That is where the problem is in terms of implementation. But
some of them will even rebag.
Some of them will even rebag. Some of them see it as business. In my state, a certain commissioner in this dispensation was given bags of rice, and he stored it up in his house. And people were like, hey, what is going on? And the unfortunate thing, no consequence. There are no consequences for such infractions. So it begins to speak to the negative aspects of when we give our palliatives and all of that. All over the world, food stamps, even in advanced countries, if you're out of job, if you're transitioning from one job to another and temporarily you're out of job, government takes good care of you. But they have
that's why crime rate is low.
It's low, but they have a social register.
Yes.
Where they get to.
And the moment you exit that,
it reflects.
It reflects.
It reflects. So you become a beneficiary.
Because your new employer will file in returns.
Yes.
Suggesting that you have been employed. So
I know a Nigerian who is a citizen in a certain European country. Now, by the time he transitioned from one job to the other, he got another job. And he said, look, if I calculate everything, the job I'm doing now, I get paid more if I remain in the social register. So he left the job. He quit the job and started looking for a better job. When he now got a better job, it reflected. His name exited. But do we have the capacity to put down all of that statistics, all of that data in a register that is truly transparent and accountable? You see how much we spend, Ministry of Humanitarian, and I like the name of that ministry, Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and what? Poverty reduction. No, poverty reduction. Okay. Now, if you evaluate that ministry in terms of deliverables, how have they been able to reduce poverty? How much have they received in the past 8 years or so, or 10 years? So how much have they done? We should be able to evaluate all of this over time. But do we do that? No. You see the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs trying to defend the policies of government, play more politics than doing the actual work he was assigned to do. But that is the problem.
It was not established for the sole aim of reducing poverty and making people feel better. Otherwise, it's not an unfamiliar route to travel. We have seen it happen elsewhere. Why can't we replicate? If we borrow democracy from America, what stops us from borrowing social security from America?
And I've asked that same question. Since this country, the only thing that I make bold to say it, the only thing that has not failed, the only thing that has not had a glitch, the only thing that has worked effectively is what? Remita.
Remita, yes.
Remita doesn't fail. You know why? Because it is an avenue where the government collects money.
When I was MD in The Guardian, Remita, as we are seated here, once my
in leadership.
Yes, in leadership.
Okay.
Once my
you said Guardian, so you said Guardian.
No, not Guardian.
Before they take you to court.
Guardian is always etched in my brain.
Yes.
So once my accountant says everything is normal. And she sends me right there. Once I impute my code, everybody anywhere in this part of Nigeria, any part of Nigeria, will get instant alert.
Your correspondence, right?
Yes. And if we can do that at that small level, can't we replicate it in a national life? Such that all these things that we're talking about, whoever benefited, there will be a register.
There will be a register, you will know.
You will know. Now, this dot in the, what is it called now? This dot.
In the com.
No, there's this Buhari statement. That
okay, dot in the circle.
A dot in the circle. Now, you can't capture it. Now, you only saw 2. You saw 1. I didn't see any at our level. Then, if it had permitted every strata, we won't be talking like this. At least in your community, in your neighborhood, you will find at least 30, 40 people talking about it. What that means is maybe they released about 2 billion and the rest is shared.
It's shared. Now, PDP asked a question earlier in the week. PDP said, if you go to all parts of this country, POS machines are effective and they are working. They dispense cash.
Yes.
So why is it that Beavers doesn't work on election days?
Now, I'm trying to reach out to the individual, we'll keep the name anonymous, who received this money. I think it's even more than I thought. The person has gotten 75,000 naira. And this is somebody who is...
tranches.
I think it's 1. This is somebody... But I'm trying to get the person to call into the show. Well, this is somebody who is not connected to anyone in government. So, yes. So, basically, government is doing something.
We're not saying government is not doing anything at all.
Government is doing something.
But the way and means of achieving this is what we are questioning.
This could be a random person.
It's a random person.
It's random, honestly, because if you take a deeper look into it, you discover that the names... Way back, when I was in school, when a certain organization gave us scholarship, do you know who benefited? The registrar's son. In my university, the registrar's son, and it was meant for indigent students.
Can a registrar's son
be classified as indigent?
Well, we seem to have the call coming in. Do we have that one coming in now? Okay. Well, but let's see. Let's see if we can make this happen here. Okay. Well, trying to get this person to give us a live testimony of their own happening, how it happened to them. Well, let's waiting for that one to get in. But anyway, let's see if we can make this happen here. We seem to have a bit of a challenge getting the call through. But well, if you fall within within the Nigerians that have been fortunate to be a part of this. Okay, I hear that the call is trying to come in, but our people at the other end are not picking up. But anyway, let's see if we can make this happen here now. Let's just to ensure that we get the actual information out there for the ordinary Nigerians. So Nigerians can know that, yes, this is happening. All right, so we have someone online. Now, we'll keep your name anonymous, but I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so an anonymous caller. Now, tell us how it happened. We hear that you benefited from the federal government's disbursement. How lucky are you?
Well, I will consider myself lucky because it's my first time of benefiting anything from the federal government when it comes to money. So I got a call from one of the officials. And I was thinking it's they are fraudsters. So, but the person kept
a random call. You got a random call.
Pardon?
Was it a random call?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about
it. Just a random call.
Okay.
So the person called me and told me where to go for the money. That I was thinking they are just fraudsters. They just want to scam me and stuff. But he kept explaining how to get the money. So I decided to give it a try.
Okay,
so
wait. How did they explain to you?
I think Aboyi.
Sorry, please. Hold on, please. Did they explain to you how they got your number?
They told me that I registered somehow some years back, and I was wondering, I've done some registrations in the past, so I was like, okay, maybe one of those registrations that we just do.
Registrations at the local government level, as what exactly? Which one did this point to?
They came to my community. They came to my streets, to do the registration. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So, but I've forgotten. Is a long something I did long ago. So I have even forgotten about it. So when I got to the Aboyi local government, I saw a lot of people. I saw crowd. I was like, really? So this is true. So I gave them they gave me a list. So I had to locate my name and my number.
Your name was on the list.
And I gave to them. Yes, my name was on the list. Yeah.
Okay.
My name was on the list. So I gave them back the name, the list. So they collected my NIN, and that's the photocopy of my NIN, and they gave me a debit card. So I look at the debit card. My name was written on it. I'm like, whoa.
Your name was written on the debit card?
Yeah.
Is the debit card attached to a bank? Is it attached to any bank at all? Did you see any banks?
Just a normal debit card. Yeah.
Okay. No bank name on it.
So. Yeah. So when I was about to leave to go cash the money, they told me no, that I have to cash the money there. I'm like, I thought I can withdraw the money anywhere. They say yes, I can the following day, but I have to withdraw 23,000 naira from that spot.
How much was in it for you? How much did you get?
The total money was 75,000, but I withdrew 23,000. I withdrew 25,000. They collected 3,000 and gave me 22,000. So the following day, I had to go to another POS and took the remaining. Yeah, and took the remaining one. So the 3,000, I don't know where it's going. The president maybe trying his best to curb corruption, but being Nigerians will always be Nigerians. So I don't know.
At least you got 72,000. At least you got 72,000. Oh well. Thank you very much for at all.
Yes, so I had to catch the menu.
Well, thank you very much for your. Thank you very much for letting us into that. That's an anonymous individual telling us how she got this money. 75 all at once.
How many of these do you have? Just one.
No, there could be others.
There could be others.
There could be others. No, but it is the fraction. And you don't know one person?
No.
Okay. All right. So let's get to other stories now.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's get to other stories. Now, from staying with the Guardian newspaper, this is Dapman, Dangote bicker over diversion allegation, 1.5 trillion naira subsidy demands. Ondo poll, Supreme Court dismisses appeal against Ayedatiwa's victory. World Patient Safety Day. LASG bemoans wastage in health delivery. And also, over 60% of candidates pass 2025 SSE with 5 credits and above. All right. Well, these are some of the headlines there. Let's talk about what's happening in the oil sector. Yes, that man Dangote as the bicker over diversion.
Nigeria has tolerated shenanigans for too long a time that it has suddenly become the norm. The Nupeng and their branch, that is PTD, Petroleum Tanker Drivers, are supposed to be unions fighting for their members. And unions derive their sources of income from check-off dues paid by these workers. Is it not an aberration for PTD and NUPENG to station their members in depots, gantries, to be extorting 39,000 naira on each loaded tanker.
What do you mean by extortion?
Is the money paid to the federal government? Is it a tax?
Are they forced to pay?
They will be forced to pay. You will not be allowed to go and get out of that place.
No. But does that amount to extortion?
I am telling you, the tanker driver will not be allowed to get out of that depot.
No, is it a rule?
But they made it so over time.
So
that's why I'm saying that. Okay. Because sometimes when you allow something abnormal to thrive for a long while, it becomes normal.
Is it different from the check-off dues you talked about?
It's different.
Okay.
The check-off due is taken from your personal income.
Okay.
Is deducted at source, just like tax is deducted at source. For being a member, for instance, if this organization is unionized,
good.
You and I know that we will have to pay to NUJ as journalists.
Okay.
That's check-off. And that's the last you are supposed to take as a union. But they got to a point that they became so lawless. As a matter of fact, in this country, there was a time that if NUPENG and Pengassan, if they decide to
cripple a government.
In fact, if they decide that they are not joining any strike, that strike is dead on arrival. And if they want to cripple government, that's why even when NUPENG goes on strike on the street, federal government will hold on tenaciously to Pengassan, because those are the ones that can unplug our crude oil extraction on the IC. Now, the PTDF branch of NUPENG are the ones that will roll out their trailers and tankers and block the highways for the effectiveness of that strike. Now, they have gone beyond that. The same way Agbero will collect toll that is not being remitted to government is the same way PTF would hold people to ransom. You know the consequence of not paying Agbero on the road.
No,
it's the same way.
I understand all of this. What I was quarreling with is the word extortion.
It's extortion.
Okay. So the Agbero,
what you don't pay freely. What do you call a toll you don't pay freely? What do you call that?
No. What of the one that you pay freely? Are they complaining?
They complain, but
like bus drivers, when they pay for tickets and all of that, is that extortion?
It's extortion.
But they pay freely.
They don't pay freely. Do you know how many fights you encounter because we travel by our personal car? That's why you don't see them. You know how many fights Agbero and drivers fight and conductor on daily basis on Lagos roads. But yet, you are overwhelmed and you have to pay. And the same thing that the PTD guys are doing. 39,000 naira on a tanker. Imagine if the gantry of the Dangote had to load 1,000 trailers in a day. Multiply that by 39,000. That's what they extort every day. Multiply it by 30 days. Multiply it by 12 months. And where does this money go to?
The money revolves around the economy.
Executives of tanker drivers, PTD, branch of NUPENG, they own most of these filling stations you see. And they are largely illiterate. Without any means of livelihood before they became executives of this.
They render goods and services. Doesn't that contribute to our GDP?
What? Did they fix roads?
No, that's a different question now. But they contribute to the GDP.
What GDP?
Movements of goods and services.
So we should allow corruption.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just asking. We are holding a conversation.
It contributes to. Because somebody defended. I read somewhere. Somebody defended the thieves. That if there are no thieves, there won't be police. And then there is no job. So you are now saying that.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying.
Thank God you have recanted.
No, I'm not saying.
So
I'm just asking.
It is extortion. Okay. There is no way you want to call it. It is extortion. And that is what Dangote is trying to fight. And that's why they are hopping arm against Dangote. But what are you using this 39,000?
Are you sure that is what Dangote is fighting?
Yes. Dangote says what he pays his tanker drivers is almost like 4 times what the ordinary people on the street earn.
Okay.
And the tanker drivers from Dangote, they are not complaining.
At the point they say he was underpaid.
Have you ever seen a worker that will say, my employer has overpaid? You will always ask for more. It's Oliver Twist. So what we are saying is, if you are now fighting on behalf of the workers, fight on behalf of the workers, not on your own behalf. Because this man effectively is trying to short out this 39,000 naira per tanker.
Okay.
And it is better, and it's incumbent on Nigerians to support Dangote in this fight. Because the end user suffers.
At the end of the day.
Not the tanker driver that is extorted. Not the owner of the tanker that is exhausted. Not the filling station that is exhausted.
Okay.
They pass it down to the consumer. Yeah. That means an additional of average of 1 naira is added to your liter at the pump price, at the pump station.
All right then. Well, government is doing something else that I would like for us to talk about. Federal government votes 300 billion naira to power teaching hospitals and varsities, of course, providing solar and the rest. We've had Abubakar Bichi, a member representing Bichi Federal Constituency and the Chairman House Committee on Appropriation, making this disclosure that federal government is basically unveiling a solar hybrid intervention project in the Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital in Kano State and some other states as well, as this will power hospitals, teaching hospitals, and other facilities like that. And
so did they mention the other universities?
No.
Okay, they didn't mention the other universities. Okay.
So the only one mentioned here
is Aminu Kano.
Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital. Yes.
Moses, it's just a declaration that power sector has failed. Because if you are, when government sets up ad hoc committee, it means the institution is has failed. And it's the same here. Why would you advocate alternative power or energy supply when we have the national grid, we have the...
Okay, now he's quoted as saying, okay, let me take an excerpt of this now. He says, this intervention is designed to guarantee uninterrupted power for hospitals and universities so that doctors can save lives and students can study without disruption. He also explained that the project would also reduce the burden of high electricity bills on government institutions, improve efficiency, and promotes the use of clean energy.
Now, what stops federal government from subsidizing electricity bill in
for
these institutions?
Teaching hospitals? And
yes, to save lives. I know how critical these things are. Do you know that patients' relatives are made to pay for diesel to power the generator before surgical operations can be carried out? How many patients have that kind of resource to be able to do all those things? So, if government is subsidizing electricity supply to UCH, Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, because some of these institutions, some of these teaching hospitals, they have unique treatment facilities for each. I think Aminu Kano has the best in eye surgery, and some other eye-related problems. Then you have one that is doing nuclear treatment. UCH has started that, and all around like that. You know, if you subsidize electricity bill that they consume on monthly basis, we shouldn't quarrel about that. Because if for instance, UCH has to pay 80 million naira a month, and we are subsidizing and say, okay, I'm taking off 50 million from you. How many teaching hospitals do we have in this country? It's not even up to 100.
Okay. No, then beyond restricting it to teaching hospitals, I think the bigger problem here is that we have a power issue in this country.
That's why I said that
across industries.
Government is giving up on our national power infrastructure.
Okay, by going solar.
By going solar.
You recall that the other time they said 10 billion naira
for Aso Rock.
For Aso Rock and all
seat of power. You know? That means vote of no confidence in our power sector. So whatever we are sinking into the power sector, it will go down the drain at the end of the day. Just like what we are sinking in this Abiku Ogbanje NNPC refineries.
And the Ajokuta steel.
The Ajokuta steel. So it's an unending spectre.
So does it look like we are not making progress as a people, as a nation?
We are not. We are not.
In the power sector, we can't fix it. The oil sector, we cannot fix it. The medical,
health sector, we are down.
In the education,
we are
taking
down. We are not diving. So where else are we going to score good marks?
It's a big problem.
It's a very big problem. Failure of institutions. And we have behemoths, individuals becoming colossus.
Building
structures
that the government should actually build.
Actually build. What is the business of Dangote going into refining if our four refineries
were working?
It's sad.
Quite unfortunate.
Sad indeed. Sad indeed. Let's take this story and probably wrap up with this one. You know, I just saw the writer takes the upper strip here takes us back to the fire incident. He says 4 FIRS directors, managers die in Afriland Towers fire. Owners of building mum amid other casualties. But that's not the story I want us to dive into. The story I want us to dive into is FAC disburses 2.225 trillion naira to FG states, LGs, as Federation account grosses 3.635 trillion naira. Gentlemen, there's even a breakdown here.
I think, okay.
There's a breakdown here, yes. So, according to this report, Federal Accounts Allocation Committee yesterday shared a total of 2.225 trillion naira to the 3 tiers of government that the Federation, now, basically, we hear that this comprised statutory revenue of 1.478 trillion naira, VAT 672.903 billion naira, 32.338 billion naira from electronic money transfers, levy, and the rest, and the sum of 41.284 billion naira from exchange difference. And out of the distributable revenue, the federal government received 810.047 billion naira. And the 36 states and local governments received 709.831 billion naira and 522.228 billion naira, respectively. I think they spent quite a lot on electronic transfers and the rest. Let's see how this is.
Your 50 naira, 20 naira, that is not
a lot of money. Okay, before I come into that, I think I relate more with the fire incident. I want to talk a bit, way in briefly.
That's okay.
You know, so, and because I was on the 5th floor. In fact, I was on rooftop of the building. And not that building, no.
The building.
Of our own building. And I opened my phone and I saw that clip. And how people were struggling to.
And then you look around you.
And I looked down. I looked down. You know what I did? In fact, I didn't use the elevator again. I had to use the stairs. And got back to the ground floor. And I sat back and I imagined that if fire, broke out on the 5th floor, how will you jump? You saw the clip. Some people tried to jump. But Nigerians,
they jumped.
Nigerians, you saw how they rallied.
Yes, they were jumping from the windows.
Support.
Unfortunately,
and we had people that were ready, were actually
waiting to.
They said fall. They were waiting for them.
There was even a part. One of the videos I saw. They threw some sort of foam,
soft landing foam,
out of the window, so they could land on top of it. And some of them jumped and landed.
I think that became instructive that anybody on high rise should have a foam.
Of course, we always have a foam now. But how will you, in the midst of that panic, will you even remember?
I think one thing that building constructors should do is to have some sort of outside stairway from buildings. Yes,
from buildings.
There used to be some sort of ladder.
They used to.
Yeah, people could easily climb down. That would have been an easier escape route.
And you know what? What that guy said.
What 2004 has it? The outside stairways, does it?
It has side stairs.
Stairways.
Yes.
Side stairs.
The side stairs, there's a middle stairway.
Yes. And that's what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about some sort of ladder, metal ladder.
Okay, you first talked about side stairway.
Yeah, I'm talking about ladders,
Okay.
some sort of ladders that people could just climb down from, as against jumping out windows and the rest. It could be.
I see buildings. There are buildings that
have those.
It could even be a collapsible ladder.
Exactly.
That you can always just
stretch out and
stretch out and
it
drop,
extends
so that people can descend from the stairs. And another thing that was said during the morning show that I want to also let us emphasize on is training.
Yes, there should be regular training.
Do you know that I'm aware that if there's smoke, the best way to escape it because
is by going lower.
To come lower.
Yes.
Lower.
Yes. You kind of crawl on your belly.
Crawl on your belly because the smoke rises.
Smoke rises.
To assail you.
Smoke rises. So when you crawl on your belly,
then you can
it helps you escape.
You understand?
So we should have those
basic training. We don't do.
Because you said something that's quite instructive. Okay. A lot of companies that have fire extinguishers don't service them. So
they don't service them. When it expires.
And then people need to know how to use these things really. Because
as we speak now, if you call all of us that are here now to ask how do you activate this fire extinguisher
in your car,
even in your car, the one you carry, it's just for the police to allow you to go.
Yes.
Having said that too, we should also know that fire extinguishers they come in different types.
Okay.
To fight different fires.
Of course, I know.
So, some come in some degree of fire too.
Yeah, some come in.
If it's
electrical fire, you can't use water.
Yes, if it's electrical, you can't use water.
No, what I actually meant by degree is that you don't use a 5 kg fire extinguisher that you use in your car to go and fight in a high rise. You understand?
Yeah. So, and then we can't. I don't think we can do anything about the way the buildings are constructed already. A lot of them are, really close to each other. Nothing can be done about it.
No, you can't.
Buildings have been constructed. But
there should be a way around
escape routes, exit points.
Yes,
they should have a lot of exit points. It's unfortunate to see 4 managers. These are breadwinners.
Breadwinners.
These are breadwinners. These are
who
loved ones.
Who left home?
High hopes.
Daddy bye-bye, mommy bye-bye, and see you in the evening.
Make sure you do this for me when I come back in the evening.
And it's their corpses that they're taking back home. Quite unfortunate there. Well, our condolences go out to everyone that lost loved ones in that fire incident at Afriland in Lagos Island. Well, this is how far we go on newspaper review, VOP television. Well, Chukuma, what do you have for us later today?
Well, I'll go to River State with Barrister Darlington. Let's talk about River State. What's going on? The past, the present, and the future.
All right, so that's coming up at 6 p.m. later today. Political Lens. Chukuma will be back here with Barrister Darlington Akomo, and together they'll be looking at the issues of River State. Well, big thanks to Daily Fanimo for staying with us on Newspaper
Always
Review.
My pleasure.
And I am Moses Humphrey. God willing, I'll see you next time. Bye for now.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
My name is Esther. They call me the Godfatherism, the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adopikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Midday, but last, more than No Midday. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on at VOP TV.
According to the International Labour Organization, the global youth unemployment rate stood at 12.6% in 2024, a figure that continues to spark concern worldwide. Here in Nigeria, where white-collar jobs have become increasingly scarce, young people are being encouraged to acquire practical skills, from barbing and hairdressing to digital technology as pathways to survival and financial independence. But the question remains, how prepared are Nigerians to fully embrace these shifts, especially in Lagos, where rapid urbanization, inequality, and persistent joblessness make the issue more pressing? Analysts argue that skill acquisition does more than create jobs. It also strengthens communities and lays the foundation for sustainable economic growth.
We live in a tough terrain, if we're going to be honest with ourselves. And we know that you need to find multiple sources of income. So we are aware that a lot of our youths are engaging in several entrepreneurial activities. So how can we further expose them? How can we further amplify what it is that they're doing?
Having skill is good. Monetizing skill is another thing. So your ability to acquire skill is very essential and very important. But the next thing is to now turn into a value generating stream, and that is where entrepreneurship comes in. And then you can see that it is not possible to, and off the back of literacy, some level of literacy, then it gives the ability to acquire skills. We have acquired these skills now, and then you now generate value, consistent value from what you are doing. And the only way that is possible is if you have some level of, you are able to create value, to attract value, to create and capture value from this particular skill. And that is why entrepreneurship is important. It is essential for people to understand that entrepreneurship is not just buying and selling. It's about creating solutions that also solve social needs or social issues or social problems.
As the conversation on unemployment and empowerment continues, one message is clear. Skill acquisition may well be the key to unlocking opportunities for Nigeria's youth in the years to come. Matthew Oguswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more.
That's very one yesterday. Chaloba with the own goal, Harry Kane with the brace. Cole Palmer scoring back to Chelsea side, and also a goal to Salah by the VR check on that very game yesterday. It's all about Bayern Munich 3-1 Allianz Arena, and good result for Kano, Jonathan Tah, and then Harry Kane. Good result, I must say, for the side away to Chelsea. I mean, at home to Chelsea. And next for Chelsea will be a game to Benfica. Mourinho arrives for his club side. But Cole Palmer has now been directly involved in 73 goals in 100 games for Chelsea. 45 goals for himself and his tally, 28 assists. He's now the first ever Englishman to score his UEFA Champions League goal on his debut. That's a great one for Cole Palmer. And then he's just a player, phenomenal anytime. Yes, also we did see this one, Mele yesterday, 100 win with the Champions League. Only Cristiano Ronaldo, 115, Thomas Muller, 115 as well. And Iker Casillas, 101, have more in this feat. Good result for Mele. He came big, he came alive yesterday, even though he said he got the best of Chelsea. 3-1 in that very game played yesterday. Don't forget, it continues today, the Champions League, and then we'll see how it goes because Newcastle playing today at home against Barcelona. But we get more of the highlights of what happened yesterday and some of those games, the way it went. Yesterday as well, we did see the late winner, Arne Slot side, Liverpool 3-2 against Atletico de Madrid. Llorente with the brace, but it was good to see Isak playing for 58 minutes and Virgil van Dijk also scoring that very late goal. But the manager said something. He said, I wish we scored earlier. I wish we won earlier, not on just that extra time. But regards, it goes Salah scoring the goal and also Robertson scoring the goal. But the skipper of the side, Virgil van Dijk, made it 3 for the home side Vade at Anfield. And this is another one to talk about, Marcus Thuram. It's more like Inter Milan are back to scoring ways. Kevo and his side got the best out of the Ajax side. Talk about the Dutch side, the Eredivisie. Champions League result yesterday, Inter Milan 2. No, let's say Ajax 0, Inter Milan 2. That's the best result for that phase, if you want to talk about the Champions League. And what more can be said about the highlights that we have for you on this very day? It's a Thursday. Yes, more of the highlights. Yes, Kvaratskhelia also stole the show. 4-0 where Paris Saint-Germain won Atalanta. Ademola Lookman's, play still remains uncertain, like on Saturday. And then Kvaratskhelia scoring as well. We did see goal from Gonzalo Ramos and also, quality team for themselves. They're just like the better side. They just want to possibly defend the champion. That's the word. I'm sorry, got me stuttering. Defend the championship for themselves. That's about Paris Saint-Germain. 4-0 against Atalanta in that result played at the League On side yesterday. Okay, what more? Got time wasting. Mourinho returns back to Benfica today. This is the next match for Benfica after they lost to Karabakh at home. Bruno Lage has been sacked and Mourinho comes to replace that very man. So Mourinho will be playing against Chelsea, and then Maresca said, I cannot wait to watch and play with Mourinho, but it will be a very big game. Chelsea, 30th September 2025, 8 p.m. Nigerian time, where Chelsea will be welcoming Benfica, and that's a game to be looked out for. But, yes, that's just what it is. Now, for that Chelsea game yesterday, I quickly want to tell you this. A lot of people ask questions and saying, Kizike, I feel for me, Bayern Munich were the better side. What played out yesterday, the truth of the matter remains, it was, what's the word? It was, experience paying off. No disrespect to the likes of Cole Palmer, Enzo, Fernandez, Boys Caicedo, what's the name? Kukureya. They had a very decent game. Chalobah, it was just so unfortunate without own goal. But I'm talking about a team that owned the game. They contained the game. They knew the plan of Chelsea. I think experience paid off. Vincent Kompany has really studied Chelsea. They would want to play from the back. They struggled. You could say Caicedo losing out to Harry Kane on the box, and that was a penalty. His leg didn't even touch the ball. So that's how good you can say the Bayern Munich side where they just watched the game. Pavlovic in the middle of the park. Kimmich also bringing depth. And you're going to the left side. You're saying Stan says she got off later on. You go to the right. You're seeing the quality of the team. Jonathan Tah, Upamecano on the central road, they played so well. Chelsea struggled to play. But one thing I love about the Chelsea game yesterday was the fact that the Blues were consistent on their own game. They weren't scared, even though they were making a lot of mistakes. But the problem was, how do we play from the back? They wanted to play from the back against a team that understudied you very well. Now, it's a quality team, and it's about managers' philosophy. It's about class. It was a game of class. It was a game of manager integrity playing out. I saw a different Bayern Munich, I must tell you. Serge Gnabry was playing like a number 10. Harry Kane was the man who drops in deep, comes alive again, and then how did he score 2 goals? Chelsea mistakes was just, so to talk about. They were not really that so good yesterday. Maybe experience should I think they still need more experience, more leadership quality in their team. But you can't take it away from a team that has got Harry Kane. And Harry Kane said something yesterday after the very game. He said, we are favorites. We are one of the favorites, top 5 to win this very one. And Vincent Kompany says, you cannot take away the quality that Harry Kane has, and that's what we're looking out for. But I tell you, the Champions League continues today. Again, we would have also told you about Simeone being red carded at that very game where we saw Liverpool winning that game, and then with altercation and the rest, what have you, Diego Simeone Cholo got a red card. But yes, you have on your screen, you can see that. Watch it live from the studio here, so I can look this way, and you can see that result. That cross was just the cross. Chalobah was unfortunate to find himself in that corner, and then he had to hit his leg, and the goal had to come for Bayern Munich, and they celebrated. But can I tell you, 3 goals came in? 3 goals came under 9 minutes. Do you know? 3 goals under 9 minutes, and he's like, oh, why is it me? Chalobah he felt so bad, but it's just what it is. Does Chelsea have what it takes to go on? Yes, they are world champions. They can still go on. I believe they can get the best of Benfica. The group looks quite open. It's the Champions League. And don't forget the format. It's a race. It's more on a league format. So when you win your games, you just might get yourself 100% start, just like Liverpool are rarely doing. Now, this is the penalty. If you watch this one, Harry Kane well composed and then converted it and just found the back of the net. The keeper went the wrong way. And that's what Harry Kane does. That's why he's Harry Kane. He knows the side of the goalpost. You don't gift him. It was gifted yesterday, that third goal that he scored for the club side. That was like a gift for Harry Kane. And you know the celebration, it goes on, Harry with the cane. Yes, let's really go off the Champions League, but we already told you we'll come back to tell about the games that were played today. Let's get into the top point. Yes, this one's about the Super Eagles news. It got me thinking. I don't know what's the way forward, but we have a man, former Super Eagles defender, Eric Ejiofor, is in the news. But welcome to the Sports Republic show this day. Good morning. Feeling great to have you join me as we talk sports this day. A lot to be talked about. The Chris Eubank Jr., Eddie Hearn in the boxing world, the WTA, the Wimbledon shows, Djokovic in the tennis world, Formula 1 Max Verstappen. A whole lot to talk about. But we like to start from the show, from home, rather. Former Super Eagles defender Eric Ejiofor, many did not watch him play, but he's a player that played for the Super Eagles as of 2002 for the Korea-Japan tournament. He has criticized the current Nigerian squad, saying they lack the hunger and the commitment required to secure a place for the World Cup 2026. Moving on, Ejiofor is a member. I told you he played for the Super Eagles for 2002 World Cup. He has expressed disappointment over the players' mentality, insisting they have not shown the passion of a side determined to qualify. Now, in the words of Ejiofor, he said, how do we qualify for the World Cup? We didn't take our opportunities when the chance becomes slim. We start hoping and praying. From day one, we weren't serious about it. I don't think the players understand what they are fighting for. I don't think they understand they are fighting for a World Cup ticket. It's so sad because their attitude isn't encouraging. Ejiofor also noted that many of the current squad members have never appeared at a World Cup tournament, yet their approach to the qualifiers has been casual. He said, this could have been the first tournament for them. I don't know what they are thinking about. Forget about the NFF issues as a player. You must think about your future and career. Big contracts often come during the World Cup. He also condemned the lack of professionalism in training camps, and he said, look at how some players arrive on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and only do 2 training sessions. That's what it is before a match. That's not how football works. It's a team sport, and we are not playing as a team. I have already stopped hoping we will make it to the World Cup. With only 2 matches left in the qualifiers, Ejiofor questioned whether Nigeria could realistically win, but pointing to earlier missed chances that has left the team hopes hanging by a thread. Now, let's talk about the Super Eagles in the bait. Eric Ejiofor, well, when some of these legends talk, I like to listen to them, but he said a lot about Nigeria team. He said that we are not determined. This set of boys don't play like they know what a World Cup means. And I would take it from there because I believe what he's saying. Now, we are not saying the NFF has done so well. The Nigerian Football Federation, they've got their flaws. I'm not saying they are like the next big thing. I've never been a fan of the Nigerian Football Federation administration this time around. Maybe I was at some point. But whenever they do it right, I'm also finding what they do. But when things go the other way, I just remember what they've done in the past and then I put blames on them. But Ejiofor, Eric, he's saying, yes, they have their flaws, but let's even talk about the players we have in the team. How have they been doing? How have they been coping? Have they been doing so well to see that they get in the next phase? Not playing as a World Cup as a player, that's how bad it is. If you've not played in the World Cup, that's the word. You find yourself feeling incomplete in the game. And he's saying they play like they've been on a World Cup before. They play like they know what they're so casual. Now, I recall during this time, I think we had a structure back in the time. Now, you look at Nigerian football back in the time, you can return to camp on a Tuesday. When the open camp, let's say on November 1, that's when the camp opens, and you have a game for November 8. or possibly 7, and you're returning to camp on the 4th and you're expected to play a game. We've seen that happen oftentimes, and sometimes these players get starts. That's why we say we want to see a manager who doesn't care about what you feel or how you feel, but rather give you the results. So Ejiofor is saying, him personally, he's an ex-international, he has stopped hoping. He has stopped hoping Nigeria will qualify, because if you put your hopes on Nigeria, you just might be finding yourself doing it wrong in the other way about the world of football, because recently now, the way the players are playing is not showing hunger. There's no urgency. The resilience, the prowess, the determination is lacking. The mentality of how to own a game is lacking. This one is like he's going contrary. Like he's not putting blames on NFF. He said forget about the NFF. It means not to say they have done so well, but he's trying to say, in other words, he's trying to say, let's give them aside on the first time. They've done what they would do. Wrong or right, which anyway goes. But what about the players playing the game? What are they doing? How far have they come? Have they played this game to a high level that we will say, oh, they drew against South Africa, but they try? How many of the games have you seen those players so hungry to get results? A friend of mine told me, Kizike, can I tell you, these players are not even happy with the condition of the country. And I'm like, what do you mean? Because the NSC told us they got the badge bonuses, allowance, accommodation, and the rest of that was cool. But he's saying that these players don't even know what it takes to play at a World Cup. Because if they do, the gameplay will be different. The mentality will be top-notch. They will not be thinking it the other way that other people are seeing it. Now, you watch the game at Bloemfontein, Toyota Stadium. Some are saying, let's blame South Africa. Not the rest are saying. But I feel like we talk a lot. Like, that's what we do well. We've not done our part well. A World Cup that have been at the detriment of the coach. And now we're wanting the magic. Now, what is next? They're asking questions saying, can we win our 2 games? Even if you do win your 2 games, it doesn't lie in your hands. Your destiny, you've lost it. You can't even control it. It's not something you can control. It's not visible anymore. You've lost it to your counterpart. You've lost it to your opponent. You've lost it to the devils. That's the word. Sorry to use the word devils. But I'm just saying, it doesn't lie on your hands anymore. But quickly, let's talk about more news. More inclusion of retired players. Peter South Ida, one ex-international, also in the news from one ex to another. Former Super Eagles and Enyimba international goalkeeper Peter South Ida has slammed the Nigerian Football Federation for their approach to running football in Nigeria. Following Nigeria's poor performance in the 26 FIFA World Cup qualifying campaign, several individuals like John Mikel has called for accountability from Nigerian football governing body. Now, Peter South, on the other hand, has called for a competent overhaul of the sector, claiming the rottenness has been there for a very long while and has hindered the Super Eagles from experiencing success. In other words, you can say Ida has called for inclusion of ex-Super Eagles stars. I will come to this one. While the NFF needs fresh ideas, the former Super Eagles goalkeeper called for the inclusion of people who have played the game and understand what it is to be a footballer, to be more involved in the administrative process. Ida said, I don't want to get into Nigerian case. I've seen this rottenness for a very long time. We've complained deeply. Sometimes they think that because we play football, we don't qualify to run football. And it's a big shame. I went to school and I have enough education and I play the game to a high level. You need to have the ability to manage things, business and whatever it is, so to be able to run an organization. But sometimes they don't honor us. They don't respect us. Once you play football, they look at you as a dropout. I am not. I'm talking about a 50-year-old who retired from football back in 2002 and later served as a media officer for the Super Eagles. He emphasized that Nigeria must embrace qualified administrators. If its football is to recover, more qualified people should be running our football in this country. Well, this is like a two-words. Who and who is qualified? I like to say this. I'm not throwing shade at Ida now. I know him well and I respect him well a lot. But I don't understand the part where he said, well, I'll come to that. Let me just take it bit by bit. I feel like saying a lot in 1 minute. That's how I feel when I talk about Ida, because I know how Ida manned the post during his time. I know he never had a long spell with the Super Eagles, but did he honor the nation? Yes, of course he did. But he said something, allowing those that play the game run the affairs. You know, I said this all the time on the show. If you follow this Sports Public show oftentimes, I like to say, you don't need to play the game alone to be good on the administrative road. Because I recall, what's his name, Joseph Yobo, our skipper, long cap player, he's back to school. He wants to read the administrative things. Shout out to players, ex-international like Mele, who's doing the job at Saudi Arabia. Sporting director, you know how much he earns. I'm not talking about the net worth now. No one's talking about the money. But the passion, He wasn't a regular as at 1994 at the World Cup. Emmanuel, Google him, Emmanuel. He's the sporting director of the Saudi side. From Chelsea to Monaco, back to Chelsea, now to Saudi. That's how big it is. Olofin Jana is in charge of Chelsea, scouting African something, you know. So these ones have studied this game just like they know. When you leave the game, what happens next? You're not just playing and investing. You're playing and investing wide and also investing on yourself. How many of our players have invested on themselves personally? I can count. I should not be able to count. Go to the British football, you can see a lot of them. Michael Owen down the media. Gary Neville, even though he had a bad stint as a coach, good footballer for Man United, went to Spain and he struggled. You look at this Shomba Phillips, you've seen his father, Ian Wright, you've seen Jamie Carragher, you've seen Jamie Redknapp, Frank Lampard. If he's not doing well in the football world with Coventry side, maybe he should be somewhere else. These ones have grown themselves because they know we don't play, we should give back to the nation. Now, it's either you're giving back on screen, you're doing the botting, you're telling people about the sport because you know it, or you're just somewhere, the administrative road, it works. But how many, JJ Okocha for crying out loud, I think he failed in Delta State. Yes, I know. Many of them. These personalities that we are talking about also, I know the part where Ida is saying, I understand the part where Ida is wanting us to give us space, give an opportunity for our ex-international to run their affairs because those on the game, the ex-international would have even been more preferable than those on the game. But you can't just want to be there. How well have you contested? How well have you done within a short period of time for yourself? Self-development, that works for me. And I felt within myself that many of our players would have done that. But looking, and sometimes we hear this one is dead. I don't like to hear those news. And he died in poverty. Yes, they say football, the money was not big as at that time. But I feel like if you invested, the case is different. I mean, Sheikh Odegbami, in 1980, he played, he won the Nations Cup first. It was the first set. That was the first set. Emmanuel Kala, Christian Chukwu is late today. Odegbami, Adoki, and Meshamaka, a lot of them play the game. Silvanus, they play the game to a high level, but we can still talk about Shegun Odegbami. He's still relevant on the game, not just about Nigeria, on sport generally. That's the self-development. How many of us have done that? Now, if Ida is saying, well, I cannot even guarantee you that JJ Okocha will be the NFF president and do well. I can't guarantee you that. I can't tell the Kano Wanko. I mean, you've seen Kano Wanko in Aimba now. You've seen it. Because I think I was going through, was he online? I can't recall, but I think Victor Ekpeba was against, Victor Ekpeba is part of the NFF. Ekpeba is NFF member. Gabala White NFF member. What's the name? Okay, technical man is Eguavon. So Ekpeba was against something like this because he's one of those NFF personalities. But if you ask me, I'm not going to say Peter Said has done wrong. This set of bodies, the Nigerian Football Federation, this body that have not done well should leave. I don't know if the right word is to be sacked. I don't know the right word to say, but I'm just thinking. Well, I like to say this. Sometimes we reference some countries away from Nigeria, some European countries, some countries in the North American side, sometimes basically USA, America. One of the countries I love so much, you know why? That's where we have leaders who would not do well and they will resign the next day because they feel like they failed. But can I tell you, if Nigeria failed to make it to the World Cup, I would not be surprised to still see this hem of personalities running our affairs. You won't see someone coming out and say, oh, we've missed the World Cup for the first time, twice consecutively, like we missed in 2022, and now we are missing again. I'm done with this one. Make I resign. Maybe I just go one side, go stay. It could make sense now. Because you failed. You know what happens? You get more integrity. We go respect you more. Man, we don't fail. We come up for the job. They don't say not do well. Can't use the account to resign. We'll get our respect now. Not be saying you call the do anyhow. You know they do well. They give you chance. You call the do anyhow. You know if you see carry your team will go work up. You can't say Nigeria qualify now. Still there. They'll still get our money every month. Nigeria mean airports. Now this is why they call which way Nigeria because it's not clear. Even me, Sever, be presenter, be host, I don't come on my mind because I love what he said. He said something about the World Cup. It's a very big tournament. It's the biggest football tournament. Yesterday we saw the Champions League. It continues today. These tournaments are meh. You can't compare it to the biggest one where USA, Mexico, Canada brings the world together as one. What happens on that road? It's a World Cup I want to see Nigerian players involved. I always talk about Victor Osimhen. At 2030, you know how old Osimhen go. They know if he go. He go not old now. Want to go to the World Cup, want to play at the World Cup. The players and they can't give them a chance, they don't can't go. Now, when you go to a World Cup to play, sometimes you get, not even about we in the studio, because I know, 2018, I know personally, I'm not trying to exaggerate it, I know personally what I gained for myself, not about where I was really working at that point, but I got some gigs. Now, television adverts for media firms, radio stations, because Nigeria is involved. Nobody say we go win more, but brands will come involved for what they do. You just think and reason with me forget peace square, not missing them fight. If Nigeria not go World Cup, I go play. We are saying the nation is in shambolic manner, the nation is struggling, economic problem, a lot of things. This is one game that I respect so much. The game is beautiful. The game brings the world together. The game makes you understand that we are one Nigeria. But Peter Side contested unsuccessfully for the NFF presidency back in 2022, and his comments came and made renewed criticism of the NFF following Super Eagles' struggles on the ongoing World Cup qualifiers, with fans increasingly demanding accountability and reforms in the administration of the sport. If we carry placards, walk up and down, they say no NFF, no one, they're not good bad. It don't reach now. But more of you wait first. Don't be one kind of the matter. More you wait first. No look whether Nigeria go World Cup. But like I rightly said, the earlier you start taking your minds off, I'm not trying to tell you Nigeria will not make it to the World Cup. I'm not saying we will. Anything can happen in the game. But the shows and the phase we are looking out for is the Intercontinental, somebody say Confederation playoff. But for you to get there, you need to get to a certain point. Now, looking at the log, 14 points is Benin Republic. You get the group let's show you that World Cup group picture so you can see for yourself. And South Africa is running away with this one, 17 points. You're talking about points being dogged. We saw the news about FIFA. They are not listed. This is about the Intercontinental playoff. This is about it. Tanzania, Nigeria is just down the pecking order. So there's no even Benin Republic on this one. Let's take this off. Let's get the other one, the Group C. So you see for yourself that the way it looks, South Africa is on top. Benin Republic is next. Nigeria comes third. And that's what you have on your screen. You can see 17, 14, 11, 11, 6, 4. Which way Nigeria, Rwanda, Lesotho, Zimbabwe. Your next game for Nigeria comes to be the play, Benin Republic as well. But you know the funny thing about this group now? South Africa have all of their games next in South Africa. Not just about having to play in South Africa, they'll be taking it to their best stadium. They should own up this one. For me, you don't need to ask me. They've won this one. South Africa, I know Hugo Broos will be taking them to the World Cup. I don't know how they want to do it. I don't know what complaint will be laid against them. I don't know accusation that will be done. They've done wrong by filling in Teboho Mokoena. But I don't know the politics that's playing out. I don't know why points should not be dogged. Or are we waiting to see at the end of the day? See, I don't know. But for the one we saw recently about Emilio Nsue, Equatorial Guinea, point deducted, they had to drop to 10 points. So we are still waiting to know if South Africa will do this or if they'll be dogged that point. Gianni Infantino, the Swiss Italian, is the president of the FIFA World. Patrice Motsepe is who? The CAF president. Where is he from? South Africa. Is he going to influence this one? I don't know. Or has this news been a debunked news in the form that the complaint did not come on time? I don't even know where this is headed. But if you ask any Nigerian media personality, they tell you, we are waiting. Nigeria, maybe they come out that point. Even if they come out that point, now you won't get her. If they come out that 3 point now for South Africa, do your math now, carry your phone calculator, carry a come out that 17, now come out 3 inside, now 14, now be. Not be able to still get them. Their goals, their numbers are insane. Now the play at home, all of the games next is at South Africa. You know, Lesotho, Lesotho is a small country inside. You know, I think I used to liken Lesotho to one Spanish Villarreal. Yeah, Villarreal to Submarinas. You know, Villarreal in Spain is a small club side in Valencia. Like now small, there's a small this community thing. That's how Lesotho looks. I think they have more ladies than the men. And if you look at them, we're going to say South Africa, they're like brothers. You don't expect too much now. So we need to use, because at the talk I say, person where suffer supposed to get sense. You they wait, similar. How? Even the country side that I felt like they should have taken up the case, Lesotho, they did not even do too much. Now we want the kind of head like antenna because now won't go walk up. They're not helping ourselves. And this is one thing about this Nigeria country. See, Nigeria will now wait till it's getting to a point where it feels like the water is full to the brim, and it wants to be pouring off, they will start talking. Now they won't come out Eric Chair. Now that's the next thing they want to do. And me not let me use Nadu Lamba because the people are saying that every time they come out coach, multi the enter. I don't know. Because it don't make sense. Now more reason now. Next thing is Eric Chair to go. Why? How? What magic are you even thinking of? Even if I brought the Pep Guardiola, maybe he couldn't have even done better than Eric Chair. I'm sorry to say. Because my point is this man is new to the side. So if you give him a benefit of a doubt, it would not be wrong. Let him take us to Morocco and let's see what happens. This World Cup qualifiers should not determine Eric Chair's fate in the Super Eagles. In the meantime, the Super Eagles can tailor their focus on the upcoming AFCON 2025 competition as a dream for the 2026 FIFA World Cup is out of the window. Let's start thinking well. Oh, you know, Sam. Now let's talk about South Africa. The news says a setback for South Africa, for Nigeria rather, as FIFA clears South Africa. So, the ineligible player we talk about, Eboho Mokoena, FIFA has released its latest list of disciplinary sanctions from the FIFA World Cup 2026 preliminary competition, confirming that South Africa faces no punishment over allegation of fielding an ineligible player. In the long-awaited decision, FIFA confirmed that the South African national team, Bafana Bafana, has no pending disciplinary issue. Do you understand? This brings an end to weeks of speculation that midfielder Teboho Mokoena should have been suspended for the match qualifiers against Lesotho due to yellow card accumulation. Had South Africa been found guilty, the penalty could have included a 3-0 for feature points deduction and fine as well. Instead, FIFA's ruling cleared them off completely, meaning they retain all their points and remain firmly in contention for the top spot in the Group C. The ruling is a huge setback for Nigeria, the Super Eagles, who were hoping the case would reshape the group standing. When I know, how did they talk at that time? Where you know work, you want, you want reap where you not sow. Because the sanction against South Africa would have given Nigeria a more direct path to qualification, with Bafana Bafana officially declared the Super Eagles' hopes of qualifying for the 2026 World Cup are now under serious threat. The recent 1-1 draw in South Africa and Bloemfontein combined with this ruling, meaning Nigeria must now win their remaining matches. I'm tired of talking about winning their remaining matches. If players will not even go. Because if you win, you have to rely on a favorable result elsewhere. You cannot win and rely, say we don't win. We don't win 2 games now, we don't qualify. No, it does not work that way. You need to win, first of all. That's the assignment. And then you have to rely on favorable result elsewhere to secure either a playoff spot or automatic qualification, which I think is very far from us. But FIFA, the disciplinary committee, handles a wide range of infraction from on-field misconduct and fan behavior to administrative issues such as ineligible players. The process is complex and often lengthy, with some decisions subject to appeal. Although other teams have faced sanctions during this qualifying campaign, the case involving South Africa drew particular attention in Africa because of its direct impact on the Group C standing. That's the way it stands now. So let's wait to know if the Super Eagles will make it to the World Cup time tell. But I don't know. If you ask me, I think I'm really giving up on this. If it will happen, it should have happened. Not to say it cannot happen, not to say it would not happen. But why is it taking a lot of time? Now, I just told you something. They are not found on the FIFA list of sanctions nation. South Africa has escaped this. This is a basic, this is a major, this is a very big setback for Nigeria. Do you know how bad it is? Let me even tell you, we missed out on 2022 World Cup. I felt like, oh, we're going to come back stronger. Who even tell you, say, 2030 now go qualify? Because I feel so bad. I'm tired. You know why? This is like a big format, a World Cup scenario, 10 African countries involved, 9 automatically, one of them is confidential, they'll go through that phase, and I thought Nigeria would have just, you go think and well, you think and well, because if I say road not clear again, road not there, I don't think this works for Nigeria. I don't know the way forward, I don't know what they want to do, I don't know how they want to do it. They can't win and they pray, may lose match, they're not the year one, not they see themselves, South Africa, may they drop point for you, it's not possible. Who told you they don't want to be at the World Cup? They also want to be at the World Cup. You know, when this group thing started, I was saying it. Countryside in Africa shows and no more minnows like that. Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Benin Republic, South Africa, Rwanda, Nigeria. You look at it and you're like, oh, Nigeria, South Africa. Your head. Before you even see that group, you say, it's a Nigeria now, South Africa. If you call the thing, you say, Benin Republic, not be here, no. Zimbabwe, no. Rwanda, just maybe, you get them, just. But now look how it is. But this is a poor football management from the NFF. But let's get to another one again where world governing body tells Super Eagles, don't put the blame on us. World Football Governing Body, FIFA, said they are not to be blamed for the poor nature of the playing surface that hosted the World Cup qualifiers. The game between South Africa and Nigeria right at Bloemfontein Toyota Stadium. The Toyota Stadium in Bloemfontein is well known for hosting rugby games. Do you understand? South Africa and ourselves in our own, they're not good. Let me even say it, you're not good. You're not good. How can you take us to a stadium where rugby games is held, or being held rather? So more of the games that we've seen on that stadium is rugby thing. I don't know whether you understand how they talk. It not makes sense. It is not even good to talk about. That's how wrong and how bad it is. But I felt like you should have taken us to a very good stadium, but yet got approval by FIFA to host the World Cup qualifiers, a game at home against, like, this is crazy. They got approval from FIFA to host the World Cup qualifier game as the home ground for Lesotho and also South Africa. So it was not like a home and away thing. 2 players of the Nigerian team, Ola Aina and Wilfred Ndidi, picked up injuries in the 1-1 qualifiers against South Africa and will now spend some time on the sideline. The players were furious with the state of the pitch before, during, and after the game. So they started making complaints before the game. Now we don't like this place. We don't like this pitch. We cannot play here. So I don't know if the South Africans have been, I don't know. If they've trained so well on that pitch, I don't know. I'm just saying, but it's crazy how you take a team like the Super Eagles with value of qualities, you're taking them to a team, to a pitch, not one of the finest, not one of the best, not like the first 4 or first 3 stadium in South Africa. And that's where rugby games have been played. You know what's rugby, right? And you're playing football on that game. So I never knew, for one, that Ndidi already complained. I never knew. You know, it just dawned on me that recently Ndidi complained before the game that we're not liking this place. But who gave the approval? It's a FIFA team. But I'll tell you what FIFA said. Reacting to this anger, Nigerian journalist Osasu Obayuana spoke with a representative of FIFA who said they approved the pitch after CAF sent a report saying it's okay to host games. Do you understand? However, they would have likely overturned CAF's decision if there was a protest by the Nigerian Football Federation. Why would Ndidi and the rest of the Super Eagles players be talking in silence? Is there a word like talking in silence? Yes, there's a word. You are complaining, but it's not paying off. You're talking and no one is listening. You're not talking to the right authorities. You're not using the right media. It's social media. He or they would have just protested through the Nigerian Football Federation. And the man said, we as FIFA have no capacity to check all the stadium for all the World Cup qualifiers. And it's true. He said we rely on the Confederation, in this case, that's CAF, to do so because they organize the World Cup qualifier within the region. If they didn't do their job properly, which would have happened in this specific case, then NFF can file a complaint and then we see. This is exactly what a spokesman from FIFA told Osasu, who is a Nigerian journalist. Sadly, the NFF didn't send an advanced team to see the state of the pitch. But if not to travel, go meet players, they go do one. Now matter, to travel, go meet player. This guy see his leg. Now you be doctor. Now if you travel, go. And officer person goes to South Africa, go check state of stadium, whether that place is good before they match, because the date has been fixed. I mean, there was a gap now. They would have said, we cannot play here. No, we don't want to play here. No, we don't like this. Then you late or you make complaints. Because CAF is saying, okay, it's okay. FIFA has sent it. That's the body that governs the game. So all of this CAF, all this much more, all this NFL, they're all under FIFA. FIFA is the body that governs football generally. So if CAF is not saying a word or not saying anything about that, then I expected, or they expected, the FIFA also, people expected that Nigeria will complain and say, we don't like this. But sadly, the NFF didn't send an advanced team to see the state of the stadium when it was approved for the game. And then Aina, who is now one of the 3 months, or one of the players who's out last an injury, is now saying a lot. I tell you, Ibrahim Musa Guzal, the president of Nigerian Football Federation, at halftime break, accusing him of endangering them by allowing the game to play in such a horrible surface. So I think our president was talking when it was late. So that's just what it is. But we hope the Super Eagles can come out of this and just how time goes. But hopefully they would make it to the World Cup. And then time tells, if they don't, then I'm sorry. Like I already said again, and I'll say again, please hold your federation to ransom, if there's a word like that. Because if you ask me, Among Mirali said, who I go ask, Nigeria qualifying for the World Cup, only time will tell. And that's why I say, now only time you go take Stamara go coin Papa name. This is me saying we're going on a quick break. When we return, the show continues. We'll tell them all because we've got quality news to bring to you. Yes, there's the news about the boxing world. Terence Crawford close, calling Canelo's fight, mixed boxing icons, questions, officials, and also some news about the WTA, the tennis world, the Formula 1 world. All of this wrapped up just on one show. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to Voice of the People Media. Right here, we are at the Surulere National Stadium at the complex of the Swan building, where it's still very much undergoing. As you can see, these are the some of the things that have been pulled out from the building. It's undergoing reconstructions, and we had a very fruitful meeting. I can't tell you, but then I would like to hear from one of our legends and daddy in the Swan. That is Sport Writers Association of Nigeria, Lagos chapter. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Kunle Sholaja, publisher and editor, Sports Village Square, online sports publication, daily.
All right, sir. Today was a very intense one in there, and I saw a lot of factions, people actually clamoring for a lot of positions and all of that. But one thing I would like to ask you, because I saw the way you actually came into the whole tension and then diffused it. I know you've seen a lot, but how can you? Looking at what you saw in there, what do you really think was the problem? As regards this one Lagos chapter.
I wouldn't say exactly what the problem was, but the most important thing was the fact that solutions were profiled, and it seemed that everybody adopted the solutions that were put forward. And I pray that people will work assiduously to ensure that those solutions are implemented, and the Sports Writers Association of Nigeria will return to that enviable position where it will be given the highest honor, even by the highest office in the country, as it used to be in the past.
You also said that you talked about working with the man who was later declared the winner of the 1993 presidential election, talking about MKO Abiola. And all your years in service as a sports writer, have you ever witnessed a situation like this before?
Well, when you say all my years in service, because I'm still serving, I'm not retired.
Well, I was talking about your youthful years. Have you ever seen a situation like this before?
Okay, no, never. Even though Swan had problems in the past, but none has ever got into this kind of situation whereby even holding a meeting will warrant security details. Not coming in once, but coming in almost 10 Hilux vans. So, which I'd say that it's not too good for us. It also shows that for this to have happened, we cease to be what people call the gentlemen of the press. We probably have turned ourselves into the touts of the press.
Yes, that's Kunle Solaja, one of the veteran sports that we respect a lot, talking about what's really going on in the Swan world. That Swan story looks very, very in vogue, and it's really a lot to talk about when you go to the Swan, talk about the Sports Writers Association of Nigeria. But we'll bring those news to you. We also had Ikechiku just out there, our correspondent as well, giving us that very insight on what's really going on. But just like Abadi said, as your folks will tell them all. But let's really talk about the boxing world, where Terence Crawford's stunning victory over Canelo Alvarez on September 13 was a career-defining moment. By defeating Canelo, he became the first male fighter in the four-belt era to hold undisputed status in 3 weight classes. However, rather than celebrating the narrowness of 2 of the judges' scorecards, 115, 113 in Crawford's favor, sparked heated debate across the boxing world. Many people felt that the official result did not correctly reflect how the bout played out in the ring. Both finished well, commanding the late rounds with crisp counters and calculated aggression, while Canelo seemed to fade to long-term fans. The outcome felt considerably more definitive than the 2-point margin suggested. Roy Jones Jr. and Andre Ward, 2 of the boxing's most renowned voices, jumped in to express their departure and also displeasure over how close the fight was scored. Roy Jones Jr. did not mince words on the all-smoke fight. The podcast, when breaking down the action, he admitted Canelo Alvarez may have taken 3, maybe 4 or 5 rounds early on, but as the fight progressed into the second phase, the picture shifted. And also for Jones, his opinion said Terence Crawford controlled at least 7 of those latter rounds, particularly the championship round. That's about, Crawford and also Canelo Jones. But before we talk about Formula 1, let me quickly tell you this. There's something out there. Conspiracy is still ongoing in the boxing world. You know, I was saying it before I came to the studio today. I really want to talk about it, but just maybe tomorrow we'll tell them all. There's the news about Chris Eubank Jr. There's the news about Ederhan, the promoter. You know, there's this banter ongoing for the world of boxing, but we tell you more hopefully for tomorrow because it's really, really so high to be noted and so wrong if it's going untouched. But quickly, let's talk into the Formula 1 world. Formula 1 announces a new 6 venues for 26 sprint events featuring 3 new locations as part of the FIFA Formula 1 World Championship season. Formula 1 on Tuesday revealed the 6 venues set to be hosting Formula 1 sprint event during the 26 FIFA and FIA World Championship. Better word, that's FI World Championship season, including 3 exciting new locations. The 26th season will introduce a new era of regulations to the sport and host the 6th year of the sprint format. The first FI, talk about F1 Formula 1 sprint of 26 will take place in Shanghai, followed by Miami, with both Grand Prix hosting a sprint weekend for the 3rd consecutive year. Silverstone returns to the sprint calendar for the first time since the format inaugural event back in 2021. And Montreal, Zalvoort, and Singapore are all set to host their first ever sprint weekend. Stefano Domenicali, the president and CEO of Formula 1, said, with 4 competitive sessions rather than 2 during the conventional Grand Prix weekend Formula 1 sprint event, offer more action each day of our fan broadcast partners and also for the promoters, driving increased attendance and viewership. The 26th session will offer a very big one, and also the 26th season will usher a new era of regulations. So having 3 new sprint venues will only add to the drama on track. We all look forward to giving our fans more incredible racing and excitement in the 26th. That's the words of Domenicali in that one. The Formula 1 also sprint provides competitive action on each day of a race weekend. Sprint qualifiers take place on Friday. I will be taking place on Friday, rather, following the free practice one with the sprint and Grand Prix qualifying on Saturday before the weekend culminates with the Grand Prix for Sunday. The format has continued to prove popular among fans across the world, leading to a strong attendance and viewership figures across broadcast, digital, and social platforms. In 2024, TV viewership for sprint weekend was an average of 10% greater than non-sprint weekends, and the sport continued to see an upward trend following the opening 3 sprint weekends for 2025 season. Lewis Hamilton's maiden Ferrari win in the Shanghai Sprint saw off an 84% live TV audience increase across Formula 1 top 15 markets in the comparison to last year's event and Miami Grand Prix Sprint won by that very side. Lando Norris was watched by 26.6 million TV viewership and also an 18% increase versus last year. This year's sprint event in Belgium, won by Max Verstappen, saw a significant rise in TV viewership in both heritage and growth market, including in Germany. 40%, you could say plus 40%, France plus 42%, in China plus 182%, and Argentina also plus 9% when compared to the sprint event in Europe in 2024. Still on the Formula 1 news, headline says Singapore to host Formula 1 sprint race for the first time in 2026. Formula 1 has confirmed that Singapore will stage a sprint race for the first time in 2026, adding another year, another layer of action to one of the calendar's most profile weekends. The Marina Bay circuit will talk about the street famous for the nighttime atmosphere and unforgiving layout will host the shorter race on Saturday ahead of the Grand Prix on 9 to 11 October. Let's quickly go up this very one and tell you more stories emanating the world of sports generally just as it unfolds. Away from Formula 1, what next should we talked about? We tell you, don't forget the Champions League continues today and we'll see games coming up and you just don't have to miss all of those games. Now, in the world of tennis, there's a news where American tennis star Taylor Townsend has apologized for coming under fire for comments she made on social media about Chinese food. The 29-year-old, who is in the Chinese city of Shenzhen of Billie Jean King Cup finals, had posted videos on Instagram in what she talked about dishes that featured frogs, turtles, and sea cucumbers, saying, "This is the craziest thing I've ever seen." Eating turtle and bullfrog is so wild. But she quickly faced backlash on both English and Chinese social media platform. Miss Townsend, who is the world world top ranked doubles player, later apologized, saying, "There is no excuse, there is no words for me, I will be better." And also, still in tennis world, Daniil Medvedev also in the news. His motivation and also radical changes within his team has been questioned by compatriot Yevgeny Kafelov, with the 29-year-old look to rest in his recent slump in form. Medvedev also has been one of the most successful players for the past decade, winning the 2021 US Open title and reaching a 4-5 Grand Prix Slam final alongside spending 16 weeks at the ATP Tour World #1 in 2022. However, the Russian form has dipped dramatically in recent form, with the 29-year-old down to world number 18 in the ATP ranking, not winning a title since May 2023 and losing in the opening round of 3-set Grand Prix events. So this is all we can bring to you on the show this very day. You're still watching Voice of the People TV, and this is the Sports Republic show that comes your way every weekday. Today is Thursday, and hopefully tomorrow a very different show, and that's a very different language, not the English. You go back to the street where you like to emanate the vernacular, speaking pidgin, and give you sports update just as you unfold. But this is me saying thank you so much for being part of the show. I remain your host. My name is Kiza K, and don't forget I am the only football player without a jersey. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Friday. Peace.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Parents teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Observed every 9th of September, the International Day to Protect Education from Attack highlights the impact of armed conflict on education and the need to uphold the right to safe learning spaces. The day, proclaimed by the United Nations, calls on governments and stakeholders to take concrete action to protect schools from attacks, abductions, and other forms of violence that disrupt education. Nigeria has witnessed repeated attacks on schools in recent years, ranging from kidnappings of students to the destruction of educational infrastructure in conflict-prone regions. Stakeholders warn that beyond immediate trauma, attack on schools deepen inequality, increase the number of out-of-school children, and weaken the nation's human capital development. This day also serves as a reminder that education is not just a service, but a lifeline for peace, resilience, and future opportunities.
We have to bring back the prestige the teaching profession used to have. While growing up, if you're a teacher, you're seen as somebody that is doing well. But now teachers are seen as a useless set of people. If that prestige comes back, we would see the Nigerian child learning better because teachers are encouraged. A recent news I saw yesterday, a governor said the teachers should go and clear grass in their schools. Do you expect those same teachers to have the morale to raise good students? No. Earlier this year, we had YX students writing exams as late as 10 p.m. with candles. We have to bring back the respect for the Nigerian children. These are the kids that will take care of us tomorrow. These are the kids that will take care of us tomorrow. If we do not give them what they deserve now, we would have a Nigeria that we as old people tomorrow would not be able to live in. This is why we have to pay attention to the Nigerian child. It is very, very important. Let's not even go to the areas where they have insecurities and all. That is a story everybody knows. But even in Abuja, we have teachers protesting that they earn less than the minimum wage. There are teachers that earn less than minimum wage in Abuja, and they've been protesting for months. Nobody's paying attention to them. And we have a state where the governor is saying teachers should go and clear grass. It is just not right. And we have to bring back whatever prestige, whatever respect that the education system deserves. It has to be brought back.
As the world commemorates the International Day to Protect Education from Attack, the message is clear. Schools must remain safe haven for learning, and protecting them is protecting the future. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP This Morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP This Morning. 8 a.m. Monday through Friday.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Ibas hands over to Fubara, makes a final broadcast. Atiku Obi condemns Rivers emergency rule. NAF airstrike kills scores of terrorists in Borno State. Ohaneze pleads for Kano's release for treatment. Court restrains Nupeng from going on strike. Police investigate viral video of Lagos students smoking and drinking. In the world of business, investors gain 309 billion naira on 26 stocks. In sports, Super Eagles dropped in FIFA ranking. In the world of entertainment, Davido set for Coachella debut. Now the news in full. Rivers State, where sole administrator Ibok Ete Ibas has officially handed over to the reinstated governor Siminalayi Fubara. In his final statewide broadcast, Ibas urged residents to to support Governor Fubara as he resumes leadership. 6 months ago, President Bola Tinubu suspended Fubara and declared emergency rule in the state. Yesterday, the president lifted the emergency rule and reinstated Fubara. In the meantime, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi has criticized President Bola Tinubu over the suspension and reinstatement of Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and members of the State House of Assembly. In separate statements on X, Atiku called the suspension unconstitutional and said there was nothing to celebrate in its lifting, describing it as a dangerous sign of crippling dictatorship. Peter Obi called the 6 months emergency rule a misstep and urged political leaders in Rivers State to learn from the episode, embrace peace, and move forward. Meanwhile, the Board of Trustees and Executive Committee of the Pan-Nigeria Delta Forum, that is PANDEF, have welcomed the lifting of the state of emergency in Rivers State, calling it the dawn of a glorious day. In a statement today, PANDEF urged political leaders and residents to unite, leave the past behind, and work towards the state's collective progress. The forum expressed hope for a return to normalcy and renewed development under Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his administration. Moving on, mixed reactions have trailed the end of emergency rule in Rivers State. Voice of the People TV's Desmond Anyanwu hits the streets of Port Harcourt to gauge public opinion on the development. He has more on this report.
Rule on March 18 following the political instability in the state. The declaration suspended the governor and lawmakers in the State House of Assembly. A cross-section of Port Harcourt residents who spoke to VOP TV on the 6 months of emergency rule in the state, which ended today, described it as a wasted period.
For me, I'm not expecting anything better than what Sim was doing in his return as a democratically elected governor. I'm not expecting much. You know why? Because those who influenced his suspension are my fears. They are going to influence every activities. Look at what has happened in the state, a state where an individual will walk in to a hall as a PDP member and come out as a APC member, and then just in the name of structure, just to cage the governor. That is what I feel that has happened. So with this arrangement so far, I don't think the governor coming back is going to be the governor that we know. But the same person that we elected, that is the truth. But it may not be that same person that was doing things that people were happy and calling him the man of the people.
This sole administrator come on board. He made a promise that he's not here to do any construction, he's not here to build anything in the state. He has just come to do his sole administration and go away. So we're happy that Sin is coming back. The sole administrator should give a proper account so that they can be able to control the budget, the abundant budget that Sin Fubara have already signed into contract.
Also speaking, the deputy governorship candidate of Labour Party in the 2023 general elections in the state, Engineer Sam Kenani, said the 6 months emergency rule was nothing but a state capture.
Of course, it's obvious that nothing has changed from the day he came to take over in Rivers State. I mean, positive change. There has been no positive change. All what we have been seeing is a continuous deterioration of the environment. If you go to the roads, almost every junction where they were constructing roads, they are all impassable. Then if you go to the markets, all those markets that they operate along the road, the people has covered it. You see a lot of refuge everywhere in the state. And Rivers State that used to be the garden city now is a garbage city.
A public affairs analyst, Dr. Eric Obi-Thomas, described it as a total collapse of governance in the state.
I see it as a misnomer. First and foremost, I must speak. I'm a Rivers man, I must speak. There are lapses here and there. And I just pray that those lapses continue or end poorly. So if you ask me that question, I would say, democratically, many things went wrong.
A legal luminary, Barrister Innocent Eku, said everything about the declaration of emergency rule in the state was illegal and not known to law.
None of the elements that should warrant declaration of emergency rule happened in Rivers State. Therefore, the entire exercise is an illegality imposed upon we, the people of Rivers State.
Barrister Eku said the socio-economic life of the state has completely collapsed, subjecting the people into an untold hardship. In Port Harcourt, Desmond Anyao, VOP TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Desmond Ayon, for that report. Away from that river story, the Nigerian Air Force says airstrikes under Operation Hadin Kai have killed scores of terrorists and destroyed their enclave in Borno State. Director of Public Relations, Air Commodore Ehimian Ejodame, told newsmen in Abuja that the strikes targeted terrorists in the Bula, Madin, Bali, and Gesuwa areas. Intelligence confirmed about 45 terrorists converging there, some arriving on motorcycles and bicycles. Ejodame said the attacks disrupted the terrorists' ability to regroup or launch further assaults in the northeast. He assured that the armed forces remain committed to restoring peace and stability in the region. Away from that report, Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited, NECO, has called on security personnel to keep upgrading their satellites and tech skills to meet the demands of modern warfare. Speaking at a satellite training in Abuja, Managing Director Jane Egatan Idahen, represented by Deputy GM Ibieye Ukoko, stressed the growing role of technology in national defense. Participants were drawn from the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Nigerian Intelligence Agency. The training aimed to boost the understanding of satellite technologies and their military applications. Coordinator Nkem Ume urged attendees to engage fully, especially in the practical use of emerging satellite systems. Moving on, there are reports that says that the President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide, John Azuta Mbata, has urged the federal government to release detained IPOB leader Nnamdi Kano to enable him to seek proper medical treatment. In a video message, Azuta Mbata also called for a political solution to the issue, saying the continued detention offers no real benefits to the government. He further urged Igbos across the country to participate in the ongoing voter registration and collect their PVCs. And now to some legal matters. The National Industrial Court has issued an interim injunction stopping the Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers Union, NUPENG, from blocking roads or disrupting operations at the Dangote Refinery, MRS Oil Nigeria, and MRS Oil and Gas. The court also barred NUPENG and affiliated driver unions from launching or enforcing any strike action. Justice Emmanuel Subilim gave the order following an expert aid motion filed by the refinery's lawyer, Judge Ibrahim. The judge ruled that failing to grant the order could cause irreparable damage to the refinery. Ibrahim had urged the court to compel NUPENG members to continue petroleum trucking services to the affected companies and the public pending the hearing of a motion on notice. Still in the news, the Lagos State Police Command has launched an investigation into a viral video allegedly showing students of Excel College Ejigbo drinking alcohol and smoking in the school's boys' hostel. Police spokesperson SP Abimbola Adebisi said the incidents happened in April, but only surfaced online recently, sparking public outrage. She added that the Commissioner of Police, Olorundare Jimoh, has directed the state's Criminal Investigation Department to take over the case. The school's principal had earlier been invited by the Ejigbo Police Division Adefarasin urged school authorities, parents, and guardians to step up supervision of students and assured residents of the police commitment to maintaining order in the state. You're still watching the Midday News right here at Voice of the People Television. Now let's go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us to make sense of this story and more is Mr. Adefarasin, a seasoned reporter and a public and political affairs analyst. Mr. Adefarasin, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, David.
All right, thank you for joining us. Let's jump into the stories. I want to start off with this very disturbing video that circulated social media just a couple of days ago. And of course, it's been said that this video was from April. And I'm talking about the video that showed young students, boys precisely, drinking alcohol and of course smoking in a hostel of Excel College. First off, from your perspective, even though the police has said we are on this, we've set up people to take over and of course investigate properly. From your position, even as a father, when you saw that video, I don't know if you had the privilege of seeing that video.
I saw it.
What was your mindset of
immediate reaction?
Immediate reaction on that particular video, first off.
Honestly, I was disturbed when I saw that video. I was disturbed because I understand what it means for teenagers to abuse substance. And the social implication, even economic implication of such things.
Okay.
Because when I watched the video, I watched it about 4 times to clearly analyze this as a psychologist.
Well, that also happened to me as well because I had to saw it over and over and over again.
I needed to know if these people are first-timers or they are chronically involved in this.
And then there was 1 or 2 persons who were being molested,
sort of being coerced
to do the same thing.
You know, thank God you also took time to study, because some people would have just watched it in passing, you know, and then just conclude. So as somebody who is a social scientist and a psychologist for that matter and a communicator too, I knew that this is just one of those things that had been happening elsewhere.
Okay.
In schools, particularly those schools, private schools that have boarding facilities. And it now calls to question the level of permissive attitude that you experience in these private schools.
Okay.
And lack of supervision from supervisory agencies like Ministry of Education in these states.
Okay.
Now, those guys didn't just happen on such thing. And even their body structure, the way they smoke, the way they puff, suggested that they've been in it for a while. And now, you can't even categorically state that what they are drinking is alcohol. It must be a mixture of some other substances that will make them high. You see, alcohol would only reduce your response rate, your reflective attitude, the way you react to. There's always a delayed. That's why when somebody has taken too much alcohol, the speech becomes slurred. But alcohol will not make you that hyperactive. It must be a substance beyond alcohol.
Even as a young person?
Yes. Alcohol will not give you stability. Alcohol will distort your gait.
Okay. So sorry to cut you here. At the point where you did mention the supervisory role of the Ministry of Education in the state, I was taken aback, and what comes to mind is, what about the supervisory role of the school itself, Excel College? Because they have dormitory teachers and, of course, people who are supposed to be supervising the students. So where is the role of these people, and how did they get to that level where the students are now given I see what in that video. I see a free-for-all movement.
You see, when I located it within the president of the states, you understand, is the fact that there are 3 tiers of government.
Okay.
Local, state, and federal. The local government is supposed to take care of primary education.
Right.
The state, secondary education. And there is concurrent involvement at the tertiary level, where you have state universities and federal universities coexisting, where you have the state governor as visitor for state university, and then the president as visitor for federal university. In this case, we are talking about a secondary school, which falls exclusively under the supervision of the state.
Of the state.
Now, how much of monitoring do we have from the Inspectorate Division of the Ministry of Education to deter these people from allowing this to happen?
Okay.
If you know that somebody is watching from afar, it serves as deterrent. The school authority is guilty because you are supposed to have house masters. That's what they are called.
Right.
To be in charge of each of these dormitories. Who can happen on the dormitory without notice?
Okay.
And usually a male for male hostel and a female for female hostel. So you won't come and accuse him of barging into your hostel when you are not properly dressed.
All right. So to jump off the story, really, from what you've mentioned, and I'll stay with the supervisory part of this conversation, is there a possibility that the Ministry of Education in Lagos is overwhelmed with activities that would have deterred them to get into this level of realization? And of course, even on the part of the school as well, are they also overwhelmed to not have noticed these? Because like I said earlier, from that video, it never ever looked like a first-time situation.
I said it wasn't a first-time situation.
So are they overwhelmed to have not uncovered this whole situation before now?
Another thing again is that you cannot take away the fact that the principal, the house master, if there is any, couldn't have been complicit in this.
Okay.
And why I said it could be complicit, it could be aiding and abetting this. Is the fact that
those substances that they took.
The fact is, hostels are meant to be inhabited by students.
Right.
The housemaster is supposed to do periodic, unannounced check on the students. For instance, when it is bedtime, you switch off the light and you come into the hostel and find out that everybody's on bed. As a matter of fact, if this thing had happened, that means these students were sneaking out of campus to procure what they were using in that particular video.
Which also would leave the security operatives in the school.
In the school, culpable.
Okay.
So it's a whole lot. But the implication is, for God's sake, we are in serious trouble if this is the kind of people that we refer to as leaders of tomorrow.
Quite unfortunate.
Abusing drug at teen. So by the time they get out of school, out of university, and these ones will carry it over to their university.
Well, unfortunately, really, that seems to be the situation. And hopefully, just like the State Police Command has said that they're on it, we're hoping that something holistic is coming. But
there's a caveat here. I want to ask, how many of these will be happening on daily basis in the various, at least there will be over 400 private schools in Lagos State. How much of it can the police capture?
That's why I asked you earlier, Mr. Fanimo. Is the security operative, not just the security operatives, the Ministry of Education, who is supposed to carry the supervisory role that you mentioned earlier, if they are overwhelmed and need more help?
This is where.
That's why I asked the question I asked earlier.
This is where training and retraining should be emphasized.
On the path of who are you referring to now? Guardians? Parents? Teachers?
I'm talking about if the Ministry of Education had organized training for principals on the likelihood of these things happening, they would come back to replicate it in their school.
All right, then.
And then it becomes a kind of alert for us to be proactive and not reactive.
Okay.
You understand?
I get that now. Let's get to another conversation, Mr. Fanimo. Interestingly, the presidency has lifted the ban, the state of emergency order in Rivers State, and of course, it will not go without a reaction. Former Vice President and of course presidential candidate of PDP has said, look, this is one too many when it comes to the abuses of office, like they termed it. And of course, the person of Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, also has criticized the president over the suspension and reinstatement of Siminalayi Fubara into government as the governor of the state. Now, with separate statements coming from Atiku and of course Obi, what's your general overreaction about this state of emergency reinstatement of Fubara into the government house?
You see, I said this earlier today that whatever is happening in River State is just a momentary victory that is not likely to last. Because there are landmines strewn on the path of Fubara. He went into an agreement that brought about emergency rule when he was contesting election. Now, he didn't learn from that. He has also gone into another round of agreement, which is not something except he wants to just sit on that seat and let another person rule. And the optics are very clear. The State Assembly is not on your side.
Okay.
Your godfather is not on your side. They brought them together on the basis of compromise. Compromise at the expense of Rivers people. And now you are coming back. How are you going to navigate 27 against 4?
Now another conversation, Mr. Fanimo, is the fact that the man who was at the helm of affairs during this 6 months have been asked to give account of everything that was spent during his time. Is there a possibility that he would be giving account to either the state governor or the presidency? Because you would recall that he got some figures to manage the affairs of the state when he was around. And some state players have said, look, nothing was done during his time as the state administrator. Who should be held accountable for that level of accounting for what happened in River State in the past 6 months?
Soldiers are not amenable to giving account.
But he should definitely give the account to the president.
Ordinarily,
right.
He should give account. And then who are you supposed to hold accountable? The House of Reps does oversight function over Ibas as sole administrator. How much of that was done during the 6 months? At some point, there is a threshold beyond which Ibas cannot make deployment of funds without recourse to the National Assembly,
but
particularly House of Reps.
The National Assembly actually did call him, but he did not honor those invitations on 3 occasions. I think he just did once, and then it was more
He came in once. But what we are saying is, ordinarily, there should be a subcommittee in the House specifically raised to watch over what goes on in River State, to put a check to whatever perceived excesses that Ibas may exhibit. Well, maybe there was one, but I can't recall knowing or having it in the news that it happened.
Right.
2, you see, somebody who is not from that state, who probably had never lived in that state, who does not understand how the stakeholders manage the state, who does even, the only thing he knows is to carry gun. The level of administration he got into was chief of naval staff.
Right.
You understand? So there is more to it than when you have to govern a whole state, that you don't even know the culture, the nuances, the tradition, the trajectory, the needs of people of that state.
Anyways,
and 6 months is too short to build on infrastructure, existing infrastructure.
Well, with taxpayers' money being allocated to him, I would not want to go that direction.
What makes you think that the allocation approved by the National Assembly Committee was overhead and not capital?
So you think because it's overhead, there is a possibility that
overhead will only capture salaries, emoluments, and running of the state, and probably security vote for him to be able to manage security, which was the primary aim of sending him to that place.
Anyways, because of time, really, let's jump into another conversation. Still talking about security matters. Interestingly, the Nigerian Air Force has railed out a major gain, particularly on the airstrikes under Operation Hardin Kai, that have taken out scores of terrorists in their enclaves in Borno State. A lot of persons have said this is a major move, and of course, I personally would want to say yes, it's a major move. But looking at the situation in the Northeast, Mr. Fanimo, from your perspective, these kind of airstrikes, again, some would say it goes beyond the eye, because some quarters have said that some civilians were also affected in this airstrike. Is there a possibility that something like that would have happened and then the Nigerian Air Force is not giving out the clear picture?
You see, let me tell you, in air raid, there's no way there won't be collateral damage. Okay. Because you are not going to call the innocent to evacuate the 0 point you want to attack. What comes to your mind is decimate, the command is decimate this area to cripple these insurgents. And if you are unlucky to find yourself within that radius, so be it. In the first instance, this is not in the city. It's deep in the forest. So even if you are an innocent civilian, what were you doing at that time in that location? It's either you are aiding and abetting criminals in that place, which are terrorists, or you are a supplier.
But there are concerns about the fact that, yes, this is not the conventional war that the military will be going into. Of course, if it's a conventional war, you know, this is my enemy, I'm striking. But these are people who have decided to live within the areas where civilians also reside. So you just mentioned collateral damage.
It couldn't have been a place where civilians reside.
But we've seen several situations.
Look, these are professionals. Air Force pilots are professionals.
Yes.
One.
But
two, listen, let me tell you, there was a time they went to Arepo to clear Arepo. Nobody reported that innocents were killed. That's why, you see, there could be errors in the past. That I know what you are referring to.
Exactly.
There could be errors.
I was going to go there as well.
In this case, it's deep into the forest, not where residents, civilians reside. And there is a 0 point. And 0 point of attack. You are not going to announce to this dissident, this terrorist that you are coming. Obviously, they ride on motorbikes. They will disperse.
Right.
So you have to catch. And the greatest element of war is surprise. Remove surprise from war, you are left vulnerable. So for me, the Air Force has done what we are expecting and what we also expect them to continue to do. At least to rid our country of these miscreants. You imagine Gumi going to their enclave, having meetings with them, showing the optics and all that. That means if given the clearance, the order, Air Force would have dealt with this. Most of these places are difficult terrains for the infantry or even armor corps to penetrate.
I was going
and so Air Force is the most plausible attack.
I was going to go into that conversation of Sheikh Gumi going into the enclaves and, of course, having a conversation and still coming back to Nigeria to say, look, this is what it is for you to manage and navigate this insecurity with these bandits. What's your position with that kind of conversation? That it's said worldwide that nations, sovereign nations, do not negotiate with terrorists. But it's looking like that seems to be what is playing out here. Even though the presidency has said to all of her service chiefs, the marching order is for you to clear out all of these people and make sure our country is safe. But from the position of one going to have a conversation with these people, is there a possibility, according to supporters now, that the intel that our national securities operatives have is not as solid as what it's supposed to be?
It is absolutely solid.
So what is now the
question is, our politicians, do they have the political will to go the whole hog?
Oh, now this is political will.
Political will. The same terrain that they didn't allow Air Force to get to is where they are getting to now, and they are making maximum gain. You think Air Force will not know and be able to locate? Because these people, they use telephone. It's easier for them to track. But if you don't give order, military is not like civilian, where you use your discretion. If you use your discretion, it backfires. It's treason. So they have to be very careful until the right order comes. That's when they strike. If you put a soldier in front of this building and there is no order and there is no veritable threat to his life, if you slap him, he will just look at you and look the other way. But that minute, if there's an order, a supreme order that says fire, he will fire.
All right, then. Again, we want to congratulate and salute the bold courage of our naval security operatives and, of course, the Army in general. Let's jump to another story, Mr. Fadimo. Interestingly, there is the conversation about Nnamdi Kanu, who is presently not feeling too well in detention, and there are calls for him to be granted permission to seek for good treatment, possibly at the National Hospital in Abuja. But again, calls from several quarters have come to the federal government to find a way to release this man to gain some good treatment. And of course, one of those calls is the Ohanaeze Ndigbo, who has said at this point, let's see how we can make this work. What's your position with this call for Nnamdi Kanu to be released on health grounds for him to attend to his health? Because again, his health is of top priority. I mean, you cannot continue to hold a man who is definitely sick in custody.
You see, one, I am not a medical doctor to be able to hazard guesses as to what ails Nnamdi Kanu in detention. And I'm very sure that he's a prized suspect within their custody. And I'm sure that they will not toy with his health.
Right.
So I'm sure they would get the best of doctors to attend to him based on his ailment. And I expect that what they should push for is for his private doctor appointed by the family to gain access to him and do a thorough examination if it requires taking samples from him for tests, laboratory tests, to ascertain the level of the ailment as it ails him. And then if it's something that cannot be treated within the confinement of DSS, then you move him to the National Hospital. It's not just sounding the red herring that will make DSSS or authorities to just take him to National Hospital.
Right.
Because you know the level of involvement of some players in the life and existence of Nnamdi Kanu, you know. And so, what if he's taken to the National Hospital and there is an attack that could become catastrophic?
So you're talking on the part of his security as well?
They have to consider his security and ensure that if they have to take him out, they can take him to military hospital where there will be adequate security, but not to an open place. DSS will not accede to that.
All right, then. Let's talk about his continued detention and of course, the fact that it's not been expedited to a logical conclusion. What do you make of that?
Now, you see, last year, late last year, to be precise, I was confident that Kano will soon be released.
Yes, you were very optimistic about it.
You know, and I was saying that we shouldn't go through the route of the courts. Now, any delay in releasing Kano today, even beyond 2027, will be hinged on the pendency of his case in court. Whereas what I was advocating for then was for us to find a political solution to this problem, so that this man can be released to have a life of his own. But people were saying, no, he shouldn't beg, he shouldn't do this. But the man is human. How many years has he spent now, and not even on conviction? If he had been convicted, he would now know that, yes, I'm serving my time.
All right, then. Because of our time, I'm being told that we are running out of time. In one sentence, National Industrial Court's given a straight order to Nupeng to try not to stop anything in Dangote Refinery, of course, MRS Oil and Gas as well. Your position?
Nupeng and PTD should rein in their people.
Otherwise, the National Industrial Court has just given an order.
That's what I'm saying. Even without the court order, they should rein in their members. These are extortionists. Pure and simple.
All right, then. I think that's about where we need to anchor this analysis segment. And I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Adefarasin for being here and, of course, lending his voice. Mr. Adefarasin is a seasoned reporter and also a public and political affairs analyst. Once again, thank you so very much, Mr. Fani.
It's always my pleasure.
All right, then. The rest of the midday news will continue shortly, just after this quick break. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. President Donald Tinubu has expressed deep condolences to the families of victims and staffs of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, United Capital, and United Bank for Africa following Tuesday's fire at Afriland Building on Broad Street, Lagos Island. 7 persons have been confirmed dead, including 4 FIRS employees who were rushed to hospitals after evacuation. In a statement by his special advisor, Bayo Ononuga, the president sympathized with the affected organizations and wished a speedy recovery to those injured. He also praised emergency responders for their swift and responsible action during the evacuation. Moving on, First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has urged nations to embrace peace and mutual understanding amid rising global tensions. She made the appeal during a private meeting in Abuja with Qatar's ambassador to Nigeria, Ali bin Ghanem al-Hajri. Reacting to recent attacks in Doha, the First Lady called for prayers for peace and a firm stand against war provocations. Their talks focus on strengthening ties between the Renewed Hope Initiative and Qatar Foundation, especially in promoting the Al-Majiri education system and addressing out-of-school children in Nigeria. Ambassador al-Hajri thanked the First Lady and Nigerians for their support and commitment to peace during these challenging times. And now to some education matters. Kano State has emerged as the top-performing state in the 2025 NECO Senior School Certificate Examination. Governor Abba Yusuf made this known through a statement by his spokesperson, Sanusi Dawankin Tofa, crediting the achievement to ongoing education reforms and sustained investments in the sector. According to the governor, 68,159 candidates in the state secured 5 credits and above including English and mathematics. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to free uniforms, furniture, learning materials, classroom renovations, and continued recruitments and trainings for teachers. The governor also noted that 31% of the state's 2025 budget was allocated to education, underscoring his reform agenda. Elsewhere, after Monday's sit-at-home observance by some schools in Anambra State, full academic session has taken off in earnest. Correspondent Sochima Promise, who monitored activities, in some schools in Oka, has more on this report.
News visited Kennedy Memorial Secondary School, Oka, today. There was notable excitement on the part of both teachers and the students. While the students pledged to put in more effort and being intentional towards their studies, the teachers were also optimistic that the new section will be better than the previous ones.
It's a good thing we resume, so we all feel good to be back to the school again after such long back. It's up to me as the students to be more focused, to be regular in class, not to miss my class, and to be serious with my studies.
I feel very happy after the long vacation and everything that happened. I'm very happy to resume with my classmates and my friends. And we're working very hard to make a better result by the end of this section, expecting to make our parents proud and our society.
I'm expecting a smooth sail. I pray that God will give us the strength, both the teachers and the students, to have a very wonderful term. We wish to, have the best results this term. By the end of the term, we wish the students to perform very well academically, and we will achieve that by putting in our best as teachers to make sure that we achieve that.
Our focus is that we pray that God will help us in these students, because we are targeting to move forward to get what we want, especially the SS3s. So we are trying our best. We are giving them what they're supposed to know. So our target is section 2025/2026 section, that Kennedy Memorial Secondary School, Oka, will be in the top. So that is our target.
It's a new section. They are coming to a new class with a different topics, and not like second term or third term. With the help of God, I'm expecting that they all will do well. With the right mind, the right teaching, they will do well.
At Ikodiako Primary School, Oka, the pupils were busy with their academic activities when VOP TV News visited. Some of them who spoke expressed happiness that they have once reconnected with their friends and classmates. They also showed determination to be more studious.
I feel happy that we have resumed, and we resume with sound health and sound mind. And I feel happy that our pupils, our learners turned up in mass. And I'm happy that none of them, we did not lose anyone during the holiday. They all came back just as they left us last time.
I feel so happy that we have started a new section, a new academic year. I will give the children the best they need, and I pray that they reciprocate by doing the necessary things they need to do for a successful academic section.
The head teacher or class teacher has some words of advice to the pupils.
And I pray that my students will do their best, because last time we sent those that failed out of this school, and then advancing them to sit down. Let them know that the reason why they are here is for them to study and no other thing. So I pray that they will listen and they will obey the school rules and regulations, so that our efforts here be fruitful. And I know that God will be with us.
From Oka, Sochima Promise, reporting for VOP TV News.
Well, thank you so very much, Sochima Promise, for that report. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on another quick break. When we return, more stories in business, sports, and entertainment will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. Now to some business stories. The Nigerian stock markets closed positive yesterday, gaining 309 billion naira on renewed investor interest across 26 stocks. The all-share index rose by 489 points, or 0.35%, to close at 142,036. Market capitalization increased to 89.87 trillion naira. The oil and gas sector led gains with 2.6% rise, while consumer goods grew by 1%. The industrial goods sector edged up 0%. However, the insurance sector dropped 1.6% and banking slipped 0.2%. Total trading volume surged 142% to 1.005 billion units, valued at 24.65 billion naira across 23,281 deals. Still talking business, the African Development Bank has approved a $25 million equity investment in the Currency Exchange Fund to boost access to local currency financing across Africa. According to a statement on the bank's website, this aims to reduce foreign exchange risk for borrowers, especially in fragile and high-risk economies. Ahmed Ataut, Director of Financial Sector Development at the bank, said the investment will unlock more financing for MSMEs across the continent. And from business, we'll move straight to talking sports. Nigeria Super Eagles have dropped one spot in the latest FIFA World Rankings, moving from 44th to 45th. The updated ranking were released today on FIFA's official website. In July, the team had also slipped from 43rd to 44th. Still talking sports, the Super Falcons of Nigeria have praised Captain Onome Ebi for her outstanding contributions to Nigerian women's football following her retirement. Teammate Rasheedat Ajibade took to X to celebrate Ebi's leadership and legacy. From her start with Bayelsa Queens to shining on global stages in Sweden, Turkey, China, Spain, and Nigeria, Ebi showed that no dream is too big. She ends a 20-year national team career with 109 caps, the most by any Nigerian female player, and 4 African Women's Championship titles. In 2023, Ebi made history as the first African footballer to play in 6 FIFA Women's World Cups. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking entertainment. Nigerian Afrobeat star Davido is set to make his debut at the Coachella Music and Arts Festival in 2026. The newly released lineup shows Davido as the only Nigerian act billed to perform, with appearances scheduled for April the 11th and 18th at the Empire Polo Club in Indio, California. Headlining the festival are Sabrina Carpenter, Justin Bieber, and Karol G. Other features acts includes Young Thug, Major Lazer, Swahili, Teddy Swims, Giveon, and Centra C. Davido now joins a growing list of Nigerian artists like Burna Boy, Wizkid, Tems, and Seun Kuti, who have graced the Coachella stages. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Obudu Mountain Resort, formerly known as the Obudu Cattle Ranch, is a ranch and resort on the Obudu Plateau in Cross River State, Nigeria. It was developed in 1951 by M. Macaulay. Macaulay, a Scottish who first explored the mountain ranges. In 1949, he camped on the mountaintop of the Oshia Ridge on Sankwala Mountains for a month before returning with Mr. Hugh Jones, a fellow rancher, in 1951. And Dr. Crefeld Together, they developed the Obudu Cattle Ranch. Since 2005, a cable car climbing 870 meters from the base to the top of the plateau gave visitors a scenic view while bypassing the extremely winding road to the top. The resort is found on the Obudu Plateau, close to the Cameroon border in the northeastern part of Cross River State, approximately 110 kilometers east of the town of Ogoja and 65 kilometers from the town of Obudu in Obanluku local government area of Cross River State. It's about 30 minutes drive from Obudu town and also about 332 kilometers drive from Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Charter air service is available to the Bebi Airport, which lies between the village of Obudu and the resort. However, the airstrip is no longer functioning and the cable car has been grounded for a while now due to lack of maintenance. In 2020, it was reported that the governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, pledged to revive the cable car after successfully test running it for the Christmas period. Since then, life has returned to the ranch. The climate of the Obudu Cattle Ranch is semi-temperate mountain climate, which is the general weather condition experienced on the Obudu Plateau. Due to its 1,600 meters elevation, the ranch has in recent times seen an influx of both Nigerian and international tourists because of the development of tourist facilities by Cross River State government, which has turned the ranch into a well-known holiday and tourist resort center in Nigeria. It has a serene climate compared to other regions in Nigeria. Good morning! It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello, beautiful people, welcome to the show Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So today's episode is an interesting one, and it's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of gist and purpose. So please don't go anywhere, don't shake, don't move, sit tight while we ride together. And first on our list today, we're talking about Aproko doctor cautions women trying to conceive against fraudulent pregnancy scheme. Nigerian medical influencer Dr. Chinonso Gemba, popularly known as Aproko doctor, has raised alarm over a fraudulent scheme targeting women who are desperately trying to conceive. In a public adversary, he revealed that some questionable practitioners our facilities are deceiving women by discouraging them from undergoing ultrasound scans while administering drugs, especially hormones that mimic pregnancy symptoms such as bloating and swollen legs. You see, according to him, victims are sometimes shown fake ultrasound images and eventually handed babies they never actually carried, raising suspicions of child trafficking. He further referenced a recent African Eye investigation which exposed similar scams where women were exploited emotionally and financially under the guise of fertility treatments. Aproko doctor urged women to always seek second medical opinions, insist on proper diagnostic tests, and remain alert to suspicious practices to avoid falling prey to such dangerous schemes. See, a lot of things are happening. I know lots of women really want to get pregnant and stuff like that. So it's also good that when you actually go for scan, yes, you have to recheck. Go to another hospital, get to go undergo another scan to be sure if actually this is what it is. And you know, a lot of persons have actually, because a lot of things are happening in Nigeria, we just have to be very careful, you get. So a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning what Aproko doctor has said, because a lot of persons are in agreement with what he said. So please, let's take some comments. So Eze Kwesiri said, if this is a known fact, why aren't the culprits arrested and sued? Okay, you just can't get them like that. It's not an easy one, so it's that's it. So Hadi Nick said, baby factories did this Nigeria low-key. Is well, a lot of things are happening, like I said. You just have to be very careful, yes. So Nifemi said, for anyone reading this, may peace never leave your life. Nifemi, amen. Thanks to that. We have a lot of persons coming out to say things concerning what Aproko doctor has said. So Butter Scott said, is the labor and labor pains fake as well? Well, I don't know if people just fake, you know, I don't know, but I just feel that if you're actually pregnant, like you said, when you go for scan, you get to go to another hospital to check, because a lot trust me, a lot of doctors will be like, you know, and they won't tell you. It's scary. Things are happening every day and it's scary. Please, let's take more comments. So someone said, okay, now that's a good one, thank you for listening, at Supermon. And Amarachi said, I read a book about this. Damn, yes, a lot is happening. So Aproko also is trying to telling us that we should be cautious and we should be careful and we should be watchful. So in everything we're doing for pregnant women and also people that want to get pregnant and they've already started seeing the symptoms, please be careful and always know where you're registering, the hospital you're going to, and stuff like that. All right, that takes us to our next guest, and that happens to be a popular actress. Elma Mbadiwe has revealed how her kids surprised her with composure on their first day of school resumption. Please, I want to say this. See, children, they are gift from God, but the way you see the reason why Jesus said, leave the children, let them come unto me. There is a reason for that. But before let's just see this video, because we need to hear what she has actually come to say, what her child did. let's just see this video.
My children are not looking for me. I saw them dancing and playing with their classmates and their teachers. Nobody was crying. Nobody was even like, oh, where's that woman? Can you imagine? Child, what will I do with my life now? Send help. Guys, I went back to peep. My children are not looking for me.
Okay, we've seen what she said. Her children are not even looking for her. Please, let me tell you the truth. When they are home, yes, they will miss you. But what, trust me, for the first time your child is going to school, some they don't even want to know. They will just, as far as they've seen their fellow kids, you know, with the smile and everything, they'll forget about you. They'll just be playing. They will be playing, so don't worry. It's a normal thing. So a lot of moms and people that have also experienced something like this has actually come out to say things concerning that. So please, let's take some comments. So someone said, this was my daughter. She started school at age 3, so I think she was ready to leave the house. Oh my God. So she's never missed school and she goes into uni in a few weeks. Oh wow, God bless and keep our babies. Amen. So someone said, real Lovett Ujunwa just put a laughing, please Ujunwa, that laugh, that symbol is very good, because I can imagine you try to, you know, your child shows this emotional stuff like, I miss you mommy, I do this, I do that. Just carry that child to school. When that child sees his or her fellow kids and children around them, they just forget you. They won't even know if you are even, you know, existing. But it's all good. Don't worry. God will help us. Please, let's take more comments. Oh my, we have a lot of persons coming out to say things. So Dynasty Glow said, my baby cried fire today. Her twin was so looking at. She no green me. I run come up for class. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. Yeah, sorry for that. But that's how babies are. Oh, Ora2 said, having independent kids at an early age is so emotional. You can live without me. Please. Is the having independent kids for me. Please, they are independent. Just leave them. Let them enjoy themselves in school. When you come back, because even you say, okay, trust me, there are some mothers that will have kids at home and they'll be praying that, God, please, let me just take these children to school. Because, oh, Jesus. You will see different types of drama in the house. And I wonder how... But it's all right. Let's take more comments, please. So someone has said, they love school, yes. They must have been bored at home. The new environment was the catch. Of course, when they get to meet new friends, make new friends, it's lovely. So someone's food shopper said, my nephew no cry. He was excited to go to school. It's his first day ever in school. You know, your first day is always, you meet new friends and stuff like that. Well, for the mothers, God is your strength. All right, that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be a businessman sparks debate online with his thoughts. A businessman has come out to say that most of the things people are grateful to God for, they had to sing to get them. See, a lot of things is happening, trust me. And another thing about being patient, it's key. You are praying for God for something. You want God to do something for you, and you're getting another means of getting that stuff, and that means which you're trying to get that stuff, it's not the right way. So well, let me just reserve what I want to say for now, and let's take some comments, because a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning what this man has said. So please, let's take some comments. So Noni like Ray said, make we no lie, you get plenty things we dey thank God for, we actually cut corner gets, and it's true. Sometimes na grace cover am, no be say God approve the hustle. Real blessings know they need wahala or shortcut. This also says his mercies they speak even when we know to deserve them. And trust me, the mercies of God, yes, it's what is actually helping everyone. See, you get to do something. You get to do something and you're not doing it the right way. See, the blessings of God make it rich and added no sorrow. So trust me, that particular thing that you're doing, and you feel that it's now, you yourself, you know that it's not right, and you're trying to, cut corners and get it. Last, if you check out well, if you know balance well, because God's blessings is always different. When He comes, He's there. Trust me, when He comes, He's there, and everybody wait there around yourself will even feel Him. So please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of persons coming to say things concerning this. So Stan Otto said, is well. So VLT 1827 said, of course. Son AKPS said, is well. Timo Sterling said, where is the lie? It's not a lie. A lot of persons really pray for God to give them, they would need a particular testimony, they want a particular testimony, and at that moment, you were trying to cut corners just to get it. I don't just know. My thought though, why then do you ask God for those things? Why? Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. AD Van said, the testimony, that's God's good. See, okay. True. Nima said, very true. Planet UBLA said, small girl, big God. Okay. Is the small girl, big God for me? All right. Especially, I get where that Planet is coming from, but it's okay. So someone else said, God shouting, when your boy cash out saying, God, your sugar daddy open business for you, you say it's God all the way. Anyway, make I find one, put myself. It's well with you at Aura too. So Tokwe Heritage said, see, I've already said this before. If you are talking to God for a particular thing and a particular breakthrough, and you're asking God, God, I need this, trust him. He just needs you to trust him. And I tell you, you where you go, they put your trust for where man they trust it. Surely they go fail you, but now only God knows if fail. So why don't you wait? Maybe that moment he doesn't want you to have that particular thing, and you're just cutting ways to get it. And trust me, it won't even last. So you see, you just have to be very mindful. And if you've asked God for something, wait patiently and hold on. He will be there to help, and he will be there to grant you your heart desires. Yes. So that takes us to our next gist. A woman has revealed that you cannot be depressed if you visit Nigeria. Well, this Nigeria, this country we did, well, we have a lot of gist. So let's take some comment. Let's see what she actually has to say about Nigeria that made her to make that kind of statement that you cannot be depressed when you're in Nigeria. Let's see that.
You just need to travel to Nigeria, guys. I thought I was depressed. But once I booked that flight to Nigeria, I'm no longer depressed. So you're not depressed. You just need to come to Nigeria. Guys, yeah, you're not depressed. You just need to travel to Nigeria. You are not depressed. You just need to travel to Nigeria, guys. I thought I was depressed.
So to everybody, I'm talking to people abroad. If you are depressed, please come to Nigeria. You are not depressed, just come to Nigeria. Just come to Nigeria, so you will not be depressed. So please, a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning what she has said. So let's take some comments. And someone said Nigeria is a good place if you have money. Yes, so we did money. If you have money and you're in Nigeria, you'll be enjoying yourself. So yes, that's true. So Just Pearl now said, don't ask Nigerians this question. All right, Just Pearl, we don't hear. So Ekene Udemadu said, don't come back later, come they talk, say you get Mele for somebody and need child support. It's where we have a lot of comments, so please let's take more. A lot of comments. So someone has said, better, okay, I'm proud of Nigerian brothers, always representing. Una don't do too much, depression come out, is well with you at Ibiso Pedro. And someone, official Revol said, Niger boys don't come out this one. Is well with you. At Big Star said, Omo, but trust me, see Nigerians, we are good. If you did Niger, surely, if you even have a Niger brother, a Niger sister, abroad, all those stuff like that, trust me, they will always want to be your friend because, we Nigerians are special. We are special breeds. We are different. Yes, that's why we are different. We not just be Niger from Mount. Yes, and that's true. So we have our next gist, and that happens to be Singapore Okoye, popularly known as Rude Boy, has stirred conversations online after sharing a fresh perspective on financial dynamics in relationship. During a recent post on Instagram, Rude Boy said, I know men are meant to do everything, responsibilities and all, but the biggest flex is when your woman once in a while, in a blue moon, takes care of some certain things, and that's a massive flex. And he urged that Although society typically expects men to shoulder most responsibilities, there is something special and empowering about a partner stepping up occasionally to help lighten that load. Reactions from netizens has been mixed, while some praise his view as progressive and supportive of shared responsibility. Others question whether it is reinforces stereotypes about what men ought to do. So I still say this concerning marriage. If you are in a relationship or you're married, it's not a one-way thing. You get, it has to be this, flow between you and your partner. If your partner is bringing in money and financially, you too, you're supposed to stand in and help out. It's not, men, I don't know how to put it. Definitely, we all know that women will love money, yes. But, women, we are also kind at that moment to help out and, but it's also good. There are some women that don't do that, but it's not, I don't think it's advisable, you get. So a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments on what Rude Boy has said to us. So Goody said, big one, especially when he's not doing nothing for her, but she's the one doing for him. It's love. That's all I can say. So someone, Chime said, some men no go still appreciate them. It's well. Nobody is perfect, you see. A lot of persons have different characters. Yes, you can't just expect this person to be this person, but it's also good that when the woman is also giving, also the man should also give too. It's just mutual. So it has to flow. So someone's artistry said, thank God you said meant, because they don't even do half, let alone all. Now, so respect them they find in doing nothing as well. Please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. And someone said, now from once in a while, my mama won't turn to lifetime. It's well, it's well. Supportive women are the best. Yes, I support you at Ruti XS. Supportive women are the best. So that takes us to another gist, and we're talking about Cardi B confirms pregnancy of 4th child with Stephon Diggs. American rapper Cardi B has confirmed that she is expecting her 4th child, making her first baby with her boyfriend, NFL star Stephon Diggs. The WAP hitmaker made the revelation during an interview with Girly King on CBS Morning, where she shared her excitement about the new addition to her family. Cardi B disclosed that the baby is due before her highly anticipated arena tour scheduled for February 2026. Speaking about her relationship with Diggs, she described it as supportive and uplifting, adding that she feels very strong and powerful as she juggles her career and motherhood. This announcement comes as a major highlight for fans who have followed her journey as a mother and global music star. Well, a very big congratulations to Cardi B. But we remember that she just divorced with Offset. So it's, well, I don't know what to say, but trust me, congratulations to her. Many people are happy for her, you get. So Iconic Nigerian, you see, many people are really happy for her, for the baby, but it's all good. Please, let's take some comments. We have a lot of people coming, her fans actually are coming out to say congratulations to her. So please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning her 4th child. So someone said nothing beats one papa date. I like him as well. So someone said, I'm here looking for one since please, if we should leave Cardi B alone, it's her choice. If relationship not be you do, you come on, not be by force. So please leave her alone. It's what she feels it's best for her. So that takes us to another gist, and that happens to be Nigerian music legend Tubaba clocks 50 today. Iconic Nigerian singer Innocent Uja Idibia, popularly known as Tubaba or Two-Face Idibia, has officially turned 50 today, September 18, 2025. The Afrobeat pioneer, celebrated globally for hits like African Queen, marks the golden milestone as one of the most influential figures in the Nigerian music industry. Fans and colleagues and well-wishers across the world have taken to social media to celebrate his contributions to music and his enduring legacy over the decades. And yes, congratulations to Two-Face Idibia on his new age. We wish him well and many more beautiful things to experience. Wow. So a lot of fans have actually come to say congratulations and happy birthday to Two-Face Idibia. It's a beautiful one. So we'll take a short break, and yes, when we come back, we have a guest joining us today. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Please don't go anywhere. Stay put till we come back.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And I'm your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Pressy. I'm sure you're enjoying yourself already. And yes, I am too. So, joining us today is a passionate gospel artist and anointed Nigerian musician known for her powerful voice and heartfelt worship leading. She serves with the sound of Many Waters Choir, the resident choir of RCCG, the Oasis Lagos, pastored by Nathaniel Bassi. She's a child of God with a burning desire to share the gospel of Jesus Christ to all corners of the world. She released her first debut single, You Are God, in 2020, touching many hearts with her music since then. She has continued to captivate audiences with a series of impactful releases, each showcasing her unwavering dedication to her craft. She continues to spread hope and faith through her anointed voice and powerful songs. And trust me, she is no other person than Mirabel Ekezie. Woo! Welcome to the show! Hey! She's excited. Tell me how you're feeling right now, because with all this smile, please, who would not see this smile and want to smile? Please, I'm smiling already.
Well, smiley too.
So how are you feeling?
Good.
How has it been for you throughout the week? You know, Monday, Tuesday. How have you been feeling? Yeah. Has it been busy? Has it been work? Have you had time to enjoy yourself? You know, go out?
Well, I'm going to say that I'm a workaholic.
Please. But they say all work and no play.
No play, yeah.
But if it's for the money, we don't mind. As long as you're going to later, you will share this money, and all of us will enjoy. Even our fans too will also enjoy it, because why not? So welcome to the show. So can we meet you, please?
Yeah, Mirabel Ekezie. I mean, you already said it all, you know. And I'm just a small girl that has a very big God, but not in. I mean,
yes, I know.
Literally, small girl that has a very big God. Yeah. I'm Mirabel Ekezie. I'm from Imo State. Yeah, I'm a graduate. I'm a music minister. And right now I'm a fashion designer.
Please.
Yeah.
Fashion. You know, clothes. I love clothes. Oh Lord,
I know.
Don't worry. We'll talk about this. So before we start what we have today, I would like to ask some questions. Yeah?
Okay, please.
Maybe out of the box, basically. So I know as a music minister, a lot of you guys have really faced criticism. So because I know a lot of persons have actually said they've heard rumors about themselves that really shocked them. I don't know if you've had such experience, and how was it like for you?
Well. I don't think I've gone through that part.
Okay.
Really, because in as much as I'm not a celebrity, I always say that I'm a gospel minister.
Yeah.
And as a minister, I follow God, you know, and I'm not trying to, I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to be popular.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be famous. I just want to do the will of God. That's all. And then in my corner, I'm not trying to do everything to make it, you know, to be famous.
Yes.
I'm just, you know, like, someone told me that I'm very consistent, and I'm like, really? Am I? I don't go out of my way
when the Holy Spirit leads me to, okay, it's time to release a song.
Yes.
I mean, I get songs all the time, and I know that most times money is also a challenge, you know, because you want to put out things. It costs a lot. Camera. I mean, I'm just going to give a very quick example. I did a live recording of late, and we spent nothing less than 10 million.
Wow.
Yeah, this is like last month. Yeah, last month we did live recording, and imagine that you're not working.
Yes.
You know, you don't have income, and that's when you start doing things that you're not supposed to do. You know, dabbling into other things, and that's what stirs, you know, rumors. Or maybe she's sleeping with this person, or she's doing this. But I've never had to go out of my way or out of my means. When I don't have, I rest. And they are not. Of course, there are moments when I'm like, I'll cry like, God, see my mate, you know. But one of the things God has always told me is just stay. I know that He's taking me through a process. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think I've been in that place where there's... I mean, the only thing you can say about me is maybe she's stingy. Of course,
because... I was talking about a story today about a man coming out to say that there are some things people actually pray to God for. Yeah. But they go another way in getting those things. I'm like, you see?
Yeah. Why? Yeah. Yeah, so I don't even bother myself. It's not like it doesn't bother me, but I don't go out of my way. And I got to a place in my walk with God where I realized that if I don't get it, God doesn't want it for me. Yeah, there were times when, I mean, I had to quit my job because I was working 9 to 5, and it was a lot for me. I couldn't do ministry, and I know that this is what God has really put in my hands. Yeah, I couldn't do ministry, and it was so hard. And for me, I felt like I heard God. Yes. It's time to stop, and I stopped. Hungry wanted to beat me. Like, there were days where legit. Yes. I didn't eat for days. Like when I say days, 4 days, 5 days, there's no food. Wow. And I got to that place, and I started telling God things like, if you want me to die hungry, it's fine. I got to that place, and that was when I feel like God wanted me to come to that place where where I rely on Him alone. At that time, that's when I got to that space, I knew that things just shifted for me. There was this day that I was already like 1 week, and I was just drinking water, drink Kyari, and for like 1 week, there's no food, no nothing. I wasn't even going anywhere. I locked myself like indoor. You know, I cut out friends, and yeah, so there was this, and I was like, God, you don't read as it is like this.
I can't even imagine myself like staying like
1 whole week
with only water.
Yeah, and what happened to me then was someone just came and knocked on my door and was like, Mirabel, what's up? Have you been around? Have you been having this urge? I feel like giving you food stuff.
Oh my!
It was real for me. And I accepted it, but I cried. I'm like, God, you are so real. So that's how I got to that place, that if it's not working out, then I know that it's not God. God doesn't want me to, or it's not time yet for it. So I don't push myself to do anything I want to do, and I'm trying to do it, and it looks like there's no headway. I mean, there are times when the devil can legit not want you to do those things that God wants you to do. But when I know that I've put in all, and I know that I'm a very sensitive person. Actually, spiritually, I'm sensitive to. I know when it's the devil, that's, you know, and if it's just natural things, and it's not just working, I just know that God doesn't want it yet, and I just let it go. And then when it's time, it comes on its own. It just comes on its own. Like my live recording, all I had to do was I just went to meet my pastor, Pastor Nathan Abasi. I mean, I thank God for him. Is my father.
Oh my! I'm sure he's watching you right now.
I just told him that sir, God has put a lot, you know, these songs in my mind, and I want to put it out. And he's like, okay, where do you want to use that? I want to use the church. You know, and he's like, oh, don't worry, go ahead. And I was giving everything that I needed. Like the church space, light. I don't have to, the only thing I have to do is just bring my guys. And then we recorded.
And you know, everything was just provided.
And it was just perfect. Prior to now, I've always wanted to do something that's really big. Trust me, it's really big. If I say 10 million, do you understand that it's big?
It's big.
But I'm always thinking about the money. How would I get the money? How would I get this? But when it is time, it just happens. It just happened. Yeah.
So I would like to ask this because I know your fans are also watching and they want to know, how did you even come about doing music, like gospel music, and why did you even choose gospel music? Because I saw your songs; they were deep. Seriously. So how did you get doing music, and why did you choose gospel?
Well, music is a gift for me. I didn't have to learn how to sing. So it's a gift for me. I started singing when I was like 2 years old. In fact, I was in, like the older people's choir. We have children choir. But I was,
You not already carry yourself, Lord.
No, actually, how it happened was we had this children's day in church, and our head pastor then came. It was like all this Igbo church,
Yes.
And our head pastor came and I did special number, and he was like, "Who is this kid that is sounding so mature?" And he's like, "Let her join the adult." Yeah, that's how my elder sister, like my very first sister, she was in the choir, and that's how they like. I just joined the adult choir, but that wasn't it. At that time, I listened to all songs. I would listen to secular songs. I would sing Celine Dion like this. That's my superstar. I was singing Celine Dion like this, and I was singing everything word for word. And I mean, my family is a music family. Everybody in my house sings. Does one or two in music. My mom too. And growing up, I got to a point where I started doing secular. I would do repertoires. I backed up for the likes of Iyanya, when Iyanya was still like up there, go to Abuja and all that. The last secular artist I worked with was Ninyola. Yeah, it was during that time when I was working for Ninyola, and I was also doing church too. I was in a church where I was singing and I was paid. Yeah, I was being paid as a singer. But it got to a point where I would sing and people were like, "Oh wow, you have such a lovely voice," and But there was a void. I felt like I don't want people to say you have a lovely voice. I want people to say that you sang, and I was blessed. I was healed. Something changed. So I got out of that place where it wasn't about. I'm like, what am I doing? And that was the time I just woke up one morning. I'm like, see this secular, I'm not doing it again. And that's how I stopped secular. And at this point when I stopped secular, I mean, secular used to bring the money. It does. It brings the money. Only one show like this, you travel out or,
money don't drop.
At that point, I could buy a car. And this was like my teenage years.
Wow.
Because, I mean, I told you I started singing like quite very early.
Yes.
Yeah. At maybe 13, 14, I was already in a church where I'm being paid. I'm paid to sing professionally.
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, that was it. I felt like there was a calling upon my life that I need to answer to. And I was like, okay, I'm not doing secular anymore. And that's how I stopped secular. And I don't regret, I've never regretted going into gospel because I have an understanding of what God has called me to do. I know that it's not going to be all rosy.
Yeah.
And, of course, I had to go through that part. And I'm loving where I am right now.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful. So I heard you saying you listen to Celine Dion a lot. So I want to ask this question. So who are your biggest influences in gospel and maybe outside, gospel music?
Number one has always been Tasha Cobbs.
Man, that lady's voice is divine.
Tasha Cobbs, Kimborel, grandmother. I discovered Kimborel. At a point, it became too hard for me because that one is something else. But then Tasha Cobbs was, my go-to. And over time, I started tilting towards Pastor Nathan Abasi.
Oh, yes.
I mean, for the spirituality, the deepness, like when you listen to a song and you're like, I'm crying. Yeah, and I've loved him for like a long time. Before I finally got to meet him. And I mean, he's my father right now.
That's so beautiful. So what are the challenges you've actually faced as a music minister? So because a lot of persons, music ministers, face challenges, maybe based on finances and other things. What has been your challenge through the journey?
Yeah. Well, for me, my challenge is, I mean, there are a couple of challenges, but the ones that stood out or stands out is being for God, like for real. Like for real. It's
like
not
that
easy.
feeling.
It's not easy.
Yes.
Is it's so easy to want to dabble into things. It's so easy to want to chase clout.
Yeah.
You know, every celebrity. I'm sorry, but if you even check my Instagram, you will not even see me post one picture with maybe one celebrity and everything. I don't know. Over time, it felt like I was being proud. But I don't think that's it. I think there were some things that God was just shielding me from. Because even when I was in secular, I didn't even have one picture with any of the artists that I've worked with, you know. I'm very reserved. I like my respect. You know, I've always been that person. I like my respect. So you will not see me, you know, and that's what I fear right now for the generation of this, you know, the singers that are coming up. There's just a lot of chasing of clout. Who will help me get there? You know, what's the next big thing? But I think for me, it's always been loving God genuinely. Like really loving God and relying on God. He's my source. He's my everything. When He says go, I go. Obedience.
So how's your faith shaped your journey so far? Because I know you've been saying it's not easy. I really need to know how it has shaped your journey, because getting to this point, it's a lot. So how's it led you?
I'm not going to say that there are not times when I've made one or two mistakes. Yeah, I mean, I've made few mistakes, but I've made mistakes that I feel like I would say to myself, I mean, the me now, I'll be like, I shouldn't have, you know, done that. You shouldn't have done this. But I know that in all things, it's God that has brought me through it. It's not even just about my faith or what I believe in or what I know. You can know it all, but if God doesn't help you. So I feel like God has helped me all throughout my journey. With everything that I faced, when there's no money, even to the point of, you know, men want like throwing money to your face. Really? I mean, yeah, I got to a place where not just men, married men. Like, yeah, they'll be like, you know, there's is it money that you want? And they'll just drop you know, and that's where my faith actually comes in. And like, I'm not going to do this because I know that is wrong. And you know how the Bible says that there's a repercussion for that. So my faith actually has helped me go through a lot of hurdles that I can confidently say that I passed through them. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's just the help of God.
So a lot of persons and your friends actually watching you right now, you know, a lot of persons want to, you know, maybe put in one or two to go into music and doing gospel. So what's your advice for them? What would you have to say to them right now, because they're watching you?
Honestly, read your Bible, pray every day. Pray every day.
You know those that I really sang that when I was in you know, primary school, and
as easy and primary school is and childish as it sounds. That's all you have. Read your Bible, pray. Prayer helps you. You can't do one or the other. It has to be both of them. The Bible just helps you. Guess what? When I got to the place where I started finding God, reading the Word of God it shaped me a lot. There are a lot of things that I'll see and I'll be like, mirror, this is it. You know how the Bible is like a mirror? Yes. It just shows you, you know, who you are. And then prayer helps you stay. It helps you stay focused. It just helps to align things for you. And I'm in a place like my church. You need to come to the Oasis. I'm sorry, it's not like I'm advertising. We pray and we read the word. We are practical. Thank God for personality and Abasi. We are very practical. It's a place where you experience God firsthand. Not anybody trying to, like, you know, cajole you or anything. It's just the word of God, and, you know, as it is, pure.
You say this, she has already said it. Pray. Please read your Bible. You want to be a gospel minister, and you need to pray. and read your Bible. It's very important. Thank you so much, Mirabel, for sharing your light with us today. I enjoyed myself, and I'm sure your fans and everybody, our viewers, to enjoy themselves. So to our amazing viewers, thanks for staying with us on Spotlight. It was a blast. Remember, if you're going viral or you're going global, stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Observed every 9th of September, the International Day to Protect Education from Attack highlights the impact of armed conflict on education and the need to uphold the right to safe learning spaces. The day, proclaimed by the United Nations, calls on governments and stakeholders to take concrete action to protect schools from attacks, abductions, and other forms of violence that disrupt education. Nigeria has witnessed repeated attacks on schools in recent years, ranging from kidnappings of students to the destruction of educational infrastructure in conflict-prone regions. Stakeholders warn that beyond immediate trauma, attack on schools deepen inequality, increase the number of out-of-school children, and weaken the nation's human capital development. This day also serves as a reminder that education is not just a service, but a lifeline for peace, resilience, and future opportunities.
We have to bring back the prestige the teaching profession used to have. While growing up, if you're a teacher, you're seen as somebody that is doing well. But now teachers are seen as a useless set of people. If that prestige comes back, we would see the Nigerian child learning better because teachers are encouraged. A recent news I saw yesterday, a governor said the teachers should go and clear grass in their schools. Do you expect those same teachers to have the morale to raise good students? No. Earlier this year, we had WAEC students writing exams as late as 10 p.m. with candles. We have to bring back the respect for the Nigerian children. These are the kids that will take care of us tomorrow. These are the kids that will take care of us tomorrow. If we do not give them what they deserve now, we would have a Nigeria that we as old people tomorrow would not be able to live in. This is why we have to pay attention to the Nigerian child. It is very, very important. Let's not even go to the areas where they have insecurities and all. That is a story everybody knows. But even in Abuja, we have teachers protesting that they earn less than the minimum wage. There are teachers that earn less than minimum wage in Abuja, and they've been protesting for months. Nobody's paying attention to them. And we have a state where the governor is saying teachers should go and clear grass. It is just not right. And we have to bring back whatever prestige, whatever respect that the education system deserves. It has to be brought back.
As the world commemorates the International Day to Protect Education from Attack, the message is clear. Schools must remain safe haven for learning, and protecting them is protecting the future. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Parents teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani. where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chests, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any dunas or officers who used hand signals to grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from the story where Spanish police say they have arrested 19 persons suspected of murder and torture after more than 50 went missing from a migrant boat that was traveling from Senegal to the Canary Islands. Police suspect some of the victims were accused of being witches after several incidents during the journey, including engine failure, bad weather, and food shortages. The wooden vessel was rescued south of Gran Canaria on 24th of August with 248 survivors on board, the Spanish National Police have said. But officials believe that about 300 persons were originally on the boat and that some had been thrown overboard. Survivors told police that some of their fellow passengers began attacking dozens of persons, beating and abusing them in various ways, according to the police statement. Moving on, a former defense minister and vocal critic of Togo's government, Marguerite Nankade, has been arrested, according to security sources. Nankade, the sister-in-law of long-serving leader Farid Nesnibe, recently called for his resignation and urged the military to stand with the people in ending decades of dynasty rule. She was arrested for serious acts, including her recent public appearance inciting the military to rebellion, a police source has told newsmen. Local media reported she was arrested by security forces at her home in the capital Lomé on Wednesday. Togo has recently been gripped by deadly protests calling for Gnasnibe to resign and release political prisoners. And from Togo, move straight to Guinea, where Guinea is set to vote on Sunday in a referendum on a new constitution that would permit junta leader Mamadi Doumbouya to run for president, something he vowed not to do when he seized power 4 years ago. Wednesday is the final day of campaigning for the referendum, the latest attempt at a political transition in West and Central Africa, where 8 coups between 2020 and 2023 reshaped the regional political landscape. A transitional charter adopted after the September 2021 coup said junta members would be barred from standing in the next national and local elections, but the new constitutions does not include that language. Doumbouya, who has not said what his plans are, his critics have criticized the referendum as a power grab. Exiled opposition leader Cellou Dalein Diallo has urged Guineans to boycott what he called a masquerade. Diallo's Union of Democratic Forces Party is currently suspended, along with ousted President Alpha Conde's rally of the Guinea people for failure to comply with administrative and financial disclosure requirements imposed by the junta. The party have not been permitted to campaign against the new constitution. In another development, Libya and Greece have held technical talks in Athens on maritime border demarcation and exclusive economic zones in the Mediterranean. The meeting was chaired by Libyan Foreign Minister Tahir al-Bar and his Greek counterpart, Grigos Gerapatris, according to Libyan Foreign Ministry. Both sides also discussed irregular migration and regional security issues, stressing the need for constructive cooperation to serve shared interests and support stability. Al-Bar underlined the importance Libya attaches to its historic ties with Greece and said Tripoli hoped to expand cooperation in all fields. Greek media outlet Tovima reported that Athens hopes the talks would lead to a framework and timetable for resuming formal negotiations after both countries previously set up technical committees to resolve the matter. Moving on, there are reports that says Ugandan State Minister for Primary Education, Joyce Muriku Kaduku, has assured Parliament that the pay gap between science and humanities teachers will be addressed in the coming financial year's national budget. Kaduku told Parliament there was already a commitment from government of Uganda that teachers at all levels be catered for, adding that this commitment is being factored into the budget for next financial year. Her remarks followed concerns raised by Abdulu Bayankunta Workers MP, who urged government to urgently convene an interministerial committee to address the welfare differences that have fueled industrial actions in schools. Well, still in Uganda, the Ugandan Parliament has received and referred two significant loan requests to the House Committee on National Economy for further examination. The loans, tabled by State Minister for Finance, Harry Muzazizi, aim to support critical infrastructural projects in the country. The loan request includes the $20 million loan from Badr, the Arab Bank for Development in Africa. Badr has offered a $20 million loan to upgrade the 16-kilometer Nebi Goli Road. Reports say that the project is expected to improve transportation infrastructure in the region, enhancing economic activities and connectivity. The African Development Fund has also proposed a loan of $126.96 million to finance the construction of the South Sudan-Uganda Power Interconnection Project, that's SUPIP. This initiative aims to reportedly strengthen energy cooperation between the two countries and enhance Uganda's power supply. Away from that report, the High Court in Kenya has stopped the Kenyan Parliament from forwarding the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2025 to President William Ruto for assent. The Thursday, September 18th ruling has dealt a major setback to MPs pushing to anchor the controversial National Government Constituencies Development Fund, as the NGCDF, in the Constitution. Justice Lawrence Mugabe issued conservatory orders halting the legislative process until a petition challenging the bill is heard and determined. He ruled that public interest lies in suspending the bill because once assented into law, it cannot be reversed except through another constitutional amendment. The bill, co-sponsored by Raredai MP, Otende Amolo, and Aina Koi MP, Samuel Chiponga, proposes to anchor three funds: NGCDF, Senate Oversight Fund, that's the SOF, and the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, that's the NGAAF, into the Constitution. But still in Kenya, an ordinary commute turned into an act of defiance when a bus driver stood his ground against a government official's SUV driving on the wrong side of the road. The strobe-lit vehicle tried to force the bus to yield, but the driver, backed by his passengers, refused to move. Eventually, the SUV was forced back into his lane. The incident has become a symbol of growing frustration among Kenyans over the misuse of power on the road. As the video went viral, many praised the driver's courage and called for equal enforcement of traffic laws, even for government officials. We are still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segments of the news this afternoon. And joining us to make sense of these stories and more is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and a public and political affairs analyst as well. Mr. Dele Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David.
All right, then. Also joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Dr. Opul Joseph. Dr. Opol is a fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam, Gulu University, and the directors, Opol Skilling Foundation, Africa. Dr. Opol, a very good afternoon to you. All right, I understand that he's not with us at the moment. Also joining us virtually, all the way from Kenya, is Mr. Charles Muse Munungi. Mr. Charles is a communication specialist, a podcaster, marketing and brand placement officer. Mr. Charles, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank
you so very much for joining us in this particular aspect of the African news. I'd like to start with you. Interestingly, a video trending all across Africa and, of course, in your country is about the bus driver, yes, that did stop a government official SUV for going on the wrong side of the road. First off, I want to find out what is the situation around that vicinity afterwards, and then how is this playing out amongst Kenyans in your country presently?
Kenyans are really worried about what's happening. They're not worried, they're actually happy. They were actually clapping for the driver, because what happened was there was a government official that was trying to pass and he was using the wrong side. This disturbs the traffic lanes because you see the lane, the traffic was on this way. The bus driver was on the wrong direction. So when you find that the bus driver was actually we find him as a hero, Kusababu, finding that this person was trying to use the wrong path because he was late for a meeting, and this bus driver just decided to block the entire way, is actually an act of courage that we actually support and we actually support. That's my take.
This conversation out of the studio here, Mr. Delifanimo, this is something that a lot would want to relate with, particularly in Nigeria. One time when the former governor, the person of Raji Fashola, did stop some persons who were trying to use the BRT lane.
A military officer.
Exactly, a military officer. Now, again, from your perspective, why do you think government officials, maybe military officers as well, to that direction when it comes to using the very road that every citizen is using?
It's just an air of impunity. When impunity strives for too long, it becomes the norm. And that's why you see them, they are so brazen about it, because they believe that because of my position, because of my power. It happened in Ghana recently.
Right.
You know? And you keep asking yourself, is it in our gene to violate laws that we sat together for the peace and tranquility of the society to make? And yet, those who are supposed to be the implementers of this law are the ones violating it. That Brigadier General that was accosted by former governor of Lagos State felt it was above the law because he was wearing uniform. Take away that uniform from him, it's like you and I on the streets.
Exactly.
So what you are technically doing is you are putting the image, the brand called Nigeria in a wrong optic by doing all that.
Now, to think again, like you mentioned earlier, he's a military officer, and when he travels abroad, he would have to follow.
You are talking about abroad. Once you leave Semeboda or Idiroko, do you know that the recalcitrant driver in Nigeria has a way of resetting his brain, knowing well that the gendarmes in the Republic of Benin will not take kindly to violation of rules. As a matter of that, over there, they don't even mount roadblock. If there's any infraction, all the gendarme needs to do is to blow his whistle. And woe betides you if you defy that order for you to stop. If the gendarme is compelled to chase you, to arrest you, the first 3 days will be spent in custody without interrogation. So an average Nigerian driver knows that this is what awaits him or her. As soon as he crosses the border, he behaves.
Those kind of impunity is not found in other countries?
It won't. For instance, my first time of going to South Africa, there is a tunnel. As a matter of, in South Africa, you hardly see policemen on the streets. When we talk of seeing policemen that carry guns. Now, when it is traffic light that controls traffic in South Africa, there's a particular tunnel between Joburg and Pretoria. That tunnel can only accommodate one vehicle at a time.
Okay.
You can't have both ways in that tunnel. And the rule is, once you stop for the other inflow traffic, you count 10 vehicles. At the point you count 10 vehicles, no vehicle will come from the other end of the tunnel because they know you don't need anybody to enforce it. And then you move from your side another 10 vehicles. And I was driving. I parked. They use right hand, not left hand. I parked. I wanted to see if there would be violation. I stayed there for 1 hour. There was no single violation. Intersections. There is a number of vehicles that comes through the left. After that, the ones from the right, you count them, and then you move.
In other words, everybody was aligning to the traffic rules.
Yes. So why would we not obey because there is no consequence for infraction?
Should there be, my next question to you should there be more stricter measures to traffic rules and offenders of traffic rules? Should there be more strict measures?
Are we looking at it from the context of the whole of Africa? Or
the whole of Africa, not just Nigeria, the whole of Africa.
You see, you don't need, laws are made for human beings. Human beings are not made for the law.
Okay.
It is the values you place on these laws that determines how best it would operate. If I had to break the law knowing that I can call the commissioner of police here, it would be easier for me to break the law. But if I know that I won't be able to call, when Fashola was here, in fact, if your vehicle is impounded, if you go to Fashola himself, once it's booked, he would rather use his own personal money to pay your fine. Instead of ordering, which he has the power to do, ordering the officer in charge to say, excuse me, release that vehicle. But he will never do that.
So it's about
it's about
the will. Existing laws.
Yes. You see, we are not bereft of laws across Africa.
Okay.
It is the implementation of the law. The political will to implement the law that is our problem.
Let me take this conversation again back to Kenya. Mr. Charles, the same question for you. Should there be more stricter rules when it comes to traffic offenders, whether it be any persons in government or in the military? Should there be more stricter rules? And then, if there should be, why should there be more stricter rules rather than the real implementation of the existing ones that we have presently?
I do believe that the Kenyan, for officials, what should happen is that there should be stricter rules for enforcement. Because I'd like to draw you back to an incident where Kenyan youth were demonstrating about the financial bill that was raised some time back. And what happened was there were many issues that were brought about, and most people were thinking and wondering, why are so many rules being broken by government officials, whereas when a regular citizen would do the same, they'd be arrested or even imprisoned for a long time. But then whenever these people are late, they just go and use the wrong route, don't mind what is happening. And there was a change in discipline for some time. You find that the government workers were afraid of using the wrong lane and would actually go to a meeting earlier. So to see the same thing has started recurring again means that people have changed and they're now not afraid of the changes that people said. So I do believe, yes, that if somebody is late, then they should just look for a different route or a different way of reaching the place where they're supposed to be earlier than, instead of just inconveniencing everyone. Because when they stop the traffic, that means other people are not going to use the road and they are also going to be late, which is now causing a ripple effect in the economy. So why not for them to... Pardon?
All right then. So again, what you're saying, in other words, is that there should be more stricter measures in implementing the rules that are existing when it comes to traffic offenders. All right then, let's get to another story. And of course, I'm still staying with you. Interestingly, the court has pushed for anchor NGCDF in the Constitution. Now, interestingly, the High Court in your country, Kenya, has stopped the Kenyan Parliament from forwarding the Constitution of Kenya, that's the Amendment Bill 2025, to President William Ruto for assent. Now, again, this part of the judiciary coming to wade in when it comes to policies and laws and, of course, amendment of constitutions. What do you make of this, basically? Because this is something that a lot of persons have said, this controversial National Government Constituency Development Fund in the Constitution should be abolished. And someone said, look, let us have it and let us look for ways to making sure that it's solely implemented for the benefit of the people. What's your position with this court's decision, particularly on the amendments of the Constitution?
My thoughts on the NGCDF. Could I take it up later? Let me just collect my thoughts again and write down the question.
All right then. Well, again, one thing that I wanted to find out from you is your position about, what the decision of the court is right now, because the court has barred the parliament from pushing that bill to the presidency, particularly for him to assent on. This have taken a sour taste from some quarters, saying that the court is practically not working as concerning the welfare of the people, because this particular bill is, according to the stories we hear, is for the people, not just for some political elites. What's your position with this court decision particularly?
Court decision, I do applaud what is happening, because you find when we look at the NGCDF, it's supposed to actually benefit the current citizens of Kenya.
Yes.
So what happens is usually there's a way they usually distribute the funds in a way that not the local mwananchi will be able to benefit from it. It's only somebody who knows somebody. And it makes the process a bit more difficult, and that's why it's not even anchored on law. That's why I do applaud what the court is trying to do in terms of abolishing it in order as to now give it some structure. Right. That's why it should be sent to Parliament for them to now come up with the correct way of writing it down, the correct measures, so that when it's presented to the people, it's able to benefit everyone and not just a select few.
All right, then let me bring it back to the studio here, Mr. Fanimo. This conversation of the court deciding and, of course, telling the Parliament, look, at this point, do not take this bill to the President for him to assent. Again, this has come in, from the back heel of the fact that a lot of persons have said, look, this particular bill is for the interest of the people. Why not just work on what is existing rather than bring up another bill to quash the other ones that has been existing? What's the position with the court decision being, of course, another arm of government that is strong enough to take such decisions?
You see, I've always said it. Africa is not so bereft of ideas that we cannot govern ourselves.
Okay.
And across Africa, there is no dearth of constitutional provisions and consequential laws that effectively should be deployed in governance.
Okay.
But unfortunately, it is the impunity that either censor the implementers of this law or the arrogance of people in power that stultify the deployment of these laws. So when we begin to talk about replacing existing laws with new ones,
rather than pushing more,
rather than pushing for implementation, it's like you are building something on nothing.
Okay.
Why don't you just let us experience how these laws will play out, the existing laws, and if they are not strong enough for deterrent, that's when you now say, okay, for instance, if you impose 2,000 fine on driving against traffic 20 years ago, 2,000 was a lot of money 20 years ago, but it's no longer realistic today because anybody on the street can just dip his hand in his pocket and give out 2,000 naira. So that is the aspect of the law that you can consider as obsolete, that you need to review. But the law itself states this is an infraction, driving against traffic. And for that, you are liable for conviction for a period of so time or a fine. It is now the fine that was 2,000 naira 20 years ago that you are supposed to amend to probably 200,000 naira today.
So more like reviewing that particular existing policy rather than bring up a new one to quash the old one.
Yes, you review.
What have been done.
That should be the case. Because the tenets of the law cannot change. This is what is defined as stealing. This is the punishment for stealing. There is no way you can redefine stealing to make it give it another toga other than taking something that does not belong to you. But stealing in 30 years ago attracts 3 months imprisonment and option of fine of 25 naira. You can't even give 25 naira to your kids to go across the city to buy biscuit today.
So there should be that level of reviewing.
It's just a review.
All right, then, let's get to another conversation. And of course, I'm going to start off with you, Mr. Fanimo. In Uganda, presently, there's been a major disparity between teachers, science teachers, and of course, humanities teachers, because there is a particular cost like that. And of course, that disparity has been in their pay take home. Looking at the fact that the Minister of Education has come out to tell the Parliament that in the new national budget of the financial year, that disparity has been closed. Should we be having this conversation in countries like Uganda that, as we speak, they're going into election circles? And some quarters have said that everybody in the ministries, of course, in the presidency of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is saying everything they need to say to get the people feeling like they're working. Should this be a political statement on the part of the minister, or is there something visible that Ugandans should wait to see it being implemented, and of course the teachers enjoying the aftermath of it?
You see, at the point of, that's why I said, because of the dynamic nature of human beings, in social science, you don't arrive at absolute answer. You give error margin, 0.5 error margin.
Okay.
And what that tells you is that situations, environments are susceptible to change at intervals.
Right.
And so you must also be dynamic enough to change with the situation. At the point they came up with the idea of letting science teachers earn more than humanities teachers,
yes,
there could be some level of shortages of science teachers compared to humanities teachers.
Okay.
And they know that today development is technology driven.
Right.
So they may want to encourage those who want to ordinarily go into humanities, but they have capacity to go into the sciences by giving them a top notch in terms of remuneration above their humanity counterparts.
Okay.
But maybe at some point they now realize that it's breeding bad blood
and of course,
among the teachers.
Actions.
You understand? Breeding bad blood among the teachers. That one makes you, because if you look at it critically, those in humanities are the managers and directors of companies.
Right.
Because they are trained in managerial skills. But those in sciences are trained to use their hand and their brain to develop tools.
Let's look at the disparity here. And the disparity is, now I'm bringing it back to Nigeria. The polytechnic lecturers as against the university lecturers. There's always been that disparity of pay, recognition.
Even employment in civil service.
Exactly.
So level 7 is the starting point for HND holder, whereas level 8 for graduates. So there's a limit to where, your career growth as a polytechnic graduate.
How can these disparities really be choked up to the barest minimum that can also inculcate all of these people, even in the civil service, like you mentioned earlier?
You see, I'm a product of both.
Okay.
And I understand that they teach more of practicals in the polytechnic than the universities.
Right.
University is based on theoretical framework, which expands your ability and capability to think through the maze. So rather than using your hands in the university, you are trained to take into cognizance the dynamics of what is going on in a workplace, and then profile solution that will pass on to the polytechnic graduate who understands the tools and how to handle the tools.
Okay.
That's the basic reason for the disparity. And it has not changed, except now that humanity courses that are not supposed to be addressed in the polytechnics have been brought into polytechnics.
So how then can we close the gap between these two ends?
You see, without riding on emotion, I tell you, what we should be talking about is what you are bringing to the table, not the paper certificates.
That, again, is a very, very good way to have this particular question answered. Let me take this conversation to Kenya. Mr. Charles, interestingly, you are aware of this story because as it stands, we've been talking about it before I come to you now. From your perspective as well, do you think that, again, looking at the fact that the Minister of Education has clearly told the Parliament that this disparity between the sciences teacher and the humanities teacher would be closed owing to the fact that it has been embedded in the new financial year that, of course, will be passed pretty soon. Do you think that the teachers will be better off for this? And then is this not also, like some quarters have said, some level of political statement for the people to think that the government and administration of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is doing something good?
Number one, I'd look at it as a good thing. Yes. Having the teacher's salary being reviewed is a good thing, and it's actually a change in policy, seeing that this was not what was happening in the previous years, and seeing the government committing to the fact that in the next financial year they will consider changing the what's it called, the salaries of these teachers is actually a really good thing for them. And the second thing is that there is disparities, even looking at it in terms of professionally working. You find people who work in the science departments are actually able to fetch a higher salary compared to their humanity counterparts. But then when you look at it in terms of, you find most people who do humanities actually end up in the management roles, as my other counterpart has just mentioned. Right. So you do find, yes, you do find there's some disparities in some way. However, seeing it in terms of also looking at the aspect of the elections are around the corner, yes, there is some point of thought that they should actually think about it, and maybe, yes, the president did assent to this, and maybe it is, what do I say? I do view it as a political move. I think that's my thoughts.
All right, then. I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Charles. Interestingly, the Ugandan parliament has clearly started a fresh call, particularly with the government, saying that every single loan, because as it stands, the Ugandan parliament has received and, of course, referred to significant loan requests to the Central Committee on National Economy for further examination. In other words, what you're trying to do is to making sure that every loan that has been asked for by the executive is totally being scrutinized. The tabled loan by the finance minister, I'm talking about Henry Musazizi, is aimed at supporting critical infrastructural projects in the country. Again, some quarters have said these loans, particularly the one from the Arab Bank of Development in Africa, that's a $20 million loan, is clearly meant for infrastructural projects in the country. But some opposition have come out to say that this is not what it is. This looks like the government of President Museveni is trying to get this fund for him to prosecute the next election. What say you about this trust deficit within the citizens of Uganda? I actually wish that my Ugandan analyst was around today, but it's fine. What's your position with this development, particularly on the part of the parliament saying that every loan should be scrutinized clearly and, of course, known what exactly this loan will be used for?
I do believe Parliament is doing its rightful role in being the watchdog for the government, and them asking.
Go ahead, I can hear you.
And then the Parliament being the watchdog for the president, the executive, and what they do is actually a good move. The best thing about it is that this is going to bring accountability, and I do support the role that they're pushing for. However, usually find that accountability is a bit difficult in African countries, finding that without the presence of an actual watchdog, yes, you might get a loan for a certain project that is going to help the nation. Right. However, you find that these funds are diverted and used for different things that actually do not benefit the local citizen. So I do applaud what the government is doing, and actually do second what they're doing, and wish them all the best in being the watchdog for the government and ensuring that everything they've set out to do is actually, when we ask for the loan and ask that it should be taken to do A, B, C, D, then the loan should be actually used for that. And if we're able to now follow up and make sure that every single cent was used for what is being said, then that would be actually very good and should now be used in different countries.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to the studio while we round up the analysis segment of the African News. Mr. Fadimo, interestingly, at this point, a parliament is standing against, well, not against basically, but doing what they are supposed to do in terms of knowing for a fact what loans that are being asked for by the executive is being used for. From your perspective, knowing for a fact that African leaders are not so accountable when it comes to these kind of loans, reasons were found on the developments across Africa. What is your position with the fact that the legislators in Uganda are saying at this point, we need to know what this $20 million loan is for and how it should be spent? What's your position with this? Your general
the Ugandan parliament has not done anything extraordinary. That's the constitutional role of the parliament. They're supposed to provide checks and balances. And they're supposed to rein in reckless executive arm of government. But unfortunately, what you have across Africa is most of these parliamentarians were sponsored by godfathers that have either direct benefit in the executive arm of government or indirect benefit. Is either they are contractors to the executive arm or they are also major player in the executive arm who obviously knows. The only time we had such a semblance of such was when Saraki and Co. ambushed Buhari in 2015.
Right.
And this government...
You're talking about Nigeria, to be precise.
In Nigeria, yes.
Yes.
Because the next term of that government, that particular incident was clearly and adequately taken care of. And they ensured that these parliamentarians became rubber stamp. And that is what we also have now, currently. And that is what is going on in the most part of Africa, you know.
Particularly rubber stamp assembly?
Rubber stamp parliament. So this one is just an exception. And the fact that it's an exception does not mean that they have done something novel. It is their responsibility to ask questions.
All right, then. Well, because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. And wanted to big thank you to all of the gentlemen who chimed in on the African News Analysis this beautiful afternoon. In here in the studio with us, we had Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a political and public affairs analyst in Nigeria as well. And then virtually, we had also Mr. Charles Muse Munungi, a communications specialist, a podcaster, a marketing and brand placement officer. Mr. Fanimo, thank you so very much for being here.
It's always my pleasure.
And also, thank you so very much, Mr. Charles, for joining us all the way from Kenya. Thank you so very much for being here.
For having me.
All right, then. The rest of the African news will continue shortly, just after this quick break. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Authorities across Egypt are searching for a 3,000-year-old bracelet reportedly missing from a leading museum in Cairo. A rare gold band adorned with spherical lapis lazuli beads dates back to the reign of King Amenhotep, a pharaoh of ancient Egypt's 21st dynasty, who ruled from 993 to 994 BC. The Antiques Ministry said it had taken immediate measures after the bracelet disappeared from the Egypt's Museum's Restoration Laboratory and that the case had been referred to the police. An image of the bracelet has been circulated to all Egyptian airports, seaports, and land borders crossing as a precautionary step to prevent smuggling attempts, according to the statement. Moving on, Ghana is set to receive 40 more West Africans deported from the U.S., the second group sent under the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal migration. Last week, President John Dramani Mahama confirmed Ghana agreed to accept third-party nationals deported from the U.S. The government says this decision is not an endorsement of Trump's immigration policy and that Ghana receives no benefits in return. Opposition lawmakers accuse the government of bypassing parliamentary approval for the deal, but officials say the agreement, based on a memorandum of understanding with the U.S., doesn't need parliamentary ratifications. Ghana's foreign minister says the move is driven by humanitarian concerns, citing the harsh treatment of deportees abroad. And then Turkish Airline has resumed direct flight to Sudan after a 29-month halt due to the country's civil war. Since April 2023, flights between Sudan's army and the paramilitary rapid support forces has killed tens of thousands and displaced millions, according to the UN report. Turkey's ambassador to Sudan, Fatih Yildiz, announced the return of flights to Port Sudan, the nation's largest port city. He said the flight highlights Turkish Airlines' key role in Turkey's foreign policy and diplomacy. With this route, Turkish Airlines now serves 63 destinations across Africa. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We're going on another quick break right now. When we return, more African stories in business and sports will be up next. Please just stay with us. Glad to have you back now to some business stories. One of South Africa's top counts on Wednesday annulled a government permit allowing state utility AFCON to build a large power plant burning natural gas, saying there had not been proper public consultation. The 3,000 megawatt plant in the East Coast port city of Richards Bay is part of government's plan to boost the country's generation capacity after years of electricity blackouts and pivots away from coal. The judgment echoes previous rulings against energy companies which failed to properly consult affected communities when seeking permits to explore for oil and gas off South Africa's coast. Richards Bay, where the AFCON gas plant will be built, is where South Africa's first liquefied natural gas import terminal will also be located. Environmental groups which had challenged the authorization granted by AFCON by the Department of Forestry, Fishery and the Environment welcomed the appeal court's judgment. Still talking business, African manufacturers are lobbying U.S. Congress to grant a last-ditch extension of 1 or 2 years to a duty-free trade program due to expire at the end of September. A Kenyan factory owner involved in the campaign has told Newsmed U.S. President Donald Trump's aggressive tariff policy have cast doubt on the prospect for renewal of the African Growth and Operation Act, AGOA, trade initiative, which was passed in 2000 under former President Bill Clinton to provide duty-free access to the U.S. market for thousands of products. Delegations from Kenya and 4 other AGOA beneficiaries visited Washington last week to push for the temporary extension, according to Pankaj Bedi, chairman of appeal company United Iron, which supplies U.S. retailers such as Target and Walmart. The act is designed to support economic development of African nations and support hundreds of thousands of jobs in the textile, automotive, and mining sectors, while U.S. lawmakers have viewed it as a tool to counter Chinese influence on the continent. Betty, who is also a Kenya Association of Manufacturers board member, said the delegation of private investors and government officials had more than 30 engagements last week, including with members of Congress and their aides. And to wrap up Africa news, let's just talk some sports. Kenya's Faith Charote won gold in the women's 3,000 meters steeplechase, stunning defending champion Wilfred Yavi of Bahrain with a powerful final lap. It's Charote's first world title, adding to her Olympic and World Championship bronze medal. The race was packed with drama. Yavi stumbled at a hurdle in the final stretch, while Charote powered through the last water jump and crossed the line in 8 minutes and 51.59 seconds, setting a new championship record. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence
want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Esther. They call me the guy, but the general overseer
of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice. Well, integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobekin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Midday, but last, more than No Midday. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content come on at VOP TV.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dilip Utomi, and this is the Maritime Frontier Show on VOP Television. Today, we are talking to the immediate past president of the National Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents, ANALCA. He is in the person of Dr. Kyari Farrington Collins. Sir, you're welcome to the program today, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Sir, there are a lot of issues that are coming up as regards the recent policies by the Nigerian Customs Service. New measures being introduced, new processes. But today we are going to talk about the issue of the performance of Bodogu, the newly installed software process used in the operation of the customs. I want to say, sir, what do you think about the reforms generally within the customs sector?
Well, reform is a very good thing, provided it's moving the nation forward, particularly the maritime industry. Every customs of every nation must actually have what is called reforms. You must move from medieval period to automation. So reform is a continuous thing, and there's no big deal about it. How do we see reform is the most important thing. Acceptability of reform is also very important. And did you actually carry along your stakeholders in doing this reform? These are also criteria to measure reforms. So it's not a big deal to me as by reform.
Yeah. Then, secondly, sir, the recently introduced Bodogu software application. What's your take on the introduction of the Bodogu software application and the proposed national single window? Of course, we talk about the Bodogu
my take has been that it is high time we develop an indigenous thing. Thank God the Bodogu now is an indigenous thing, and it's been introduced. I also recommended that there should be a pilot scheme, and Customs actually started a pilot scheme with PTM Airport, and it has come to stay, and the implementation has continued, even though there are glitches here and there. And what I will only advise is that the various areas where the services that there are glitches, they should improve on it. Anything that is indigenous should be able to capture the peculiarity of our problems. So it's not a big deal about it. And when you are changing from anything to a new thing, you should expect that there will be teething problems, glitches here and there, vis-a-vis the fact that you are not the owner of the weather, which is lacking. I put up a paper to the CGC of Customs, because if you are having a trade portal, you should be able to give any trading community enough information, exchange rate and what have you. These are the things that are actually very prominent on NICES, which I think is not on Bodogu, and I'm sure they are working on that now.
No, particularly at Apapa Port, the Apapa Command, there's been a whole lot of cries and hues and cries about whether they should for now suspend the use of Bodogu because of the teething problems that you mentioned. Over the past 2 weeks, that a lot of money has been lost, demurrages being incurred at the ports by stakeholders who clear these goods. What's your opinion about this?
That we are talking about 3 weeks ago. There were actually a lot of problems on ground. You see, you upload from MEM, the Bodogu will not recognize it. Even the part that's generated, the Bodogu will not recognize it. These are also part of teething problems. The only mistake Nigerian Customs made, like I said, was that for you to have implement a new system, you don't just start in a national thing, let it cover the whole federation. You had a pilot scheme, which was a PTML, will have been graduating to Tinkan, starting Bodogu, and after 2-3 months, we see the glitches. We have improved on those glitches before we're moving to Apapa. Not that you just collapse all your system and say, because you want to impress and say the Bodogu must be implemented in all the ports. And these are why there were problems then. Unfortunately, I was even not around. I was on holiday. And I also saw the effort of Customs in trying to talk to the shipping companies and terminal operators in the area of storages and demorages. That has come and gone. There's nothing we can do about that. But I just want to advise that going forward, there must be enough sensitization, carrying along stakeholders. I keep saying carrying along stakeholders because that is when the stakeholders will know that you wear shoes and these are the places at the pinches. We are in it together. We are the one generating revenue. You are the one midwifing the revenue. And you have a target. So if we are unable to clear our consignment, I have a contract with my partner now. He has given me a bill of lading before the arrival of the vessel, meaning that he does not want to hear anything about storages and demorages. Behold, there was Bodogu on ground. Who do I run to? But unfortunately, you cannot continue to cry more than the bereaved. The trading community never saw what I saw. They just, cry inwardly, and everybody paid their demorages and storages. I want to believe it is a thing of the past now because they have actually overgrown that, and they are improving on it on a daily basis. I give it to that.
Okay, sir. We'll deal with come back to the issue of people not rallying around and to take care of the issues that come up. We'll talk about that later. Yeah. But sir, the issue of the demurrages incurred.
Yeah.
What is your opinion about whether they should allow it to go? That's asking stakeholders or the terminal operators to forgo the collection of demurrages for this period that they sense.
You can't tell the stakeholder, the terminal operators to forgo the storage. I'm a terminal operator. I'm the custodian of your goods. The period you had crisis with customs, I was actually monitoring that and securing your goods. There was no problem on your goods. So because you had issues with custom now, you cannot transfer it to me and say, I should not charge you for the storage. Where is that one done? And that's why I say going forward, there must be a stakeholder engagement where everybody in the industry will be carried along. Nigerian Customs Service is introducing a system come October 2025. Stakeholders are carried along, terminal operators are part of the engagement, shipping company are part of it. They will know that they can give a window of 1 or 2 weeks or 1 or 2 days if this system, if there are glitches here and there, we are part of these stakeholders. Let us see that it has human feeling. But these were not there. And since the importers were not crying, who am I to say no? But I just want to know that in advanced climes, where we have visited, where we have been to, these are very, very important factors that must be considered.
Now, sir, why is it stakeholders, operators within the industry cannot come together, rally around themselves and then project a common face to take care of some of the issues that you have raised now? What is the major problem?
It's just the individual differences. Every trade foreign and free foreign association have their individual differences. And unfortunately, there's no cohesion. When there's no cohesion, there won't be understanding. And when there won't be understanding, you see people actually pursuing goal for personal aggrandizement. That is the major problem I see in this industry. And unfortunately, we have a set of youth that are not really serious, because they should be asking questions. They should be challenging the elders that you are our leaders, and we notice what have you done? You are not doing this, and providing solution. And that's why I keep saying that Nigerian youth needs to wake up, give the leaders challenges, and make sure you ask questions. These are lacking. So what do you expect? Until we are able to come together, forget our individual differences, forget about the fact that my association is the largest, yours is the smallest. And that's why I say some of these so-called associations leadership is for personal aggrandizement. It is because most of the aims of a good association should be to protect the interests of your members. How many of your members have you protected? What are your role even when this crisis was? I read a lot of crises. I even read letters on the page of newspaper where even in leaders of the associations are actually the one. I don't want to go to that area. It's very unfortunate. So since the trading communities are not complaining, well, I cannot continue to use paracetamol for people's headache.
Some people have posited that some of the crises and some of the issues that come up are actually being introduced by some stakeholders in order to benefit from it.
How? Are the stakeholders the one driving the Biodogu? The answer is no. Before I traveled for 3 weeks ago, I had a consignment where the power was even Biodogu was generated with my consignee, and we were unable to clear for 1.5 weeks because the system was not even recognizing the power. Eventually, we started making call. By the time the system will recognize the power, 1.5 weeks has gone. Thank God I was carrying along my importer. And thank God that particular consignment was not a contract consignment where I had signed that I would deliver even before the arrival of the vessel. So I carried them along and they solved the problem. And I know how much damages that was paid. So how come somebody will just wake up and say the system is caused by free fraud? That is far from the truth. God, we all saw it. There were glitches. There were a period of time where we even learned that some people hack into their system. So these are and unfortunately, I keep saying it, that you must continue to give the trading community information. Where you are actually holding information to the trading community, your stakeholders, there will be insinuations and it could lead to a lot of things. And this is what is lacking in the maritime industry.
Okay, well, actually, when I say that, there's a particular issue I'm referring to.
Wow.
It's happened about 3 weeks ago, about over a month ago, when this issue of Code 846, that it was suspended for a while.
Yeah.
It was also caused by some stakeholders who say they want to benefit from the opportunities given in the non-standard vehicles.
When I was acting president, I was in London. I was the one that said we are tired of giving bribe. Let us have what is called VIN valuation. The 846 code is a non-standard for vehicles that do not conform with VIN valuation. By the time VIN valuation will be bastardized, even stakeholders are culprit, because we are now the ones that are making or indulging or employing customs to apply 846 when even your vehicles have VIN valuation. So you don't blame custom for that. So if eventually custom now say enough is enough, Enough is enough. That means all the things that you have done initially, we are stopping it. We want to harmonize it. We want to sanitize it. You don't blame them for that. When I saw the 8 forces going, I laughed. I said, this will not last because this procedure is for vehicles that are not for standard. There are vehicles that are coming from China, some from Europe, that do not fit into VIN valuation. And that is why, but because of the fact that by the time this government came on board, dollars skyrocketed to about $1,500 to a naira. So that was when we had problem. If not, that VIN valuation of a thing is still the best for us. But unfortunately now, if you apply VIN valuation, many people will not be able to clear their consignment. Perhaps that was why customers to look the other way and allow the 8 forces to still roll. So, but when they became, bastardized, customer brought the big stick, and that is the essence of having a custom in every organization or in every nation. Their responsibility is to sanitize and ensure that everybody is whipped to the line.
Okay. All right, sir. I want to talk a little bit about the Bodogu itself again now. It's because it will be incorporated into the proposed national single window.
Yeah.
What do you think there will be challenges, and what are the ways of averting this?
I'm delighted that in the last 1 week I've been seeing Nigerian Customs Service synchronizing their system with Federal Safety and Federal Inland Revenue. I'm happy to see that. And that means that if single window is now implemented, meaning that Bodogu has come to stay, most of the teething problems that we may encounter when we now migrate to FIRS system will have been taken care of. So when I saw it, this is what I talk about engagement. It is part of engagement, meaning that you are working ahead the system, you are working ahead the country. Perhaps the federal government now directed that from January 2026, we want you to implement national single window.
Yeah.
Bodogu has been synchronized into national single window. Whatever are the teething problem that is envisaged has been solved. Theoretically, tried, and practically, and there won't be any problem. It's okay. It's a welcome thing. That's
the national single window starts in January, sir.
Yeah.
Don't you think that there should also be a pilot phase starting from a particular area?
Of course, I know that the federal government in their magnanimity will not be stupid to do that. There will be a pilot scheme, and they know the implication of putting the whole nation at crossroads. So if the national single window will implement, there will be a pilot scheme. That I'm sure of. And if they are not thinking of that, we are going to recommend it to them, because national single window is the only thing that can solve most of the problems we have in the port. Where some agencies will, illegally hold on to consignment. But I keep saying, and I've said that, which I have not seen in the national single window, any agency that flouts this procedure, where are the legal framework? I have not seen the legal framework. Okay, what is the sanction? Perhaps, maybe agency XYZ held on to this consignment for flimsy excuses. Eventually, it was realized that it was flimsy excuses. The head of that agency should be held responsible to pay for the damages and storage. I don't know whether a single window is thinking toward this line. If they are not thinking towards that line, I'm afraid there's something like national single window.
Have people not been engaged in
we were not carried along. The only thing I know is that there was just 2 seminars where we're just giving information on this is how they want to do and that's also why I said it's still a big lacuna when federal government is setting up a committee on national single window. There's no single freight forwarder who can look at the system and criticize it critically. You want to implement this XYZ system and okay, roll it for me. I'll just pinch it, I'll just see it, and I'll say you have this problem. And before you know, if you go and implement it, you have that problem, because it's a system that I operate on a daily basis. If you put my idea into consideration, it will help you in making sure that national single window is realizable. Up till now, we are not involved.
Before operating the Bodogu, has there not been training?
On the national single window?
Yeah, no, I'm going back now.
Okay.
On all the policies and programs that they are doing, don't they train the stakeholders?
Well, it was when Customs started the Bodogu that there were training here and there. I saw them going to various associations and training people on the Bodogu. And the problem with Nigeria is that you always lay the cart before the horse. So these are the things that you are supposed to do before you kick up a new system. Not that you are kicking up a new system and you are now bringing in the issue of training. And what kind of training are you giving? Is it the in-depth training or just a training for at
Touching
the
the
surface
surface.
level? So these are the things that must be looked into critically too. It's very important.
I say this because the newly introduced 4% on FOB has created a kind of problem, unquote, for the process of goods clearing.
Yeah.
How that particular issue we learned was actually implemented without that's put into the law without the contribution of the stakeholders. Is that right?
Well, I wouldn't want to say that because I have the raw draft of the law here. When we defended that national, I have everything here. I wouldn't want to say that, but what I want to say is that when it was already implemented, I am one of those that advise customs that in line with your new law that you are implementing, you cannot implement this 4% until you sensitize everybody in the industry. And they've done that for about 3-4 months. They did that before the real take off properly. So nobody should have any excuse for now. Whether anybody likes it or not, 4% is a law. It has come to stay. Abrogation should not talk. What we should be thinking now is how to advise government to say, okay, how do you ameliorate the suffering in the industry? And how can you do that? Government, why don't you look at the 7% surcharge? Why don't you look at the 15% on used vehicles? See if it can be, what's it called? Removed. So that it will go a long way in giving everybody a soft landing. But whether anybody likes it or not, Nigerian Customs Service will no more get subvention from the federal government. They will only get this money from that 40%, pay their salary from the 4%. So it has come to stay.
So there can never be an abrogation of that particular.
No, it's a law. And before you abrogate any law,
if you go to the national
even if you want to abrogate any law by Nigerian context, that law must have been seen to have been practiced for at least minimum of 4 or 5 years. That's the procedure. So until we implement this for 3, 4, 5 years, then we cannot go forward and say, okay, this 4% on FOB, let us look at it and say, okay, recommend 4% on CIF. It will go a long way in bringing down most of the clearing costs in the industry. But for now, no Eureka.
Okay. Then what do you think about the skyrocketing cost of clearing goods in the
government should be thinking about that because there's nothing I can do, whether we like it or not. The cost of cargo clearance is increasing on a daily basis. We are shouting, and will I not say they should not implement this? So I don't have that power to do that.
But this
and that was why we are recommending for federal government that in view of the fact that 4% has come to stay, why don't you abrogate 7% surcharge on all imports and 15% levy on used vehicle? If government is able to look at these two charges and abrogate it, it will bring down clearing costs. If not, we'll continue to have a reduction in our import volume, whether we like it or not, as time goes on.
Of course, record shows that import volume has been
dwindling. It will.
But of course, again, the export has been increasing. So maybe that's
a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. That it's a good thing for us.
Yeah.
But speaking further about this issue of costs, Nigerians are growing under the heavy weight burden of paying for goods and services.
Yeah.
I would have expected experienced stakeholders such as your good self and others to do a little bit more to educate government about this issue of all these costs being put
there was even a position paper that was put up to the commander-in-chief and the president of this country, and part of it is to see what can be done to see that the cost of cargo clearance is reduced in our port, because whether we like it or not, we are losing cargoes to neighboring countries. We are losing cargo to Cotonou. We are losing cargo to Côte d'Ivoire. But since it has not been implemented, what do I do? And part of the recommendation is to make sure government look at the issue of the 7% and the issue of the 15% and many other things that we even recommended. And that's not been done. So there's nothing I can do about that.
You just rightly talked about the issue of losing cargoes to neighboring countries.
Well,
are we sure that the government is aware of this?
Of course, government is aware. The only thing government will tell you is that they are curtailing smuggling. And that is a challenge to Nigerian Customs Service. How effective are they? They are trying their best. We all see it. Before now, we have not seen a situation where petrol smugglers have been arrested. It has become a national item now where you see customs apprehending people for smuggling of petroleum products and petrol, meaning that this smuggling has been going along for a very long time. So it shows that in the area of crime reduction, customs is up and doing. There are unapproved routes here and there where people can bring in goods illegitimately. So customs is trying their best to make sure that they achieve on that area. And recently, if you look at during the World Customs Organization, they talked about manning the border through automation. How effective, and it's going to be effective, but whether they have achieved that is what I cannot really tell you.
Okay. Nigerian Customs Service, they talk about what you touched on now. That's if every one of their employed personnel is lined along the border lines throughout the borders of this country, they cannot even go 1/4
of course, because of the workforce.
They have limited workforce. Yes. So does it not make sense to introduce those policies that will deter smugglers?
Yeah, that's why if you look at it, Customs has started something now, engaging stakeholders at the borders, particularly traditional rulers and what have you. That's number one. Customs is now talking about automating our border system and looking at security implication of not doing this. So I really give that to them because nobody has actually talked about automating our border frontiers. And these are the areas where goods are being imported to Nigeria illegitimately. So the only thing now is implementation. Have they started the implementation? If they have started, how good is the implementation? Because I think part of it is why they purchased the plane that was purchased. They said it's for border control and monitoring. They also have patrol boats on our waterway. And that has been very, very effective. Last 2 days ago, I saw them even talking about engaging on indigenous speed patrol boats. I want to say they are living up to expectation for now, and they are moving the way they should move. And the only thing that they just need to do more is the issue of engagement with stakeholders.
Let's talk a little bit more about the costs, because that is what affects Nigerians the most.
Yeah.
These costs are skyrocketing. And yet we are having fewer goods to purchase because of the issue you've raised. Imports are dwindling. Will they not make sense for the government to reduce all these costs?
The government is not seeing what we are seeing. Okay, yesterday I just came now and I was reading that the new controller that came to Apapa beat any other target that was set. I think it generated 20.something billion in one day. Yeah, just yesterday. So how will government listen to you? Government gives that target and customs continue to meet this target. So it's going to be very difficult for government to listen to you. The only people that can do this is the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, or Chambers of Commerce, to sit government down and say, look, you are generating money. You can even generate more. Why don't we do this? Why don't you do this to ameliorate something? Because the cost of cargo clearance is increasing on a daily basis. But when somebody actually assumed office yesterday and he has actually surpassed the target of his predecessor, so who am I to now say that? So it's very interesting. And what government wants to hear is that you are meeting up the target.
But it only makes sense in the sense that what you are doing is you are generating raw cash and not about the value that it's delivering.
What about even trade facilitation?
What about trade facilitation, sir? Because
I should be asking you.
No. You are the one who's involved, sir.
No, I should be asking you.
So what happens, because
it
the mandates of the customs...
It is the responsibility of customs and federal government. The customs, what customs said, it is the government of every nation that determines how they want to run their customs.
Yeah.
If a nation wants to hammer more on trade facilitation, they will see them taking it serious. But when a nation is hammering more on revenue target, it means that trade facilitation will take the back seat, while the revenue target will take the driver's seat. So it's just the problem. So whatever you like it or not, whichever English you are saying, it is very obvious that our revenue trade facilitation is not being given much attention. Because if we are talking about revenue generation or trade facilitation, We'll be looking back at what happens during the Bodogu period in the last year. We'll be looking at what role has custom play to make sure that people do not pay their mortgages. What role did federal government do herself? And what are the things the federal government came out with? Nobody talked about that. So government is only interested in the revenue, and they are generating the revenue for government. Until we have somebody at the helms of affairs who think that, look, the golden chicken that is laying this egg must not die. Let us see that trade is facilitated. And that's what we can happen as peace.
Now, sir, how do you marry these two things together? The Lekki Free Trade Zone, one of the commands under the Nigerian Customs Service, they are telling us that right now they are having transshipment from their ports to other countries. They've started doing that.
Yes.
And of course, their revenue also. But we still have lower imports. No. How do we marry the stories that we're getting? That they are having transshipment to other countries, but we are also. You just stated now that we are losing.
Do not forget that the people that put in the Lekki Free Trade Zone put a lot of things into consideration. The fact that there are some landlocked countries may have gone into agreement with CMA CGM, and they want their consignment dropped. They don't have C, but they want their consignment dropped at Lekki Free Trade Zone, and this for express clearance. So these and many other things are factors that they will put into consideration. The people that actually are midwifing the Lekki Free Trade Zone have done that to make sure that trade is facilitated. People get their goods on time, and nothing is distorting trade or the movement of supply chain. So these are the things they are putting into consideration. So you will continue to have people wanting to go take their cargoes through that end because it's faster for them than putting it to the port here where you have a lot of issues, hindrances, militating against smooth free flow of cargo. So it's obvious. If the people that designed that place are put the issue of rail into consideration, I am one of that predicted that they will have killed all their ports. But because there was no rail system, and that's why you still have it like that. If a government wakes up tomorrow and just pump in $2 million into Lekki Free Zone on the issue of rail, it will kill all the ports. Because I want my goods to be taken to that place, knowing full well that I can put it on rail and it goes to wherever it's going. And that is the essence of supply chain. So door-to-door system, people want to get their goods delivered on time. Not that, okay, my vessel has battered, it's still on the key apron, it has not been taken to the terminal. Oh, it has been taken to the terminal, it has been block stacked. These are the issues that is killing trade. Time is money in the maritime industry.
So why do you think government is not really interested in multimodal means of transporting goods from the port to the other area?
It has to do with what is called idiosyncrasy.
Okay. On the part of government.
On the part of government and on the part of our maybe ministers. When you have a minister whose target is to make sure that multimodal transport system must be achieved in Nigeria, who will achieve it because it's achievable. But where is the wherewithal? Where is the political will? And that's why I say it has to do with idiosyncrasy. If I'm employed today as a minister of so-so, one of my targets is to make sure that multimodal system, and Mr. President will see that each of our federal executive meeting, I'm presenting this issue. So it is achievable.
But why can't we see it being achieved in other countries? Why can't we do it here?
Well, most of the people driving the maritime industry are people that have been living in medieval period.
Okay.
That's just a problem.
That's a
with due respect.
That's a good point.
There are people that are living in medieval period. I have not traveled, but I've traveled over 40 countries. I've traveled more than 30 times on the issue of freight forwarding and logistics. I'm a logistician. And I know what is the intent. Look at it. I went on a course in London last year on dangerous goods. It cost me £2,000 to be trained to handle dangerous goods. How do we handle dangerous goods here? Every Tom, Dick, and Harry just handle dangerous goods. So you need a political will. You need somebody who knows about what is called logistics. And you will not say, this is wrong here, this is right here. You have it, that is when you have it right. But when you are bringing in people who knows about transport in the 1974, it's only their ideas, they are shortchanged. that medieval idea is what they'll still be bringing, and maybe with little embellishment.
But if it also doesn't make sense that the government or the people who want more revenue are not putting the square pegs in square holes by employing the right set of people.
What do I do? I am one of those that said that federal government, if Bola Tinubu comes on board, the first thing that this government should do is to create Ministry of Blue Economy. Because I have taken my time to research on blue economy. Do you know that in the last 2 years, federal government is not even realizing money? That's what I envisage. Issue of tourism alone. I went to Amsterdam. I priced a boat. It's boat for carriage of human being for €2 million. On a weekend cruise to Cotonou, government will just create a ministry or a department. You want to go to Cotonou on weekend cruise, pay 50,000 naira. Hotel is involved, so is involved, your passport is involved. You just come to Marina, board the vessel, you are in Cotonou. On the Sunday evening, you are taken back. These are the things that must be looked into. There are too many hyacinths on our waterways. What has been done about it? Igbokoda route is a route that is supposed to be for trade. What do we have plying that route? We have canoes that are still being mounted with outboard engines. In this era, my brother. So that's what I say. Until you bring out medieval people and bring in guys with new ideas. Innovation. It's innovation that we need. Bola Tinubu has tried this, but let him bring in youth to the blue economy. You see that blue economy alone, do you know that in aquatic lives, under the water, there are things that we're supposed to be generating that we are not generating. There are aquatic lives there, aquatic splendor that we're supposed to harness. This has not been done. It's unfortunate. We are just rigmaroling, and government think that they have not generated anything. I am one of those that say, create Ministry of Blue Economy, because I have seen that government should be able to generate minimum of 10 trillion if you are serious about it every 2 years.
Somebody estimated that from the maritime sector, we should be earning as much as 90 trillion naira every year. Why is it that we cannot?
This thing I told you.
So why is it that we cannot have the political will to do the right thing?
Government has to bring in people with ideas. Let the people with medieval period go back to the driving seat. There are youth. When the Minister of Internal Affairs, when that guy was to be appointed, that guy is just 40 years. That period, it took us 3 years, 3 more weeks to get our passport done. I was in London now. I was in a restaurant in London. Somebody was commending this government. Ebola Tinubu did not do anything. They succeeded this passport. Even in London, you can get your Nigerian passport done under 2 days. In Nigeria, you can get your Nigerian passport done under 1 day. That is what I'm talking about, innovation. The man there did not just fall from heaven, but he's a young man who thinks that, why will my Nigerian passport be costing these weeks? Hoodlums have taken over, touts are hijacking it. Even they are sabotaging here and there, and they put in place the necessary mechanism. Here we are. For that alone, this government will be commended. Look at Wiki. I just came back from Abuja. Abuja is like a mini London now. All the roads that are problems are now opened. Outlets here and there. Bypasses in Abuja. So those are the things you need. Bring in people that will add value to the government. Who takes the glory? It's Mr. President. But we'll be having problem in this the maritime industry, the blue economy. We are always having people, they're always having ministers with medieval ideas. So we may not move forward.
That's quite apt. Sir, the issue of, let's go back to the issue of freight forwarders and stakeholders and again, within the industry. The whole problems that you have, we talked about, we keep enumerating, keep still falling back on you guys. A moment ago, we came out from one of the stakeholders meeting before this interview, and rather than critically look at what is really affecting industry, people were just praising some people for one small thing. Is it that they do not realize the implications of not taking care of these problems because it becomes bigger in the future? You see, the issues that we're talking about.
The journalist is also the mouthpiece of the people. It is unfortunate you journalists too, you're on item 7. I keep saying that. I keep saying it. I like advocacy. But I've been discouraged by the role played by journalists in these industries. Just because, oh, Dili is my friend, I shouldn't carry any news that criticizes his ministry. You are killing the profession. You are killing the... If I should take my pen and write to the various national dailies the roles you journalists are playing in the industry, many people will lose their job. But I decided to stay on the driver's side and the back side and see how far it can carry us. This is one of the factors that you just mentioned. People will be doing praise singing. You know, I don't do it. I hate praise singing. I like advocacy because I started from level 0. So wherever I am today is in this industry. I went to school and I did everything. So why can't we have it perfect? And federal government listens to voice populi.
Yeah.
They listen to the voice of... But once there is no advocacy, descending tones. Look at what is happening even in the CRFFN. The board of CRFFN has been inquired in the last 2 years. So how can you have sanity among freight forwarders? I remember when I was a member of the board, I was the chairman of the education committee, there are a lot of things that were put in place. I wrote a memo to the then chairman on the fact that there is need for us to indigenize freight forwarding. What do we have now? Freight forwarding is slipping out of our hand, going to foreigners' hand. Courtesy of the fact that they are licensing foreigners to clear cargo in our seaport, which even negates 2023 Customs Act. These are one of the prayers I said to the CGC. Discontinue registering foreigners for freight forwarding parties in Nigeria. Because in Cotonou, I had consignment. The fact that I'm a black man, I'm a West African, I was unable to clear consignment from that seaport. What do we have here? We have Lebanese, Indians, meeting our custom, doing cargo clearance in our seaport. On a monthly basis, we have what is called project cargo in our industry. When was the last time we had project cargo? Does it mean they are not existing? But we have multinational taking over this job. CC&C came into Nigeria to come and build railway. CC&C now has a clearing firm. MSC came to Nigeria to bring in cargoes into Nigeria. MSC now has a bonded terminal. They also have a clearing firm. Meaning that if any ammunition is coming to Nigeria, it is just a matter of colluding. They will bring it in, they will ship it, they will clear. In the name of door-to-door. Government must wake up. Because if it is not done, that's my prediction, in the next 18 months, it's going to lead to xenophobic attack. Because we are losing the job gradually to multinationals. You even have a situation where multinationals will tell you, we'll sponsor the clearing of your job, pay us back after 90 days. How many indigenous freight forwarders can do that? And that was why I wrote that memo. Let us indigenize freight forwarding in the industry. If you are not in Nigeria, don't go there. It's done every other times.
Actually, it was one of the questions I intended to ask. Why do you think the government will not do that? Because there are some protective measures you should put in place to protect Nigerian jobs and Nigerian opportunities. Why is government not looking at that?
Who advocates this to federal government? The governance. What is governance? Governance has layers. Mr. President cannot come down from his office as the commander-in-chief to know what are the various challenges we have in the maritime industry, vis-a-vis CRFFN and freight forwarding. How will that advocacy come? Okay, Minister of Blue Economy has been there for 2 years. There is no CRFFN governing council. How do you sanitize the freight forwarding? How do you look at the logistic chain? How do we move forward? How do we be at par with foreigners? All the foreign trainings that we are going for, we are going with our own sweat because we want to be at par with foreigners. But I pity the younger ones that are coming on board because the job is being strangulated. I wrote a letter to the Honorable Minister of Finance now, and I call it an existential threat to our profession.
Yeah.
One of the existential threats is for you to say that our renewal fee should be for 4 million naira with a bond of 20 million naira. It is an existential threat. And it's going to lead to a xenophobic attack, whether you like it or not. In every climate, it happens in South Africa. Nigeria will not be an exception. In this office, whether I like it or not, how many people do I employ? So if eventually now you say that my renewal fee should be 4 million naira with a bond of 20 million, and there's no bank that will give you a bond without you depositing that money, I'll look at how much have I made in the law of 2025 from January to date. Is it up to 25 million that will get a license? These are things that are retrogressive. All in the name of saying you want to sanitize. Meanwhile, you have licensed a foreigner who can just sit in the comfort of his office and pay this money and even get 3 licenses. I've been operating with 1 license in the last 30 years. You do not even consider the fact of there are some people with integrity who have never flouted the system, who have been conforming to the system. These are the criteria you must put in place. We are not saying you should not regulate. Why don't you do what is called classification? Okay. If you had license in the last 3 years and you have never flouted the law, you classify that person in category A. If you have license in the last 10 years, you categorize it in the last B. If you just get your license under 5 years, category C. I went as far as doing a research on the DPR. That's Department of Petroleum. It takes less than 100,000 naira to renew your license on a yearly basis. On a yearly basis, I renew my license with 215,000 naira. And if I am to operate in any other port in Nigeria, I must pay extra 15,000 naira to customs. So invariably, for renewal of my licenses, I pay nothing less than 400,000 naira, 500,000. Now you want to take it to 4 million naira. How many people can afford it? Meaning that people who have criminal intention, all they need to do is just to get a license, do whatever they want to do, and kill that license.
Yeah.
Are you sanitizing, or you are causing confusion? And it will not get to a stage where indigenous people, when they are unable to do this profession again, they start facing the foreigners. You just come to Nigeria, you get a license, and you are doing client agent. Where is that one done? That's why I say it is going to be it will lead to a xenophobic attack. And that is why I say this is an existential threat.
Sir, let me touch a little bit on what you just talked about a while ago, the issue of CRFFN. The CRFFN is supposed to be the regulatory body for freight forwarding in Nigeria. But there's been so much battle by you stakeholders against the CRFFN. Yeah. Why is this so?
It will happen because when we conceive the idea of CRFFN, our intention is for us to have a regulatory body that will sanitize the industry and monitor the role of freight forwarders. By the time government came on board, government now set up, put a spanner in the wheel of progress. And what is the spanner? If you are going to have any CRFM governing board now, 31 members, government appoints 17 members.
That's ridiculous.
It is more than ridiculous. So how can any idea or any advocacy scale through? And do not forget, among these 17 members, the Department of Customs is represented, NIMASA is represented, NPA is represented, Ministry of Education is represented, and NIT is represented. And these are the same people in the industry. You are still putting them in the board of CRFFN. How do we achieve anything? This is impossible. When I brought the issue of indigenizing freight forwarding, people shouted they never saw what I have seen. It is happening now.
Yeah, but also, again, we've not had a board for the CRFFN. But the registrar right now is facing a whole lot of battles from different sections of the stakeholder.
He will, because if there were to be a governing council in place, they will be able to corroborate whatever the role of the registrar or whatever action is taken. The registrar is just a civil servant employed by the royal minister. He has limitations. Unlike the governing board, what can he do? It's just an employment of federal government. So you now see situation where there will be people who believe that their interests are not protected. And that's why I talk about personal aggrandizement. And that is what is killing the industry. People who believe that my association is this, my association is that, they will always forsake the role of the registrar. It's a normal thing.
So all around, it seems that most of the problems within the industry are intractable. I mean, going by your theories here, the stakeholders, that's the freight forwarders, they are not willing to come together to tackle the problems headlong. And then the government will continue to exploit the loopholes, the lacuna within the system. So what do you advise for?
My advice is the government should do the right thing. And the right thing is that even let us have even the governing council that regulate the freight forwarding. The act that establishes that law is due for amendment now. In the process of amendment, we can push it at the National Assembly, make them citizen. If we are supposed to have a 31 governing board, members, the government appointing 17 is a lacuna. It is not going to move the industry forward with stated reasons. In view of that, let us increase the number of practicing freight forwarders, maybe to 20. Okay, government can make representation 10. We'll be able to move forward. We'll look at what is happening in other clients. Then there will be regulation, there will be sanity, there will be sensitization, and we'll be able to say, okay, because I remember I was the chairman of the education committee. One of the criteria my committee set up is that for you to practice as a freight forwarder in this industry, you must have a minimum diploma in freight forwarding practice. We're doing that to make sure that whoever is practicing as a freight forwarder knows his left from his right. That's what we're doing. And it's scheduled. And there was a time lag, which was supposed to be 2025. But here we are in the last 2 years, there has not been governing council. So how do we move forward?
Well, going forward again, talking about the issue of a CRFFN. The CRFFN, because this same question I asked previously, they are talking about re-registration and probably deregistration of some associations because of the issue that are cropping up within the stakeholders associations. What do you think about that?
It will only cause serious crisis. You see, talking about deregistration, it is not as if the council cannot do it, but the council can successfully do it when there is a governing council in place. If the registrar tries it tomorrow, it's as if you are putting flame in your house. It will boomerang. I can tell you it will boomerang. Instead of that, what the council can do is to bring on board. There are some pressure groups that are due for registration. Bring on board these pressure groups, register them, let them be at par with the old association. The more the merrier. There will be competition. And when there's competition, the council will be able to thrive. But if you are saying you want to deregister, you are causing crisis in your own house. But bring on board new pressure groups, register them.
Okay. And what about what do you think about their function of training of freight forwarders? Have they been, good to it? Has been true to their function responsibilities?
I've not seen any.
It was stated
when I was a member of the governing council, I know that there was serious training. We took it. We did in Lagos more than 3 times. We did in Kano more than 3 times. We did in Parakot more than 3 times.
But they stated that this year they've had about trainings for at least 350 freight forwarders, and by their target is train at least 500 to 1,000 this year.
Well, it's not impossible. It's not impossible, but I don't know that. What kind of training are you giving them? When I tell you training, there are trainings.
Yeah.
There are training that's done on a surface level, and there are real training.
So you don't think the CRFFN is alive to their responsibility?
I'm not saying they are not alive, but I'm saying that they will have done more than that if we have the governing council in place. But because there is no governing council in place, there's little to which Mr. Registrar can do. Okay. His hands are tied. He has the limitations.
Okay. Aside from the governing council, what about the legal framework setting up the CRFFN itself?
There's a legal framework already.
Should
there's a law, because Act 16, and that's why the Act is due for review. And you can only review the Act when you bring in on board the governing council. They will add value, take it to the National Assembly, and see that the law is amended. The law is due for review now.
Okay. Now, we started this program with talk on Bodogu and the proposed national single window. And we talked about the issue of the demurrage. People are still talking about the demurrage, that the government should do something about the demurrage issue being incurred because of the ineffective nature of the Bodogu when it was introduced. You don't think that they should come into it? Maybe pay the demurrage and
who pays?
The people who on government side, the government whose process is failed.
Which government? Which government agency?
government agencies, there are many of them. Customs is there for one.
Fella said on no soldier. So who pays?
But people are collecting money.
Yes. What I'm asking you is that I'm the what's it called, shipping agent, and I brought in your box is intact, and you're unable to take in because of one problem. Are you now going to sweep
the person who creates the problem should pay for it?
So,
that's what they are saying.
Then the trading community should start talking.
Okay.
They should start talking. Nobody is talking, so why do I have to cry more than the bereaved? No.
So, give us, to round up this program, let's it's been very wonderful talking to you. But, give us a parting shot, at least the government, on what to do, ABC about what to do. This issue, the problem that comes up within the process of clearing goods, the issue of the costs, the issue of innovation within the system.
Yeah.
What should they do to improve?
I just want to advise the government that the national single window that they're about to implement, they should do it thoroughly. What I mean by thorough is that carrying along the stakeholders, I keep saying it, no freight forwarder is involved. Most of the things that they have been doing, presenting to you, Mr. President, is on theoretical basis. When it comes to practical implementation, there will be flaws, there will be glitches, and we are supposed to look at it constructively and criticize it where necessary and advise where necessary. This is not in place, and if you are talking about implementing National Single Window January and this is not in place, we may run into trouble. Having said that, the government should start thinking of re-engineering the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Bioeconomy, and the Ministry of Transportation. They should start thinking about re-strategizing. Start thinking about bringing on board younger ones who have ideas to add value. Because when you bring in on board younger ones with new ideas, you will generate more revenue, you create more employment. It's a win-win for the government and the citizenry. But if we are still this vehicle that is carrying us with this medieval set of drivers, we will not achieve anything. And it's unfortunate that we are at this level. Government is also thinking about alleviating suffering of the masses by looking at the various taxes that is slammed on the maritime industry, vis-a-vis many charges, which is making us to lose our cargoes to neighboring countries. I am suggesting that government should abrogate the 7% port levy. Government should abrogate the 15% on used vehicles. If this is done, we'll have a robust system, we'll generate more revenue. It will also reduce the level of, smuggling in the country. And Mr. President, I don't know why we can't get it better than this. If you have a blue economy that is very versatile, that is very proactive, you generate more revenue into your coffers and you create more employment.
Thank you so very much, sir. It's been nice talking to you, sir.
The pleasure is mine.
Yeah. We've been talking to Dr. Farrington Kyari Collins, the immediate past president of the Association of Nigerian Licensed Government Agents. That's an ALCA. We hope to see you again next week. Thank you for staying tuned to us. Tune in again next week for another wonderful episode of the Maritime Frontier Show. This is Diliu Tommy signing out. Thank you.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Godfatherism of them, and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. Is VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Midday, but last, more than No Midday. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizen stories shape the narrative. Today, we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversations across the nation. What next for the people of Rivers State? Join the conversation with expert insights and citizen perspectives. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Other news stories with details. Kaduna Governor pledges no borrowing for projects. Kaduna State Governor Uba Sani has urged that his administration will fund projects without borrowing, in Lere local government area. Sincerely, if he's going to deem it fit to decide to do this particular one and not leave the state in deficit and in debt, of course, we would congratulate him for this wonderful decision. Okay, enough of borrowing already. Let us try and see how to generate income, okay, from the state, and let's see how to utilize our state allocations, okay, instead of borrowing, and at the end of the day, the next administration will always meet debts on ground. So congratulations, Your Excellency Ubasani. Of course, we hope that you will do even more for the people of Kaduna State. And moving on, FCT Police meets with Mayor Tihala to address cattle roaming. FCT Police Command has held a meeting with the Mayor Tihala Cattle Breeders Association to address the issue of cattle roaming in the state center and communal clashes. The FCT Police Commissioner CP Saka Adewale expressed concern over the frequent involvement of herdsmen in communal conflicts and emphasized the need for peaceful coexistence. The police warned against the practice of cattle roaming within FCT City Center, citing disruption to traffic and potential conflict. At last, something is about to be done, okay? Hopefully, after the meeting, I would also give you the feedback of the outcome of the meeting, because this has always been a problem for the people of Abuja, to be precise. And I've also, will I say, suffered in this particular roaming situation before around Gariki axis, where these guys just released their cattle on express, okay, and we all had to wait. We almost rammed them off, though, because they came in unannounced. But of course, if this would actually prefer solution for the people of FCT, then it would be a very good one for the CP of FCT and also the Mayor Tihala group, who was actually deemed fit to come together to find a lasting solution for the people of FCT. And away from that, the people we're talking about, the moment we all have been waiting for, Rivers State celebrates Governor Fubara's return after 6 months emergency rule. Hundreds of residents gathered at the government house in Port Harcourt to welcome back Governor Siminalayi Fubara after President Bola Tinubu lifted a 6-month emergency rule in the state. The emergency rule was imposed due to constitutional crisis and standoff between Fubara and the state legislature, disrupting budget approvals and governance. Of course, I just wish you had seen the crowd in Port Harcourt today. The celebration is still going on, and people are already on the streets, you know, saying thank you so much, Mr. President, for lifting this particular suspension and for returning democracy back to us. Okay, while we're celebrating that particular one, of course, it's still part of our topic for today. But of course, while the people of Rivers are celebrating that the suspension has been lifted, okay, the emergency rule is over, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar just slammed the presidency over this particular one, and he said that a sign of dictatorship. Atiku slammed Tinubu over Rivers State suspension, and he termed it as a sign of dictatorship. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized Bola Tinubu's decision to suspend and later reinstate Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and members of the State House of Assembly, calling it unconstitutional and a sign of dictatorship. Atiku Abubakar emphasized that Tinubu lacked the power to suspend a democratically elected officials, describing the election as a constitutional aberration. Are we saying this because he is an opposition? Because I remember vividly that when Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was still the vice president, okay, under the PDP, okay, I remember that President Obasanjo, as at the time, also declared a state of emergency in Plateau states. Okay, I believe we're used to our histories and we can still remember all of this particular situation. He declared a state of emergency back then in Jos, Plateau states. So, as at then, you didn't call it a dictatorship, you didn't have issues with it. So why are you having issues with it now and calling it unconstitutional? Of course, all I would say is that it would be better that we check ourselves first before throwing stones and before throwing shades. We still remember when you were at the corridors of power. There were so many things that you never had issues with, but you're having issues with them now. Are you saying this for your own interest? Are you coming out to talk on behalf of Nigerians because you really care about us, or because this is about you? This is just a question that I'm asking. What do I know? I'm just a broadcast journalist of VOP TV, right? Away from that particular one, Peter Obi also describes Rivers' state of emergency as a misstep that shouldn't have happened. The former Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has criticized President Bola Tinubu's decision to impose a 6-month emergency rule in Rivers State, calling it a constitutional breach and a misstep that shouldn't have happened. Obi expressed hope that the political gladiators in the state have learned a lesson from the episode. Of course, I think from this particular angle, I don't think I would have issues with it, since he is saying that they have learned their lessons, the political gladiators. But of course, I would only say this, that there is no smoke without fire. The president only did what he had to do because of the safety of the people. This was his reasons, okay? So if we really feel whatsoever reasons the president gave before declaring a state of emergency was wrong, then let us take it up, okay? There's still, law in the land. This is all I have to say. But of course, I remember that as at last week, I was still calling on the presidency and this particular administration to look inward the northern insecurity. If the Northern Elders Forum can actually come together to say, please declare a state of emergency. Until now, the president has not also declared a state of emergency, then it is worrisome for those of us, because what is good for the gander, they say, is good for the goose and the good for the people. This is just my own terminology. This is my own version of saying whatever that is good for this side should be good for this side, okay? Just for the safety of the people. All right, away from that particular one, obedient leader backs Rufai power shift call, sees Peter Obi as rallying point for 2027. The leader of Obedient Movement in the Southeast, Dr. Emmanuel Eze, has defended former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai's call for power shift to the South, saying it promotes equity and fairness. Eze believes El-Rufai stands aligned with the ideal of Obedient Movement, which seeks a new Nigeria built on citizens' participation in elections and the rule of law. Dr. Eze has actually been on standby for 2 days now, okay, but unfortunately, we were unable to have him today. I would have asked him to shed more light on that particular one. But of course, if you're saying power shift is still for the South, yes, this is what the ruling party also believe. But for it to come from El-Rufai, have you forgotten that the same El-Rufai we're talking about is part of the coalition group, and the coalition we're talking about is actually looking as if their projection would be in favor of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. And if that happens, whatsoever that the PDP faced back then would also happen to the coalition. I am just saying this because the coalition does not really believe that they want to zone their presidency to the South. But of course, this is politics. Anything can still happen. There is still time. 2027 is still ahead of us, all right? And away from that particular one, FG disburses 330 billion cash transfer to 8.1 million households. The federal government has disbursed 330 billion in cash transfer to 1.8 million households across Nigeria. aiming to elevate the impact of economic reforms on vulnerable citizens. Minister of Finance Wale Edun announced the payments were made through the National Society Safety Net Coordinating Office with funds coming from $800 million from World Bank facility. Please, in case you have received this money, I would like you to put a call through to us while we're still on air, okay, to let me know if you are a beneficiary. I've not seen anyone around me who has received it, and the APC attacked online, allegedly, attacked Atiku Abubakar as regards this same situation of there is hunger in the land, and they said that it was citing the people as towards the place of anarchy. And even the presidency said that the reforms and the economy were getting stable, and they were doing so much about it. So if days afterwards they are coming up by disbursing 330 billion naira, this is a wonderful one from the federal government. But usually I like to confirm things with facts and figures. So we would like to know if you are a beneficiary. Reach out to us and let us know if you've actually received it. As Nigerians, me, I have not received my own. And I think I'm part of this country. I am a citizen. So if I have not received mine, I hope you have received yours. And let us move to the coalition corridors now. The ADC tells courts it has no power to sack Dave Mark-led leadership. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has challenged the jurisdiction of the Federal High Court in Abuja to air a suit seeking to sack the Senator Dave Mark-led interim leadership of the party. According to ADC's lawyer, Shuaibu Aruwa, SAN, the court lacks the power to interfere in the internal affairs of a registered political party. ADC, this is just way too soon for you to start having internal crisis, okay? But of course, I remembered I mentioned this last week, I believe, or earlier, I think, was it last week or on Monday, when I talked about some leaders in the ADC already looking at an exit. They said if this particular crisis deepens, they would move to ADA. All right, so I believe this is not a good story for the coalition. Coalition was meant to be a gathering of understanding people pursuing and working towards one goal, one mission, one vision, okay? But if this is actually happening now, it is way too soon, and I believe you all are not ready yet. This is just my submission as regards to that conversation. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605 for 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on break. As soon as we return, we would dive into the particular topic that is affecting and making everyone talk in the country as regards today. What next for the people of Rivers State? Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
right, welcome back to the program. Yes, it is still People's Voice on VOP TV. What next for the people of Rivers State? The Rivers State House of Assembly has resumed plenary session after a 6-month state of emergency imposed by President Bola Tinubu elapsed on Thursday. September 18th, 2025, the Speaker of the House, Martin Mele, is presiding over the session at the conference hall within the legislative quarters in Port Harcourt. The emergency rule was imposed on March 18, 2025 due to a prolonged political standoff between Governor Siminalayi Fubara and members of the House of Assembly loyal to Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. The President Tinubu lifted the emergency rule on September 17, allowing Governor Fubara, his deputy, Ngozi Odu, and members of the State Assembly to resume duties. There is a very serious security presence at the Assembly quarters as we speak, with multiple squads of policemen, SSS operative on ground. The agenda for the plenary section is unclear, but sources suggest that the lawmakers will hold a press conference later in the day to brief their constituents and the people of Rivers State on their resolution. However, the challenges of rebuilding the House of Assembly complex, which was touched and later pulled down by the state government, still remains. The lawmakers are expected to focus on pending matters, including budgetary approval and oversight activities. The sole administrator of Rivers State, Rear Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, has formally handed over power to Governor Siminalayi Fubara, marking the end of a 6-month emergency rule and imposed emergency rule. So they said, okay? And the handover paves way for the return of full democracy government in the state, and with Governor Fubara resuming his duty as elected leader. Of course, when I read the headline, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has also criticized that particular one, stating that this was unconstitutional, that Tinubu had no power to suspend a democratically elected governor, okay, and also the state lawmakers. All right, we're now being joined by Comrade Eze Oko Splendor, 2023 Labour Party governorship candidates of Ebonyi State, and also a senior political analyst, Mr. Dele Fadimo. You're welcome on board, sir.
It's always my pleasure to be here.
Yes. Comrade, are you there? Good afternoon.
I'm here. Good evening from here. It's my pleasure to be in this program today.
Okay. You're welcome on board, Comrade.
Thank you so much.
All right. Before I come to Mr. Dele Fadimo, Comrade, you heard the topic. What next for the people of Rivers State?
To start with, what we have just witnessed in Rivers State is very, very disheartening. It's very undemocratic to start with. For me, I don't think there is anything to celebrate about, because from the very beginning, the president of Nigeria, President Tinubu, had no such powers to suspend a democratically elected governor, suspended a democratically elected State House of Assembly members, suspended the democratically elected deputy governor of a state. That is not democracy. Democracy is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The people elected these people that the president unilaterally suspended. For me, it's not democracy at work. However, he has lifted the suspension and then declared that peace has returned in Rivers State. For me, peace has returned in Rivers State because they have used the instrumentality of federal might to institutionalize APC structure in Rivers State. To even worsen the situation, how can an administrator go ahead to conduct a local government election. Where did he get the power from to conduct a local government election? Somebody who was not elected by the people went ahead to conduct an election, local government election. And in that local government election that was conducted, we all saw how everything went. The state that is controlled by PDP, because of intimidation, because of molestation, they coerced the governor and boxed him into a corner, and then went into the state to conduct local government election to the point of pulling down the PDP structure that was there and institutionalize APC structure. For me, for Mr. President to say yes, that peace has returned. Yes, peace has obviously returned because the APC structure has been forced on the people. That is the only way peace has returned to them. So the question is, if PDP was still in charge of the local government, then there will be no peace in the state. So peace can only return now that APC is now in charge. APC is in control of 20 wards, leaving only 3.
Comrade.
So for me, this is...
Hello, comrade, are you there?
You know, take it too far. And this has to come to stop. You talked about the former president, you know, Olusegun Obasanjo.
Yeah.
We all know that when Olusegun Obasanjo, you know, gave a state of emergency, he didn't suspend the democratically elected governor. Go and check it out.
Of course, I remember.
State of emergency was declared in Rivers State, and then the democratically elected governor was suspended. A democratically elected.
But you know, comrade, if he was not suspended, don't forget that the House were ready to also impeach him. So either ways, something should have also happened. Don't forget that he was about to be impeached as well.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I didn't hear you. What did you say before?
I said to add to what you are saying, if he wasn't suspended, he was about to be impeached by the House. Don't forget that. Can you remember?
Yes, even if he was about to be impeached, he was not impeached. Was he impeached? He was not impeached. All those things you saw that played out during that period was manipulations stage managed by APC, because for me, I think that the Minister of FCT, Wike, wanted to prove a point to Mr. President that he is still in charge of Rivers State. And that is what played out. And let me also tell you that all of these things you are seeing playing out is geared towards 2027. Take subdued and then intimidated to the point of not knowing their rights. In 2027, they will still come out and vote for whoever they want to vote.
Okay, comrade, please hold your thoughts. I think we have a caller there. Hello. Okay, well, that was a drop call there. Let me come to the studio to Mr. Dele Fanimo, a senior political analyst. What are the implications of Rivers State House of Assembly resuming plenary session after 6 months of emergency rule? And just like the topic states, what next for the people of Rivers State?
Well, for me, the optics points to the Rivers people as the ultimate loser in this game.
As the ultimate loser.
And I'll tell you why. You see, before Fubara was allowed to return to the seat of power in Rivers State, he was already Armstrong, based on the terms and conditions of his return. So he has two choices: either to play by all the tenets of the agreement, or have himself impeached in the days ahead. And for somebody who is inordinately ambitious like Fubara, he would rather play by the rules as dictated by the mediators that brought him back to the government house. And if he does that, Rivers State people will be the ultimate loser. Because the terms and conditions suggest that everything that belongs to Rivers is still within the hands of Wike,
his predecessor,
his godfather. And so Wike will be the puppeteer, while the governor will be the puppet. And so the yo-yo dance will be dictated by the puppeteer. And that is where the Rivers people will be the ultimate loser.
Okay, sir, let's just take this call. Hello? Hello? Hello, if you can hear me, good afternoon. All right, that's a drop call there. Sir, please, you can go ahead.
So, ultimately, Rivers people will lose. Because at the heart of all this is the resources of Rivers State and carrying Rivers State to join the bandwagon of moving to the ruling party. Now, moving to the ruling party is already a done deal. Because the House of Assembly members, 27 of them, will ultimately, in the weeks ahead, move to APC. And that leaves the governor again to only 4 on his side against 27.
All right, I believe the caller is online now. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, please, if you can hear us, can you speak up? Hello? All right, let's just go on. So I wanted to say something, or rather to ask you a question. You talked about Fubara being given options. The option of either...
He doesn't need to be given options.
Okay, you already has the option on the table.
Of course.
Yes.
So
the option on the table for Fubara right now is...
Is to either play ball...
Is either play the ball...
Or we replace him.
Or they replace him.
And I can tell you that Amefule is also warming up to be governor of Rivers State.
Now, this is the
Because once he's impeached, he's going to be impeached along with the deputy. Constitutionally, is the speaker that holds forth.
Of course.
Until another election is conducted.
This is the second time I'm hearing this particular statements today. One from a Rivers person, and now you are confirming this particular situation.
That is the situation.
Now, in a situation like this, what do you expect Fubara to do? Because if Fubara decides not to follow their book or whatsoever offer that is already on the table as we are seated now, he would be impeached. And if he is impeached, it still boils down to the situation affecting the people of Rivers, because the Speaker of House of Assembly of Rivers State is not also ready to do things for the people of Rivers. He is only there for his master.
Has any politician done anything for his state?
Whenever they come up with their manifesto, or when they come out to say they are doing, they are implementing different things, they always say it's for the people.
Talk is cheap.
But implementation is difficult. Hello, good afternoon. I don't know what's really going on with the network today. Good afternoon. If you can hear us loud and clear, we're here. Okay, let's just move on from that particular one. Sir, before I go to Comrade, how will the lawmakers prioritize the agenda considering the pending matters and challenges facing the state? Don't forget that they have issues with their budgets and all of that particular payments thing that they had. They asked Fubara to listen to them, which
to bring to the floor of the house.
to bring to the floor of the house, which actually brooded or started this whole rancor from the first place. Now that it's looking like, okay, peace is being restored, or it is looking to me, But of course, with your submission, I don't think peace is being restored, except this particular decision is made in 24 hours by Fubara. Otherwise,
Peace of the graveyard.
Wow. So what would you have to say as regards the old challenges still on ground?
There's no challenge. The House of Assembly members that have been deprived of funds will quickly have rapport with the governor and ensure that the existing budget is ratified so that they can have their arrears paid, emoluments and all the rest, so that they can have them paid. And then from that point, another rough fight will start.
So the way you are, the way Mr. Adefarasin is actually going about this situation, I think the playbook is quite open to him, and he's already seeing all of this particular.
But that's what is going to happen.
So are we saying that Fubara is not safe either ways?
No.
Because the jubilation is saying otherwise. But what you are telling us, and with the permutation and the predictions in coming days, it is looking like it's not safe.
Yes, if you play back all my interventions since this crisis.
Yes, I remember vividly. This is the reason why I am even more concerned about your submission.
It has always come to pass because I've dealt with politicians at the lowest level and at the highest level. I know the way they think. I know their psychology, and I know, one thing about politics is greed. And greed and wisdom don't cohabit.
They don't. One has to go on holiday while the other
one is active.
Okay, so let me go to Comrade Splendor. Comrade, are you there? Comrade, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Comrade, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
I can hear you as well. All right, so Comrade, what is the significance of the heavy security presence at the Assembly's quarter, and how might it affect this plenary session? Because if they say peace has been restored to a state, why the heavy security? If you had seen the footage, if you had seen it, I don't think a normal plenary should have such security details. What was the need for them to call in that heavy security?
Well, thank you so much. That goes a long way to tell you that there is no absolute peace there. Because, like you have pointed out, if there were to be absolute peace, I don't think there would have been heavy presence of security personnel in that House of Assembly. What I'm saying in the essence is that what they are doing is to see how best they can manipulate the system to suit them. The major interest or the major concern of the ruling party, the APC, at the national level, and the Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike, is just to, see how best they can capture the River State and then turn it around to become an APC-controlled state. That is what is just playing out. And a situation where a sitting governor has no control, absolutely no control of the local government under his watch. What kind of system is that?
Sincerely, I'm really worried for him. Even with the submission of Mr. Adefarasin, I'm sincerely worried for the governor now, because this jubilation that we're all talking about, I don't think we should be jubilating. Maybe he should be strategizing. That is all I would say.
No, the governor is not in charge of the local government.
Obviously.
The governor is not in charge of the State House of Assembly. Then how does he go to operate? And also, for me, I feel for the people of River State, because in these 6 months of dictatorship, because I will call it dictatorship, because the people never elected the sole administrator. So how do you account for all the money released to the state administrator? How do you show accountability? These are what we are saying. And from what we have seen so far, the sole administrator has never come out to say, this is how much I have received in these 6 months that I was in charge, and this is how best I spent it. There is no accountability. And that is
Comrade Splendor, if you remember vividly, I talked about this particular situation about last week, yes, because we were already counting down at the time. And I said, are we just going to allow the sole administrator leave without accountability? Who is going to hold him to give account of how he spent the state funds? Okay? And for every of the implementation, whatsoever project he did, how were we going to track it to see the transparency in that short period of emergency rule? But of course, we're yet to get a response. All we have been saying is there was a peaceful handover from a sole administrator to a governor. Now, how will Governor Fubara's administration work with the state legislature to promote good governance and address the state challenges? And let's also talk about, let's take this question simultaneously. Let's come to the constitutional and legal implications. What are the constitutional implications of the president's power to impose emergency rule, and how can it be checked? I'd like you to take that, please, comrade.
The governor cannot function the way people of Rivers want him to function, because a situation where the governor is already being looked at as a stooge, where they can be controlling him. If he decides to say otherwise or do otherwise, they will begin to plan on how to impeach him. So for me, the governor is already in a tight corner. The governor is already seeing a situation where all his powers as a governor has been cut short. So for me, Mr. President has achieved his aim of trying to see that the wishes and aspirations of the Minister of FCT, Jason Wike, is achieved, because this has been the problem. If Mr. President, in his wisdom, has restored democracy in Rivers State, we also, appeal to Mr. President to use that same might to make sure that the Senate is called to order. That it should make sure that Senator Natasha is also allowed to resume her duty, because this is just a similar thing. If you can say, okay, let there be democracy in Rivers State, why not say let there be democracy in the Senate? So we are in a situation where the APC government has actually, made sure that the Nigerians are kept in a situation. How did we get here? The question is, how did we get here? The governor of Rivers State, I so much feel for him, because he is not going to do what is expected. But I advise him to play the full part, to exhibit a character that all is well, why he focuses more on Rivers State people. Okay. Because that is where the power comes from. Power comes from the people. The people are in charge of power. So for me, let him not in any way decide to cross carpet to APC, because that is the next action.
Comrade, I sincerely appreciate your advice, but I would actually bring your attention to what Mr. Delefanimo said. He has offers, or will I say there is a terms and condition on the table. So if the part of the terms and condition requires the governor, Similare Fubara, to move to APC, I don't think you and I can stop it, because he wants to be in the corridors of power.
That condition, if it is what, because we have not even seen the condition reached by the federal government and the state governor.
Of course, they are not going to put it out there for us to see.
Yes, if the condition, or one of the conditions, is that he must move to APC, then democracy is not at work.
Okay.
Democracy is not.
Okay, so let me just hold your thoughts there. Let me try and take this particular call, and let's hear what this caller has to say. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, are you there? Good afternoon. I'm sorry, the network has really been going head to head.
Needs to unmute himself.
Please unmute yourself if you can hear me loud and clear. Okay, so that's the drop call. Let me come straight back to the studio. And talking about the people of River State, Mr. Adefarasin, how will the River State House of Assembly ensure that the rights of the citizens are protected and promoted during this period? And let's talk about the stakeholders analysis. What role did the key stakeholders, such as the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, play in the crisis, and how will they engage with the Assembly?
Well, the so-called stakeholders in River State.
You said so-called stakeholders.
Yes, I'm using my word advisedly. We are too partisan in the build-up to resolution of this crisis, such that you don't need to hazard any guess as to where each of them belonged in the crisis. And as a result, now that the chicken has come home to roost, it will be difficult for a vote phase from those who were clearly on the side of Fubara, urging him on to put up a spirited fight. And unfortunately now they are disappointed to the extent that they have been shamed along with the way Fubara considered defeat. Then, for those who are on the side of Wike, they would also hold the aces in the days ahead. So where it will be the meeting point? I was expecting that these so-called stakeholders will take the path of genuine reconciliation. But when their voices mattered, they petered out. And now the game is up. So I don't want to factor any so-called stakeholder in this game. Like I said, it's unfortunate, but that's the reality. The ultimate loser in this game is the good people of River State.
Okay, so let's talk about the economic growth now. Okay, we understand that a sole administrator has been in charge for 6 months, and now democracy is back to the states. What? Okay, there's a new caller on the phone now. Hello. Hello, please speak up if you can hear me. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Oh, finally at last. Good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling from, please?
This is Ina calling you from Lagos.
All right, Ina, please go ahead.
Now, let us start with if President Tinubu has the constitutional powers to unilaterally put a state of emergency, I will put that blame on the Supreme Court. Let's compare with America. Donald Trump made some proclamations, and immediately the court told him that you can't do this. It's against the law. I think that is a birthright. He said that anybody born birthright cannot be an American citizen, and the court said no. This is against the human rights, and the court immediately unturned it. That is where democracy works. But here, Tinubu made whatever he proclaimed the sort of emergency, and the court, the judicial arm was quiet about it. You understand? Judicial arm was quiet about it. And you say we are in democracy. This is not democracy. Now let's look at Fubara. Let me talk of Fubara. Your analyst on the studio there is on point. I pity for Fubara, but the point I want to ask Fubara: if he is not governor, what happens? If he does not want to return as governor, what happens? A very good example, for you to be a politician, you must learn how to sacrifice. Goodluck Jonathan sacrificed election, his result, and went home, and he got better offers, and his name will be heard in all eternity in terms of Nigerian history. If Fubara cannot sacrifice now, and I tell you, Fubara really didn't go there for the people.
You know,
he
just to add to what you said, are you there? Just to add to what you are saying right now. I remember some months ago, Fubara went to a church gathering, and he said that my mind is off that particular seat. I don't even intend to go back there. Did you remember? Did you see that video? He said, I have peace now that I'm even out of that place. Whatsoever they want to do, let them go ahead and do on that particular seat with their position. I am fine now. Aren't you seeing that I'm looking good? My mind is off that particular seat. I was sincerely surprised that a week afterwards, Fubara flied out of the country to see the president, went to do so many consultations, and next thing we heard was he went to prostrate for his oga, and today the rest is history. So is this power a very, very serious or addictive situation that someone cannot actually throw in the towel or even take a bow and walk away? Just to add to what you're saying.
It's a matter of principle. I look at all these politicians, they lack principle. As I said, a very good example is Goodluck Jonathan. Even this Tinubu that is now governor, that is now president, there was a time there was an election during his early days. I think the person that he came out as the candidate, I think at the end of the day, found that he was not the rightful person. I can't remember that story very well. He went in, tore his certificate out, and supported the person that was due. He sacrificed that, and where is he now? He's now the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Politicians must learn how to sacrifice. And since Fubara has not seen it right to sacrifice his seat today for a greater tomorrow, I tell you, this same Fubara, mark my word, just as I tell you, it's just a couple of days now before the heat comes up more on him.
He's already saying that. Thank you so much for calling. Okay, thank you for being part. Now the predictions are becoming clearer, and everyone is actually saying that in the coming days, what is about to happen in Rivers in the coming days? Okay, for me, I sincerely don't know what is about to come in, okay, for Rivers, and I don't know what is about to come for Fubara. Mr. Fanimu has said, and Unaya is also saying now. Okay, so let me quickly ask you, sir, what mechanism will be put in place to prevent similar curses in the future? Just for us to wrap up, sir. Mr. Fanimu.
Well, I can't really... You see, we are just trying here to hazard guesses. But the optics are very clear. You don't need a crystal ball to know what is likely to happen in days ahead, like I said earlier. And for the State Assembly, their position is very clear.
Extremely clear.
Because Wike was the one that was standing in for them while they are away. Otherwise, they would have been dead broke by now. It took them, you record that it took them to somewhere outside the country where he fitted them. And of course, to fit 27 members of the State Assembly.
And that's the reason why even PDP cannot even sanction Wike as regards his anti-party.
Forget about because PDP and Wike. Forget about it. Because
it looks like Wike is bankrolling so many people.
Sacking Wike is like you are removing feeding bottle from PDP.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to shut it down there. So Mr. Dele Fanimu said, if you sack Wike, it looks as if you're taking off the feeding bottle, okay, from so many people, especially the PDP and every other politicians that are in his corners. Thank you so much, Comrade Splendor, for being part of the show today, and thank you so much, Mr. Dele Fanimu, for coming on board today. Of course, I want you to have this at the back of your mind that whatsoever views that was expressed, as you know, we are all entitled to our opinion, and whatsoever views that was expressed by either the caller or our guest, analysts, they are all entitled to their opinion, and this is not to reflect that of VOP Media, all right? But aside from that particular one, we have the right to speak as a people. We have the right to make our decision. Of course, the program is People's Voice, and my name remains Savior Udo. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. But whatever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. Do have a wonderful, good evening.
encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP.
September 15 marks the International Day of Democracy, a day set aside to celebrate democratic principles and promote democratic values around the world. First observed in 2008, the day serves as a reminder of the importance of freedom, participation, and the rule of law in building fair and just societies. It also highlights the role of citizens, institutions, and governments in safeguarding democracy. As nations face challenges such as political unrest, voter apathy, and threats to freedom of expression, this year's commemoration is a call to strengthen transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in government.
Talking of democracy, we don't have democracy here in Nigeria. In fact, if you ask me more, I will tell you everybody to find their way. Divide the country. Let everybody be. As you can see, everybody's agitating. People from the eastern are agitating for Biafra. Some from west are agitating for Odua. I believe up north, some are agitating for Arewa. So, talking of democracy, for me, Nigeria, we don't have it yet. So, the best thing that will bring peace, if at all, is everybody to go their way. Release of Nnamdi Kano will make everything work out. If Nigeria will still continue, fine. If it doesn't, so be it.
Well, there are so many things that are bad about the country right now. Things are getting out of hand. Imagine fuel of yesterday is now almost 800 and something naira. Diesel It's not something we cannot even talk about. The country on its own is too poor. Our naira note is very poor, so everything about the country is too poor. We need the leaders to step up and do the betterment for this country.
Democracy that one don't have a speech. There's no freedom of speech. My brother, I don't think we are in democracy. We are a military regime. This is not democracy at all because you will not allow to talk. They will not allow to protest. So I don't understand. They should reduce the price of fuel. Subsidy should come back. Then our naira should rise up and defeat the dollar. That is it. Nothing more than that. It should bring down the economic. Let Nigeria economy be stable. Now we will be buying rice for 80,000, 80-something. Unless you want to eat stone rice, that's why you will be going for 40,000, 50,000 rice. So that is it.
The United Nations urges everyone, from leaders to everyday citizens, to work together in defending democracy, ensuring that the rights and voices of all people are protected. Oyindamola Olukutan for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Just 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode.
edition of Locker Room. I am Ike Chuku Agu. We've got a thrilling show for you today. Join me today to make sense of today's episode of Locker Room is Hafiz, and of course, Maiwa joins virtually. Good evening, Hafiz. How are you doing?
Good evening. Good evening. It's good to be back on Locker Room. Too much of football has gone down. More still to come. And I can just say that I can't wait for us to get into it. I mean, a lot of football, a lot of stories to discuss, goals, coach emotions. I mean, a lot to discuss. And I can't wait to share what we have on the show with our viewers this evening.
All right. So stay tuned, subscribe, and turn on to the notification bell. And don't forget to call us via WhatsApp. You see the numbers beaming on your screen as we enjoy today's conversation in the locker room. A lot happened yesterday in the UEFA Champions League, right? And across Europe, basically. Yeah. And today we are also expecting so many conversations. But one thing is very important. You know, I saw the news and I felt the sort of way. You know, it's about Nigeria and the World Cup qualifiers. You know how we've been talking about, you know, the 3-point deductions and South Africa. And in the news today, it happened that it seems like FIFA is not going to take action in South Africa because, of course, I was here a couple of months ago. We were having a conversation, myself, Jerry, and Maiwa. I was saying that if the rule states that somebody needs to actually make an official complaint after 48 hours, and no one actually did, and someone in FIFA is saying, since no one actually did, and all of the complaints that FIFA dealt with between March and July, there's no mention of South Africa in that particular mention. And it kind of worries me. But then we'll look very well into all of that as the show progresses. But of course, let's say charity, they say, begins at home. So let's deal with exactly what's happened in the world of football as FIFA has deducted. FIFA has decided not to deduct 3 points from South Africa, fielding the Teboho Mokoena in the World Cup qualifiers. And I sat down and I told someone while on the way that, you know, if we have a proper, you know, administration, right, people who actually run football properly in this part of the country, you definitely want to see that certain actions are actually dealt with, you know, as soon as possible. It's not until we come here and then you start talking about it, and then people all over the world start talking about it before, you know, the administration. But what does this actually portend? Because a couple of days ago, you also said here that, you know, it doesn't matter, even if they dug the point. I mean, looking at what we already have, Nigeria is actually one of the worst teams in second place, you know, as regards FIFA qualifying. But just make sense out of this. What exactly do we find? What position do we find ourselves at this point as it stands?
Well, there are a lot of answers to be given to that question. I mean, it reeks of irresponsibility. It reeks of not even trying to care, you know, in certain areas. And it's not just in one aspect. For me, I will go with the players, the coaches. They were not able to do their jobs. Then the base of it all, the NFF also. Trying like they didn't even bat an eye. They were like, okay, maybe the 3 points is not even going to affect us. Maybe that's why they didn't go for it. You can look at it from that angle because it's going to favor more of the likes of Lesotho directly, Benin Republic also, because if they deduct those 3 points of South Africa, they will be level with Benin Republic as it stands. Maybe they are just saying that, okay, we've given up all hope. We don't need to bat an eye. And then I think rules are rules eventually, Kochiko, because they said 24 hours. Right, and nobody raised anything. No, and this is not even about Nigeria alone. Football Association of Benin Republic and of Lesotho, they didn't say anything as well. So this is not all about Nigeria. We are saying it's we are talking about Nigeria because it concerns us directly, right? But other associations did not bat an eye. They didn't talk. They didn't complain to FIFA, and FIFA, they don't want to get themselves into a mess with Africa football so much. They're like, okay, since you guys didn't do anything about the rules, there's nothing we can do. It has gone. I mean, if I take you back to the likes of Algeria, when it happened to us directly, they went within 24 hours and they filed their complaint and it was done. Nobody even heard about it in the news until they took that decision and they deducted our 3 points from us and gave them 3 goals. So I think it's all about irresponsibility on our part, being slow, but then it didn't affect us directly and we didn't do our jobs.
Mokoena, it will interest you to know that Mokoena was supposed to be suspended due to accumulated yellow cards, but was actually fielded, you know, in that particular game, and he played 80 minutes against Lesotho, and Nigeria against the Benin Republic had protested the incident, hoping for potential points deduction that could boost their qualification chance. The Nigerian Football Federation initially awaited a decision from FIFA, knowing the rules would dictate the outcome. However, a former FIFA president defended FIFA's decision not to deduct 3 points from South Africa, citing that Lesotho didn't file a formal complaint within the stipulated time frame, and FIFA didn't notify South Africa beforehand about Mokwena's suspension. With FIFA silence on the matter, South Africa remains 17 points, leaving Nigeria's Super Eagles, who have 11 points, facing a tough road to qualifications. The Super Eagles now rely on winning their remaining matches and favorable results elsewhere to secure a spot in the World Cup qualifiers. The first time we talked about this, I mentioned this. I said, if that 48 hours rule is that useless, it should be expunged. And then Jerry and Mayowa cited that Nigeria's case against Algeria, nobody actually complained, and eventually it was deducted.
Yes.
That if they can actually do that in the case of Nigeria, it should be done to South Africa. Now, I understand that, and it quite made a lot of sense to me, even though I still believe that if that clause is useless, it should be expunged. But my big question is this: looking at the whole thing playing around and how South Africa has been able to, most likely, the way it seems now, it seems like they're actually getting away with it. If it happens that way, are you going to be hinging their getting away from it to the fact that they have the current CAF president?
Well, I want to ask a question, Ikechukwu. How do you see it? Who is to blame for us here in the studio knowing about the rules and the clauses and nobody in NFF knows about it? Because this is you and I talking about it now. We went in further to search, and we actually brought out a code. We saw the code, the protest, the rules that concerns the protest and everything, deduction of points and all of that. How come nobody in the NFF knows this? Or are we going to say they don't know about it? So I won't want to put it on the fact that South Africa has the current CAF president is South African. I wouldn't want to put it on that. That might be a factor. But and also maybe if FIFA is saying there's a rule that says 24 to 48 hours, do we have to do that? Because rules are rules. Do we have to actually come and complain that this is what happened? It was clear. It was clear that this guy, the player Teboho Mokoena, was ineligible. Right? It was so clear. But maybe they were now waiting. I want to ask again, because there are many points to this. If it was European, is it going to happen? If it was South American, is it going to happen?
But the rules are clear. The rules states that if you filled in fact, it's so funny that South Africa themselves also acknowledged that they made an error fielding the player. Yes. In fact, at some point, somebody in the South Africa football governing body also came out and said that somebody needs to be fired for not taking cognizance of Teboho Mokoena's yellow cards incident. So if South Africa as a body understands that they've breached the rule, and then somehow somebody within Apex football governing body is saying that because nobody actually filed protest.
So it's a case of we admit to what we've done, but you guys are not saying anything then.
But my question is, if it happened to us in 2018 without nobody saying nothing, why is it not happening to them in 2025?
I think the difference in 2018 was that the Algerians went forward and we didn't step up to it. Because
the Algerians actually didn't step forward in 48 hours.
They did. So they did, because I don't think. So are you trying to say that it's a case of FIFA themselves went to
Yes. They just took decision.
But another angle is that 2018 to 2025 is a long time.
So that's what I'm asking. Does it mean that what we are witnessing has something to do with the influence of Patrice Motsepe?
Well, I think that's just it's a case of like the excesses. I mean, the major thing, the rules were not followed, to be honest, because the likes of Lesotho did not do anything. Benin Republic did not do anything. Those that it was going to influence directly did not do anything.
I was even expecting it to be 6 points, because Teboho Mokoena actually, played that game against Lesotho, which means he didn't actually serve his yellow card. And then when the issue was on, he was supposed to even serve that punishment first. He went further to actually play a game, which means it was supposed to be 6 points.
Yeah.
Or even more, South Africa was supposed to even be punished more than 6 points, because
there are many questions to ask.
So if all of this is happening, and then South Africa has the man in charge of CAF as their compatriots,
yes,
and then we are looking at all of these things happening in Africa. How do we even come out of this situation?
There are many questions to ask FIFA, because if I take you back to the case of Emilio Nsue of Equatorial Guinea, who used to play for Spain, and FIFA are saying that he has been playing for Equatorial Guinea without their knowledge, a long time ago, I think a decade now.
The top scorer in the last AFCON.
Yeah, the top scorer in the last AFCON. This guy played against Nigeria in the Under-20 World Cup 2009. I can remember very well. He played for Spain with the likes of Dani Parejo. So for me, I think if they can create an action on him without anybody even going to them, that means they should be able to do this, as well. I'm just trying to push your point, saying that the rules. This is what happened. This guy was ineligible. Just the mere mention of it that FIFA Mokoena was ineligible. You should have taken that action directly instead of you referring to us that didn't you see a rule of 24 to 48 hours.
So see,
there are many questions to ask FIFA.
If FIFA, I'm being very objective here. If FIFA decides to not punish South Africa because nobody filed a complaint, I agree. Yes, 100%, because that's the rule. Yes. But my problem is the inconsistency.
There's inconsistency everywhere.
Now, if there's inconsistency, then why are we having a rule?
Exactly. It's a rule that is meant to be followed to the letter, right? And if this rule can stand 7 years ago, it should be able to stand 7 years after. But that's why I said there are many questions to ask FIFA. There are a lot of questions to ask them over the top. There are a lot of questions to ask FIFA, CAF, NFF as well. Because when you knew the rule immediately, are you trying to tell us that, okay, you were thinking that Nigeria was going to win the game easily and we are not going to care about the points? Because just make it Chuku.
It's supposed to be so.
If we had done our jobs, I'm still going to go back to that. I'm sorry, Nigerians. I'm always saying if we had done our jobs, we won't be going back to points like this. We won't be. We should have done our jobs since. All these things is just medicine after death. Even if they deduct the points, are we going to qualify? I'm asking you now. You're out of that. Do you think we are going to negotiate our 2 games? Or it's going to be like a motivator that, okay, if they drop the points, we can be motivated to go win our next 2 games.
I'll tell you, right, if FIFA wants to be consistent with the way they've done, or they did in 2018, if they want to be consistent, I think 6 points should be deducted from South Africa.
You think 6 points?
Yes, that's the case, because they didn't feel they did feel an ineligible player.
Yes.
It came out, even in South Africa, they were talking about it, that someone should be sanctioned, someone should be punished, and now you've not served the punishment. You went ahead to feel the same player.
But what do you think is going to be done? Because the rules were not followed. They are always going to go back to the rules.
That's what I'm saying. If FIFA wants to be consistent,
yes,
right, with the way they actually applied the rule in 2018, it should be this way.
But South Africans will they will come outside, because if they now go ahead and say, okay, because he is ineligible and we know he's ineligible, let us go and sanction him. They will come outside and say, but these people did not complain.
No, and
they will come out.
And then FIFA will bring the case of 2018 that no one complained and punish.
Yes, they will.
Because see,
they will tell you they will actually go back for the rules to save their face. They will not tell you that, oh, we did it in 2018. We are not going to do it in 2018. No, they will tell you that it's true. There's actually a rule. And at the same time, I think what most people are not getting is that under that rule, there is a say that it can be done ex officio. It's there. Maybe one of these days we are going to bring out the full statement on that topic. It can be done ex officio. It can be done anytime. Why is nobody in the NFF? We are talking about Nigeria now. Why is nobody in the NFF knowing what we know?
By ex officio, what do you mean?
It can be done outside. It can be done anytime. It doesn't have to be official. That's what they are saying. It doesn't have to be official. The complaint can be laid anytime.
You said complaint can be laid.
It can be laid anytime. You can go now and go to FIFA and mention our grievances to them about this 3 points deduction.
If FIFA is saying ex officio and they're also saying 48 hours, that's a contradiction. Absolutely.
But then it is what is. That's why I said I wish we can just put this code outside.
The issue of ex officio, right? I want to think it has to do with the general, unofficial complaints and complaints outside that particular scope, which means that you can actually complain.
But you will still take it back to the
an unofficial complaint, right?
Yes.
Is doesn't really carry weight.
Because
it's not official. Yes, because you have to go through the books, and that's what the rule says. I recall that we had, I think we debated this couple of months here consistently. David, Jerry, myself, every single time we talk about this particular clause. And I was saying it that part of the clause should be expunged. But unfortunately now, the chicken has come to roost.
Unfortunately, and if only we can just kick on from this. Nigeria, we have to learn. We don't have to wait for things like this to always happen to our football. We should have done our jobs when we needed to do it, but we did not. So
okay, let's see. Let
them go.
Let's see how much learning. Let's see how much learning we've done so far.
Have we ever learned?
Well, let's see how much learning.
Because since I started watching football, have they learned? You've been watching football before me. Since I started watching football, they've not learned. Have they learned since I started watching football?
Well, I mean,
we are slowly turning to Chile.
Okay. So let's see. Okay, I think I have to rephrase. Let's see what we're going to learn based on the current FIFA ranking.
Drawing board don't fool.
Let's see what
we're going back to the drawing board.
I'm sorry. Relax. I'm sorry. Let's see what we're going to learn based on the current FIFA ranking. The Super Eagles have dropped to 45th place in latest FIFA ranking, making their lowest position in over 6 years, despite an unbeaten run in World Cup qualifiers under coach Eric Schell, including a win over Rwanda and draw against South Africa. Nigeria slipped only one spot globally within Africa. The Super Eagles are now ranked 6th behind Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, Algeria, and Cote d'Ivoire. This ranking dropped intensifies concerns about Nigeria's chance of qualifying for 2026 FIFA World Cup. With 11 points from 8 matches, they trail leaders, South Africa by 6 points in Group C to keep their qualification hopes alive. Nigeria must win both of their final matches against Lesotho away and Benin Republic at home. Globally, Spain has overtaken Argentina as top-ranked team, while France sits second. Latest FIFA ranking reflects ongoing shift in global football, with teams like Cote d'Ivoire, Benin Republic making notable climbs in the rankings.
Serious teams are getting up. The serious ones are knowing their places.
I have issues, really. Yes. I must say this. I have issues with
the rankings.
Okay. I sincerely do have issues with rankings.
Let's have it.
But my biggest problem is how they come about these rankings. For example, I don't know why Argentina will drop.
And Spain will come up.
And Spain will become number 1 team. I mean, Spain is not even the European champion.
They are.
Oh, yeah. They defeated England, right?
Yes.
In the finals.
Yes.
But Argentina is still undisputable, the world champion and South American champion. Yeah. And they've qualified for the World Cup as well.
Maybe it's that loss. Maybe it's that loss.
Just that one loss. And they slipped to third.
Is that France? Is France coming up to second? I don't understand.
Exactly.
I can still make a case for Spain.
But let's leave Spain and France. I mean, these are nations who takes football serious. So yes. Nigeria slipped for the 5th position in world rank.
It's fair.
Where does it leave us?
It's fair.
Where does it leave us?
Because fair. It's fair or not so. 45th is fair. 6th in Africa is fair. We are not supposed to be top 10 in Africa because of the way we've been playing.
Okay. Wait. I know you like to put Nigeria on the knife, but let me ask you.
Yeah.
Be very honest with yourself. Tell me your first 10 team in Africa.
My first 10 teams in Africa.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody says Nigeria.
No. You say we're not supposed to make the top 10. So tell me, based off current form, in the last 2 months, the teams that are supposed to be the top 10 in Africa. I want to hear it.
Cabo Verde, Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, Angola, DRC, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali.
Wait, let's circle back again.
I'm mentioning
things. No. Circle back again.
Cabo Verde, that's Cape Verde. Mm-hmm. Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, Democratic Republic of Congo,
DR Congo.
Who else have I mentioned? Egypt, Cameroon. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can go on.
But you've not mentioned 10.
But Nigeria is not there. Benin Republic, South Africa, Gabon, people that are qualified for the World Cup, Tunisia, people that are above us, people that are even the ones that are second, that are in that top that ranking for the second place teams that can qualify. As long as Nigeria is not beating any one of them, Nigeria is not above them in my eyes. But okay, that is all banter. But honestly, we shouldn't be where we are, to be honest, because it just shows that our football has been slowing down. I mean, look at the teams that we are behind. These are teams that we should be. I remember when Nigeria used to be 5th in the world. We were 9th in the world also at some point. Even when we were 9th in the world, we looked at it like it was a sleep. We were 5th in the whole world. What's going on?
4th actually.
We were 4th?
Yes, after the US and World Cup.
And we are saying Eric has been, despite Eric Hill's unbeaten run, we unbeaten run help. You are not qualifying to the World Cup. There are serious teams ahead of you now. It shows that you are no longer that giant you used to be. So what can be done for us to revive this? It's like we are always happy to just hear that, okay, as long as we are still in the world rankings, maybe when we get to 112, we'll be serious. Because there are teams like Madagascar, teams like Burkina Faso, teams like Benin Republic, they are on the hop.
Again, you know that this FIFA ranking is done every month. Right.
Yes.
And months, I mean, in sometimes you don't get to play international football for like two months or more.
Yeah.
And then this rankings keeps changing.
Yes. I want to put you on the spot. If you were the one in charge of the rankings, where would you honestly put Nigeria over the last 2 months of our football? Where would you honestly put Nigeria?
In Africa?
Yes, in Africa.
Nigeria should be, I mean...
Are you going to put them above any of those things as we mentioned? Like I didn't even mention Senegal.
We need to understand, we need to understand how the FIFA ranking is done, right? So that we will get the full picture. So the FIFA rankings, that's why I said they actually play this tournament. I mean, they actually play international. They actually do this ranking when no international football is played.
Okay.
So the way they do this ranking is they actually check how active the national team players are in their club side.
In their club side, yes.
So now, one, you can be active, and again, they will also check how influential you are in your club.
Your team, yes.
And then the third is how influential is your team in the league.
In their league, okay.
And then they will now check.
Influential is even your league.
So now, based off that, if you look at the Spanish national team, you understand that their players are doing very well.
Majorly Barcelona players. And we know how
you look at the French players too, French national team too.
PSG.
So you understand why the Argentines are dropping. The likes of Deportation now moved to America.
Yes.
You see the rankings.
Their best player too.
It's dropping. But here, now if we do the coefficients in Africa, Nigeria should be at least top 5.
Top 5?
Yes.
Top 5.
That's why I'm shocked that we are 6. Because I'm telling you this because if you look at the players, if you look at the teams now above us, that's why I want to look at the idea that the last 2 months might have changed things because the likes of Morocco and
those ones are
I'm not even talking about the activities of their players now because when you play international football it counts now. That's exactly what people see more. We are in that particular window where international activities is very much around. So they use that as a yardstick to actually judge, give teams points. So yes, based off international activities, I want to say, the ranking is fair. But I want to believe that after this, few months' time, it's going to change and Nigeria is going to go back, maybe climb a step further or maybe 2 steps. It depends.
Okay.
But it's sad. And you mentioned something that going back to our glorious days and things that Nigerians are used to, and it brings me to former Nigerian international Yakubu Ayegbeni, who believes that he will struggle to score goals in the current Super Eagles team due to a lack of creative midfielders. Speaking on a podcast with Sunday Olise, Ayegbeni noted that the team relies too heavily on defensive midfielders, creates scoring opportunities. He pointed out that the team's inability to string passes together effectively hinders the ability to build attacks. The Super Eagles are currently struggling in their 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers with only 9 goals scored in 8 matches. Group leaders South Africa have a significant goal difference advantage with 14 goals scored and 6 conceded. Ayegbeni's comments highlight the need for the team to improve their creative output if their hope to qualify for the World Cup must remain. And of course, the team's upcoming fixtures against Lesotho and Benin Republic will be crucial in determining the qualification phase with a strong performance and more goals for the Super Eagles may still be able to turn their campaigns around. However, Ayegbeni's assessment suggests that significant changes may be needed to improve the team's attacking chances. But the thing is this, right? We looked at the Super Eagles today and we look at the Super Eagles in this of Ayegbeni. Honestly speaking, if Ayegbeni were to be playing Super Eagles of today, is this statement right? Would he really struggle to score, many goals for Super Eagles with the way the team is set up today?
I mean, looking at it, how many goals has Osimhen actually scored for us? Maybe off the creativity because we see the way Osimhen comes in, leaves his natural number 9 role, comes in to even dictate the play himself. So I think in that regard, I think it's slightly right. But at the same time, creativity can come from anywhere. It doesn't have to be on number 10. Creativity can even come from your full-backs. I'm giving you the case of Trent and Robertson when they were at Liverpool in their prime, playing really well. they were getting, maybe when the creativity was not coming from the midfield, we saw the number of assists that Trent and Robertson were creating for their strikers. So creativity can come from anywhere. I beg your pardon. Now, even your striker can be creative. Aviation is an example. So for me, I think I would say even our defensive game that he's saying, we scored 9 goals and conceded 7. We're on the +2 goals difference. Even our defense, they concede goals.
What exactly is our problem? Is it everything? Is it the coach, or is it that the Super Eagles have just moved away from the way we naturally play, the template that former coach Westerhoff actually left? Yeah. Is it that because we've moved from that, or is it that the coach we have
There's simply no joy in football anymore?
No, not at the level of the current Super Eagles players.
Nigerians are actually struggling to adapt to the kind of football we are playing these days. I mean, during that time, we had the likes of Christian Obodo, Wilson Oruma, JJ Okocha, that we know that if it's with the ball, anything can happen. It is not over until it's over. But now we seem to we resign after the 68th minute that these guys are not going to do anything. Yes, we have this lack of creative spark in that middle. Alex Iwobi is carrying the country on his back, and he's really showing on him. He can't really do much. But how about our wingers? I mean, the game against South Africa, when Chukwueze came on, a lot of Nigerians were not even impressed. They were like, this guy will just dribble and he's not going to go. And he did the same thing. He wasn't crossing. The ball was not coming. You could see the striker cutting a frustrated figure. At the end of the day, they came out and they threw him under the bus. Was he getting the service? So I think in that regard, I would want to say Ayegbeni might be right. But when you had the chance, Nigerians will still go back and ask you, when you had the chance in 2010 against South Korea, what did you do?
So I mean, if you say Ayegbeni is right, because I'm looking at his statement. He's saying that Ayegbeni is not Nigeria's greatest striker, right? But he's saying that if he had played in this particular generation, he would really have struggled. Which means
scoring.
But now with the situation that we have at hand, and with ex-international coming out to make these sort of claims, I don't know as a fan, what do you think Nigeria needs to actually turn things around? Because it's quite worrisome. I mean, watching Nigeria back in the days, you'll be certain that Nigeria can actually get you 3 goals in a game, 4 goals, when we actually meet teams that we deem as minor. The likes of Lesotho, whipping boys, 4-3, Nigeria is definitely going to actually do that. But now we struggle to even get 2 goals past them. What is the problem with our football today? Why can't we find, I think I should rephrase. How are we going to find the right balance to actually get the best out of our players? Or is it that the players that we have now are actually not good enough?
On a more serious note, Ikechukwu, I think we just have to go more in depth, because if you look at these players, to be very honest with you, and I'm 100% honest now, these players care more about their club careers than what they have to offer to the national team. To be very honest with you, they know that the level of competition in their club side is more than the one here. If they perform well for their clubs, they will get that invite to come and play for Nigeria. But they know that if their club is actually watching them, even while they were on international duty, and they know that any slight injury, they might lose their place to another person in their club. So they put more energy, for their clubs than for the country. And now that the NFF has realized that, if they have, actually, they should know that we have a running league. We can develop our... I know a lot of people they've resigned from watching even Nigerian football, the NPFL. They just watch it, for the excitement it brings. They are not seeing players. They are not seeing maybe the future of Nigerian football can come from there. It can.
But if we have a running league. But if you say players now actually want to give their best to their club rather than the national team, I think it has always been almost the same thing. Because see, the thing is, even now, the way they actually play for national team is actually not really different from the way they play for their clubs. I think what I see, this is my own position, right? What I see is these players come into the national team, and then the way they are being deployed in the national team is quite different. Case in example, Alex Iwobi. The way the coach deploys Alex Iwobi brings out his best in Fulham. When it comes to the national team, we often play him deep.
This was the same Alex Iwobi that adjusted his play role under Arsene Wenger when there was no space for him in the number 10 role, and Wenger moved him to the left wing, and he was playing for in that left wing role play really hard to even give competition that to the wingers that were there. You can adapt your game.
No, you need to understand. See, you need to understand.
I know it will dull your normal prowess, but you still have to do it.
See, you need to understand this, right? You know that for club level, yes, you can actually be on your club official assignment for like 3 months without going to the national team.
Yes,
it's enough time for you to actually get used to it.
Yes.
For national team, the longest you can come, the longest you can even have is a 7-game tournament.
Yes.
Right. That's the longest. You cannot play more than 7 straight games. That's a tournament.
Okay.
But other times you can just be friendly match. Now, if you move from playing consistently, I remember a statement Ronaldinho made after he faced heavy backlash after the World Cup in 2006, where Ronaldinho had a below par performance. After what we saw few months ago in the UEFA Champions League, they won the Champions League, and then he got to the World Cup. He was barely recognized. Yeah. And he said that, in his club side, right, before Eto moves, before Eto sneezes, he knows the next movement. Yes. But that it takes about 3 months to learn the movement of a player.
You don't have that time.
You don't have. So now you bring a player who plays a certain role week in, week out,
to come and be defended.
To come and play deep in the national team. Yeah. You see how terrible. And that's exactly what cost Nigeria our game against South Africa. We came into that game on a very good note. The team seemed to have gotten a rhythm, and Aviation actually decided to actually play Kevin Bassey wide and then obstruct the chemistry of the team. So, as much as I understand what you're saying, but I still believe that the players actually want to give their all. I think it's more of a case of, how they are being deployed rather than,
there's this talk of them not being able to adapt to African football.
That's a very big criteria too.
How about the players that are in Africa? I mean, okay, you can say the Chan Eagles did not impress. I understand. But you can't use that as a yardstick. You can still improve. Are we saying we should blend these players with those that are playing in Africa to know that, this is, or we should just introduce African football to them? Because, they are footballers, they should know the basics. That physicality is needed, your skill is needed. It's not only about just what is given, on the pitch. Football is 95% what happens off the pitch at times. So your mentality, that, when I'm going back home, I want to go and play physical football, and I can do that as a footballer. I can improve my physique, But maybe they are not really understanding the fact that African football is different from what we play at our club side in Europe. You understand? We know that even though Europe can be physical too, but we know that there's more of technique in European football than African football. That's what affects even Mo Salah at Egypt when he doesn't really pull the numbers at AFCON because it's way different. I saw last AFCON, I saw him getting bullied against Cape Verde. I'm like, wow, is this the same Mo Salah? But
the quality different. In Egypt also is telling. If this Mo Salah had been part of the Egyptian side between 2006 and 2010 that won the Nations Cup back-to-back, I think he would really, really do a lot for that side. But
that team was
yes,
that team was
really
the
team that
good.
Had the likes of Abutreka,
Barakat, Gedo, yes.
That team, if this Mo Salah was part of that team, I think it would have been better. But from one
quality is dropping, I guess.
Well, yeah, I think I will agree with you on that. But from the male from the Super Eagles to I wouldn't say this story is a good story, but yes, every good thing comes to an end at some point. And this is the story of former Super Falcons captain Onome Ebi, who has actually retired, and likes of Rashida Jibade and Osinachi Ohale have congratulated their former teammate and captain, the professional footballer Ebi, who is Super Falcons' most scout player with 109 appearances, announced her retirement on social media, expressing her gratitude for the journey and her desire to continue giving back to the game. Ajibade and Ohale praised Ebi's fantastic career and wish her well for the future. Ebi's retirement marks the end of an illustrious career during which she won 4 Women's African Cup of Nations titles with the Super Falcons and featured in 6 FIFA Women's World Cup. She is a trailblazer for an African footballer and will be remembered for her dedication and achievement. Super Falcons continue to thrive with talented players like Ajibade and Ohale leading the team. Ebi's legacy will undoubtedly inspire the future generations of footballers, and her contributions to African football will not be forgotten. Onome Ebi is one of the players I see in the Super Falcons, and I just smile. Beautiful and cool-headed. She she just reminds me of. I mean, she's the female version of Sergio Ramos for me.
Absolutely fantastic, and she's been there for the longest.
She's 40 now.
40. Wow.
And that's why her retirement is kind of makes sense to me.
Yes, and it's just the right time for her to just pave the way for others to come. And I'm sure that whenever she's in the dressing room, maybe not as a footballer, obviously this time anymore, but as a figure that the youngsters will look at her and be like, oh, we could see what you did when you were there, and we can also, you know, aspire to do the same thing. Forget everything that has happened on the other side, you know, with issues. I mean, she was at the center of issues with the NFF at some point, but then that cannot take anything from her contribution. I mean, she's been fantastic for us. I mean, I can't be going back to the days where she used to play with the other players, with the likes of Nkocha and all of that. But
she said something. She said something, you know, after the Falcons actually did the La Decima, you know, like we call it, the 10. And one of the things she was saying was that she was heaping praises on the lady who's actually filling her shoes in the person of the main, and saying she's actually the right figure to actually take that space. I worry for the likes of Onomebe leaving us, because the problem with this is that over time, one thing I've learned is that we have a very terrible maintenance culture, and when the good one leaves, our quality continues to nosedive.
Yeah.
If you go back to other countries, right, when a good player leaves, you're sure that you're definitely going to get a better player stepping in. Even if you're not getting a better player stepping in, you get almost the same quality and a better team stepping in.
Well,
I don't know where this leaves us. I mean, perhaps in another maybe 2 years, Ajibade will also be leaving us. Rashidat, Asisa rather, Oshola will be leaving us, and I don't know.
I was going to go there. I mean, just for a means of encouragement. I think it doesn't really happen all around. I mean, I remember when Okpara was there, I was thinking that we were not going to see another striker like Okpara.
Have we?
Oshola.
No, Oshola
came in at twilight when Okpara was like at the peak of her power.
So the thing is, Okpara was like the arrowhead. Asisa Oshola was always coming from side, and sometimes they played the both of them.
Yes,
no doubt.
But when Okpara left, Oshola was like the focal point.
Okay, now
Oshola did well.
Oshola is leaving.
Exactly.
Have we seen her quality?
Maybe not. But we still have the likes of Kano. Kano might still do well for us. I mean,
at the age these girls are.
Yes.
At the age these girls are in, the likes of Kano. Yes, I know we saw top talent quality from Esther Okoronko,
yes.
Echegini is actually a midfielder, but
yes.
I'm looking at attackers now. I know, yes, we've seen good quality of players like Onumonu and co, but
yes, Onumonu,
at the age they are in now, and at the age Oshola was in, when we started saying, okay, this is the next person. Come on. I don't know. I fear for the current Super Falcons. I don't know what's going to be the future of this team in 5 years.
Maybe what I would just say to Onomebe is that maybe she can help us, you know, work with the NFF and help us find talents, because that's what we need now. Because, like you said, the quality is dropping, but if we can find talents, I mean, rare talents there are talents in women football.
How do we find this talent if we're not grooming them?
That's a big question for the NFF, my friend. That's a big question for the NFF. We need to groom these people. We can't be depending on. You said we have a very bad maintenance culture, but we know how to recycle. You will play if you are still, like, let me say, relevant. Your two legs are still working, and they know that they can call you anytime. You will play.
I remember the first Nations Cup that
you are 45.
I remember the first Nations Cup. In fact, a couple of Nations Cup. I'm talking about a female Nations Cup now. Yeah. And these teams, naturally, the likes of these North African teams, when Nigeria come head-to-head with them, it's easy peasy.
Yeah.
But I saw how it's difficult for us to actually go past them. I don't even want to remember it, sincerely. But let's just go to Europe and look at what's happening. And former Manchester United coach René Molenstein believes that the team's struggle under Ruben Amorim stemmed from the manager's style of play, not the players, despite significant summer signings like Brian Mbeumo and Matis Cunha. United have managed just one Premier League win, and we are eliminated from EFL by League 2 side Grimsby Town. Mustin thinks that with the right system, the players could excel and showcase their talent. The coach emphasized that the need for a clear structure that the players can buy into, allowing them to pack and perform at their best. He believes that the current players at Manchester United are capable, but the system isn't suiting them. According to him, common sense and well-structured approach like that of Michael Carrick implemented could bring out the best in the team. The former coach's comments come as Manchester United face growing pressures with poor starts to the season. The coach inside suggests that changing the team's approach might be the key to unlock the potential to achieving success. So I'll ask you, you've seen Manchester United since last season that Ruben Amorim joined. What exactly have you seen? Have you actually noticed that, or do you share the sentiment of this particular former Manchester United manager that the problem is not the players, that United have players that can actually do a good job or a decent job? Because what they are doing now is not even close to decent.
For me, Manchester United's issues are deep-rooted. But since he's mentioning Ruben Amorim now, I think I will actually want to agree with him because, I mean, there's a level to which you can be stubborn. There's a level to stubbornness. You can always change. You can be pragmatic. Pragmatism can win you the league. And you can ask Pep Guardiola. He did that in 2022. There were times when that flowing football wasn't there anymore. And he was winning games by a goal to nil. He had to come back from 2 goals against Aston Villa in 2022 to win 3-2 and win the league. You can be very pragmatic. When you know that 3-4-3 or that 3-5-2 that you were trying at Sporting, you don't have the quality of players that can execute that. You can change. There's nothing wrong with changing. I mean, he mentioned something about Michael Carrick, which I feel is trying to campaign for to come back to the Manchester United manager. We know how they do these things. Okay. But it actually worked. Look at Manchester United. I was speaking with a Man U fan. He said if they had kept Van Nistelrooy, these are people that they know what they call the United way. Okay. They know how they can play. I mean, when Ferguson was there, the players were not all world class initially, but that system helped them and groomed them into becoming world class players. You play to the strength of your players. It's not just about you this time around. It's not. He came out. He said, "I will not change my philosophy. If you rather change the man, they will change you and you will go." If they are really serious, that's why away from Amorim now, I want to talk to Manchester United board. Look at Bruno Lage of Benfica. He just bottled 2 goals to Karabakh and he was sacked in the midnight. Jose Mourinho is that the new manager. So if the Manchester United board are serious about what they want to achieve, Amorim should have been gone by now. He's still there. He's still having that confidence that I have the backing of my board, so I'll still be there. So he's saying that he is not ready to change his philosophy, but the philosophy is clearly not working. Why not play to the strength of your players? Why are you using Amad Diallo as a right wing back and you are using Bruno Fernandes as close to a DM? It's not going to work. And if you think that 17, 15, 16 is the standard you want to set for your club, well, all well and good by you if your board is accepting it. But if your club knows what to be done, if they are being serious right now, Amorim should be gone by now because it is clearly not working. And it's just driving these players into the mud. Look at the likes of Benjamin Sesko. Benjamin Sesko, okay, fine. It's not that be all end all for strikers. I mean, he has only 13 Bundesliga goals last season. But then you bought this striker for big money, and you're not playing to his strengths. This is somebody that is good in the air. He can even hustle defenders, but he's not even getting the service. You had the chance to sign midfielders. You were not signing midfielders. So what are you trying to do? Your style is not working, Mr. Ruben. You should change. Change is allowed in football, and it's constant. That's the only thing that is constant, change. But since he's not ready to change, I pity for him and Manchester United.
Well, Manchester United, it's Hafiz that's saying, Ruben Amorim, Hafiz that's saying Manchester United sack you. It's not me. I don't know, but it's just so sad that United find the...
They are playing the Champions League game today, Abi?
United is not Champions League. Okay, talking about Champions League. Yes, 2025-2026 Champions League is currently on. And Tuesday, Wednesday, we're supposed to talk about it, but had issues. We're not here. And... So let's look at so far UEFA Champions League 25-26 season kicked off 2 days ago in the thrilling showcasing top European clubs. Bayern Munich, Inter Milan, Liverpool, and Paris Saint-Germain actually played yesterday and they secured wins in the opening fixtures. Liverpool actually edged Atletico Madrid 3-2 thanks to Virgil van Dijk's dramatic leg header. While Bayern Munich defeated Chelsea 3-1.
World champions.
Yes, and. It was a game of an own goal and 2 strokes of the cane from Bayern Munich, courtesy of Harry Kane. And Inter Milan actually defeated Ajax Amsterdam 2 goals And that was awesome from Marcus Thuram. I mean, it was an impressive performance right there at the Park of the Presidents. And Park of the Presidents, I beg your pardon, at the Park of San Siro. At the Park of the Presidents, it was PSG against Atlanta-less Ademola Lookman. And I don't know why the coach actually decided to actually, put him on the bench. But now I heard today that he has returned back to training, and perhaps they're trying to actually work things out to bring him back into the team. And other notable fixtures included the Arsenal 2-0 win against Athletic Club, Gabriel Martinelli. I think that was 2 days ago.
Yeah,
and yes, and Lisandro Trossard also scoring crucial goals. And of course, Union St. Gilio. That's the most shocking game. They actually won 3-1 away from home against PSV Eindhoven. And trust me, that game actually came as a huge surprise. Juventus actually played a dramatic 4-4.
Game of the round so far.
Against Borussia Dortmund. And that game is so huge. Real Madrid, yes, the golden boy, golden boy. Kylian, you call it luck?
Very lucky.
2-1.
That was not a penalty.
And the Champions League.
Every other day, that's not a penalty.
The Champions League continues today with Manchester City takes on, Napoli with their, I think, arguably one of the greatest players ever, coming back to the Etihad Stadium. It's going to be huge. A lot of talk. Rodri was talking about how he's definitely not going to allow Kevin play because he knows him, he knows his quality. If he's given a little chance, it's going to cause him a lot of problem. And not forgetting Erling Braut Haaland, the boogeyman, is definitely going to want to, show why he's arguably one of the best strikers in the world. Newcastle United against Barcelona. That's going to be also so big. And Bukan Urok also left out, what's his name, Victor Osimhen in that particular game against Frankfurt.
It was fit.
It wasn't really fit. But looking at all of this, right, let's look at the Barcelona and Newcastle game. What's your take?
Well, for me, I think for the investors, they can actually catch the Barcelona.
I don't know who. I mean,
for the investors.
Who are the investors?
They can catch the Barcelona, but I think for me, Barcelona are very scary. I mean, they didn't have Lamine Yamal. I don't think they'll be having him for tonight's game as well. They didn't have Lamine Yamal over the weekend, but they won 6-0. And if you look at the way they played, it should have been more than that. Fermin Lopez, you reminded Chelsea that these people should have spent money on me. I think they wanted to go for him for 90 million, or Barca said they should bring 90 million. And he looked like a 90 million player on that day. There's quality all around. Yamal or not, Lewandowski.
Give me a prediction.
Is still firing. For me, it's going to be a tough game, but I think Barcelona will
scoreline.
You're putting me on the spots. Let me say 2-1 because Newcastle can do well as well.
Napoli, Man City.
It is not De Bruyne they should be worried about. It's McTominay, McTominay. But I think City should a draw. I think a draw in that game. A draw in that game. I don't want to rule out Napoli.
2-2 draw, 1-1 draw. 0-0 draw.
1-1.
All right, you've heard it from us. You've heard it from Octopus Afis. Perhaps tomorrow we'll come again and look at the predictions he's made. And that's exactly what we'll be leaving off our show today here in the locker room. Afis, it's been awesome having you today again.
Thank you very much. It's been wonderful.
All right, so that's exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain today on Locker Room. Join us for another very exciting episode tomorrow, because definitely it's going to be exciting as we look at all of the remaining fixtures of the Midday 1 of the UEFA Champions League and other stories that concerns us in Africa. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
the red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The world unites to observe World Patient Safety Day today, an initiative of the United Nations and the World Health Organization. This year's theme, Safe Care for Every Newborn and Every Child, draws attention to the urgent need to protect the most vulnerable patients, which are the infants and the young children, from preventable harm in healthcare settings. Every year, millions of children face risks that can be avoided with proper care, from infections caused by unsafe medical practices to complications during delivery or inadequate neonatal support. These challenges highlight the importance of prioritizing patient safety at all levels of healthcare. Health experts stress that safety for newborns and children goes beyond treatment. It includes preventive actions such as clean birthing environments, timely immunizations, safe administration of medicines, adequate nutrition, and early detection of illnesses. Strengthening healthcare systems, providing continuous training for workers, and investing in child-friendly equipment are key to saving lives.
Patient safety is critical, especially for newborns and children, because of their unique biological, care-related, and psychological vulnerability. Now, what I'm trying to say in essence is that for patients, for babies and children, there are communication barriers. You do not know, they're not able to tell you what is actually wrong with them. You just need caregivers to be able to tell their distress mode when they actually need something. And also they need them as higher risks because of their organs and their immature body, their parts, their movement, their kidney, their lungs, and also little mistake can also cause long-time consequences or a long-time impacts. Hospitals and clinics can strengthen their safety practices for children by, first of all, staff training. Staff should be updated on how to attend to these patients, to know the medication to give, and always moving with the trend. We also have infection control. There should be vigorous hand washing. Aseptic techniques should be used when attending to the patients. And for babies, we have following medical pediatric charts. I think that should be pediatric medication practices. Yeah. Following medical pediatric practices to attend to these babies, and also strict patient identification. We can make use of ID band for them, making sure that you're surely knowing that this is the patient to attend to before attending to the patient, double checking calculations before administering medication to the patient based on weights. So these are ways we can actually strengthen our safety towards our patients. It builds a safety culture where everybody and every member working there, every staff, is actually looking towards the safety of the patients, avoiding risks, and also updated medical equipment. When the medical equipment, it does not give room for medical errors or low quality procedures done on that patient. So yes, those are the rules it plays, and it keeps skills fresh you're getting updated with the new trend, the new ways, better, safer ways to attend to the patients and the babies. In my own experience, the little things that I think we can do to actually improve patient safety, especially in the hospital environment, is actually we have patient identification, working more on how we be able to identify our patients. If we can use code colors or ID band to be able to identify our patients, involving the families at every step of the way to be there. Whatever is happening, they should be updated. And also, double checking of medications with whoever you're working with to be certain that you are giving the right medication, the right dose, at the right route to the right patients. And also vigorous hand hygiene before getting close to any of the patients. And I think for babies, they're basically supposed to have their own things like stethoscope, thermometer. Those things should just be for them to avoid cross infection. The advice I would give to my colleague and policymaker on World Patient Safety Day is for us to work together to commit to delivering safe care through vigilant practices, proper training, and a system that prevents harm.
As the world marks this day, healthcare professionals, from doctors and nurses to midwives and pediatric specialists, are being called upon to reaffirm their role as guardians of safety for children. Praise Peters for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave rock. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
Hello there, good evening, and thanks for joining us. Now, this is Political Lens, and I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. On the show today, emergency rule. Rivers bleeds after 6 months under solar Ebas. Future remains uncertain as Fubara returns. Well, we are joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Barrister Darlington Agbomo, a political affairs analyst who will help us understand the past, the present, and the future of Rivers politics. We will also be joined virtually by Mr. Somi Oranta. Mr. Somi Oranta is a political affairs analyst. As we speak, he is presently in Port Harcourt, so he's going to give us a feel of what is going on in Port Harcourt, the pulse of the people, and all of that about the future of Rivers politics. Well, now let's get into it. President Bola Tinubu has officially lifted the 6-month emergency rule in Rivers State. reinstating Governor Siminalayi Fubara and other elected officials. The emergency rule declared in March 2025, exactly on the March 18th, that's 6 months today, due to a political crisis that stalled governance and provoked unrest, ended at midnight on September 17, that's yesterday, 2025, prompting widespread celebration across Port Harcourt. Well, despite the jubilation, concerned stakeholders have raised concerns about the lack of accountability and transparency deployed by the sole administrator, retired Admiral Ibas, in the conduct of government business, citing the absence of new infrastructure in the 6 months, stoppage of ongoing work under Fubara, and the inability of the sole administrator to complete the House of Assembly, which was bombed before the declaration of the state of emergency. Speaking during VOP this morning's show, that's today, 18th of September, Mr. Sonny Dada raised concerns about the budget process that gave Ibas the powers to spend Rivers money. While stakeholders also opined that Fubara returns with weakened authority, APC chieftain Tony Cole and PDP leaders described him as a lame duck, warning that key powers have been stripped away, leaving him unable to govern effectively without interference, especially from political godfathers like Nyesom Wike. Tensions were resurfaced earlier at the government house when aides to outgoing sole administrator Ibok Ete Ebas blocked his exit, demanding unpaid allowances. Although the protest was calmed, it revealed lingering dissatisfaction with the emergency regime, which many residents and civil servants said brought no tangible improvement to governance or the economy. Rights groups and opposition leaders, including CUPP, criticized the Supreme Court's silence on the legality of the emergency rule, calling it unconstitutional and a dangerous precedent. They demanded full transparency from the presidency on the legal basis and costs of the emergency. While Governor Fubara's political future remains uncertain, with both the PDP and APC vying for his allegiance. While PDP cautions him against defecting, the APC has offered him party leadership in Rivers if he joins them, an offer that could alter the state's power dynamics and intensify internal rivalries. While observers they argue that Fubara's restatement may be symbolic as it returns without control over key institutions like the State Assembly, security agencies, or full party support. The unresolved power struggle with Wike continues to cast a shadow over his administration's effectiveness. Meanwhile, outgoing Administrator Ebas defended his tenure, highlighting reforms like the adoption of IPSAS and modern revenue codes as part of his legacy. He claimed these changes will enhance transparency, accountability, and fiscal discipline in Rivers State's financial cost management. Oh, well, that's it. Let's get into the meat of the matter now. Barrister Darlington, let me start with you. 6 months flashed past in Rivers State. State of emergency ended. Fubara resumes with Deputy Ngozi Maodu. Martin Sawamewule as Speaker and other lawmakers. Let's have your general overview of what happened before we get into the specifics. Barrister, what's your broad reaction?
Yeah, Mr. Koro, what happened in Rivers was the height of infamy in our democratic journey. The democratic institution in Rivers State was hijacked and pummeled. In fact, Rivers State will not be the same again, whether Fubara comes back or not, because the injury Rivers State is suffered because of this state of emergency can never be recovered, even in the next electoral cycle, because the institution has been disabled. And as long as the Wike is around, it will be impossible for Rivers State to be a state of democracy. It will be impossible, because this is Godfatherism taken to a different height entirely. As long as Wike is around and alive, it will be impossible for anybody to govern Rivers State in a democratic setting. He will always want to show his power and throw his weight around. That is one. Let us go back to the beginning and see whether there was actually any reason for state of emergency. Mr. Okoro, you remember that the Supreme Court, the apex court of the land, ruled on the matter in Rivers State concerning Fubara and the 27 lawmakers and all that. And they gave directives on what should be done. And the governor of Fubara obediently obeyed the Supreme Court ruling and started to implement what the Supreme Court said. Remember that before this time, there was no serious crisis, as to say people were dying, they were burning things, there was rioting, there was breakdown of law and order. There was nothing like that. It's just a disagreement between a godfather and his son. And you have seen such things all over Nigeria. It has happened severally. Remember Kano and his own, what is it called, his own chief of staff, T.A. Oji, who even won an election while inside the prison. And when he came out, there was disagreement between both of them. Heaven did not fall. There was no state of emergency in Rivers. And so when this thing happened in Rivers, I was thinking that when many Nigerians, civil society groups and all that, will rise up to the occasion and challenge what happened in Rivers State, because there was no need for it. The person that imposed the state of emergency in Rivers State have not convinced anybody that there was need for it, because the governor was implementing what the Supreme Court said to bring sanity in the governance of Rivers State. We all saw it. The government did not obey. The government did not disobey the Supreme Court. He was even begging the lawmakers and all that so that they can move on with the governance of the state. But what happened next? All of a sudden, state of emergency emerged. And people did not ask questions and say, what is the reason? They were telling us that the pipeline was busted, and there was threat, there was this, all manner of reasons that does not hold water. Meanwhile, the real places that Nigerians are having serious problem in this country, which is the northern region, where an entire village was sacked, people were killed in numbers. In fact, where part of a state has been taken over by terrorists, and they are dictating the terms for peace and all that. Where terrorists are sharing power with the state governors. It happened in this country. Even where the people were begging for state of emergency, nobody paid attention. Nobody listened to them. But because they wanted River State at all costs, that's why they imposed that state of emergency.
All right. Barrister, you have said quite a lot in the few minutes that you spoke. And one of the things that you spoke that struck me is when you said that whether Fubara returns or not, whether he returns or not. Before you chime into that, I would like for us to go to River State, where we have Mr. Somi Oranta on standby, so that he will tell us, what's going on in Port Harcourt, the pulse of the people, whether the governor has resumed, what is going on in Port Harcourt and all of that. Good evening, Mr. Somi Oranta, and thanks for being part of Political Lens.
And good evening to our viewers, anywhere they may be. I'm in Port Harcourt, like you just stated.
Okay.
And River State is in the festive mood.
Okay, beautiful. Good to know. I'd like for you to walk us through what's going on in Port Harcourt at the moment. You said that River State is in a festive mood. First off, is the governor back on seat? Has he resumed? Are you aware that the governor is in River State and he's in the government house, carrying out his duties and responsibilities to the people of River State that elected him in the first instance?
I can't say categorically that he has resumed.
Okay.
Because up to the last time I got information from the government house, they were waiting for him. Dancers, a lot of people were there waiting for the governor.
Okay.
He has yet to show up as at the time I came in.
All right. What time was that? Was it yesterday or today?
Today.
At what time?
Up till 3 o'clock.
Up till 3 o'clock.
Up to 4 o'clock.
Up till 4
o'clock.
Okay.
Yes. There was no sign of the governor.
In River State?
Yes.
Okay.
And there are traditional, cultural dancers and groups from the 23 local government areas of Rivers State. People are celebrating. But as at the time, I got info, I checked out on it, the governor had not shown up.
Okay, now, okay, it's important to know that as at the time you checked, the governor had not shown up. You said that people are rejoicing, there is conviviality, in the city of Port Harcourt. Now, at the end of the political power play that led to the state of emergency, if you look at Rivers State now, you are on ground. Who won? Who lost? Is it Wike, Fubara, or the Rivers people? Walk us through all that you feel that is going on at the moment. In terms of the power play.
Yes, it goes without saying that the greatest losers in this whole game or this whole power play happen to be the people of Rivers State, and the developmental strides, of the governor for the good people of Rivers State. For the past 6 months, the people of Rivers State have been denied governance. Everything was on a standstill. The sole administrator was there, nothing happened. Not the workers who are complaining of not getting their pay, not even the newly elected local government chairman have not received their money. There are some issues and they are waiting, everything is waiting for the governor to resume and start cleaning the whole mess that has been committed over these past 6 months. And again, even up to yesterday, government workers, within the aids to the sole admin, we are protesting. Even armed men, we are part of protesting in the government house. So Rivers State has suffered a great setback. Just like Barrister Darlington was saying, there was no need for this emergency rule. Worse still, there was no need. In fact, it is unheard of that a democratically elected government will be shoved aside under the guise of suspension. It does not augur well for our democracy.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Somi, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So you see, the way things are going, we pray that whatever happens, that the office of the governor of Rivers State or for any other state for that matter is not, reduced from what it's supposed to be. Because if you take away from the influence, from the power that is supposed to be, domiciled, the executive power of the governor, you are not doing Governor Simfuwara, treating him as an individual. You actually demeaning the office. Whether the office of the president or that of the governor, we should respect those offices, because even Minister Wike, he was just governor a few years back. He was just governor. So the governor of the state, there are a certain power, executive power, that he must wield. And if you take away those things from the governor, then you have reduced the office. And that will not be good at all for our democracy.
Okay, all right. Mr. Somi, in a moment, in a bit, we are going to get into all of the politics of the future of Rivers State. But for now, you said quite a lot, and I would like for you to open up more. When you said that, that there was mess in Rivers State in the past 6 months, let's talk about infrastructure. You are in Rivers State at the moment. Now, yes. Did the sole administrator deploy new infrastructure in Rivers State? How about projects that he made ongoing? Did he continue with them and all of that? Because we had a guest on the morning show today, and he said, look, the sole administrator didn't initiate any new projects. Ongoing projects were left stalled. Even the House of Assembly that was bombed pre-declaration of the state of emergency is 75% completed. So, as you are in Port Harcourt, do you see any new projects? I want you to corroborate what Mr. Sonny Dadad said in the morning, during the morning show. What do you see? There
is no single developmental project, carried out by the sole administrator. In fact, I'm able to say that the sole administrator, I doubt what he was concentrating on. If you recall, before the state of emergency and the suspension came to be, the governor was on daily basis, commissioning projects, and then other ones going on. But when the emergency thing happened, the governor, obeyed them and stayed back. Since then, till date, nothing has happened. Even common cleaning of the environment, the refuse disposal and all that, the state was in a state of disarray completely. And that is not good for democracy. The people of Rivers State have suffered a lot. And I also want to use this opportunity to state that we must get our 6 months back, because it was taken from our people, from our democracy in Rivers State, by force, by executive fiat, by presidential fiat. We must get it back. That means to say Rivers State will not be doing election when others will be holding election across the country in 2027. The 6 months must be given back to us.
Okay.
Otherwise, it will be a great...
Go ahead, land on your thoughts, sir.
Yeah, so it will be a great injustice on the people of Rivers State who have elected and given their mandate to Governor Simfubara's government. So, as it is, we are hoping that the governor, he has a lot of jobs on his hands, but I know that he's capable, and the people of Rivers State are waiting. If you also will recall, when the sole administrator came in, he said that the job at the state assembly that was ongoing, that the governor has paid up to 75%, for it. So how come the job, everything just got stalled, as if there is nobody at all? I don't understand.
All right, Mr. Somi Oranta, thank you very much for that letting. At least we understand what is going on in Port Harcourt at the moment. You raised some legal issues, and good enough, we have a barrister here in the studio, and he will let us understand the legal implications of what you have said and all of that. Please, I will encourage you to stay with us because we'll come back to you in a bit. Now, barrister, there's something I wanted us to talk about. The court cases that remained frozen, in the 6 months that the state of emergency was declared. But Mr. Oranta has raised a very cogent point, which is, he says that the people of Rivers State won their 6 months back. What are the legal provisions for that? Can you help us understand? I mean, they say that, look, 6 months have been taken away from us democratically, and we want it back. Do you expect, what does the law say? What are the provisions of the law about staggered elections? If Fubara, okay, now he wasn't sworn in again because he didn't take another oath of office, he was just recalled. So how would the people of Rivers State get back their 6 months? Is it possible?
Good. This is where I expect the governor to go to court, just like Obi in Anambra. Remember, it was Obi's tenure that started this off-cycle election.
Yes, staggered.
Good. Okay. It was Obi. So in the same vein, the governor, even for the sake of claiming his right and the right of river people, he should go to court over this matter. Why did I say so? Because in the first place, there was no need for state of emergency in Rivers State. And even if there should be, the Constitution did not envisage that an elected governor should be removed from office by military fiat. It was never envisaged.
No, by executive fiat.
By executive fiat. So it was never envisaged. That is why it was not stated clearly there. And that is why that 6 months must be brought back to Governor Fubara's tenure.
Okay.
He needs to challenge it in court. It's only the court that will rule on that matter.
Okay, only the court.
Yes, but if you sleep on your right, then...
Now, barrister, as a lawyer, if Sim Fubara consults you now and asks you to take up the brief, what are the arguments that you prefer before the court? That, look, 6 months were taken away from him, because do you have any precedent that you give?
There is none. The only precedent here is that in the Constitution, Section 305, that gave the executive the power to declare state of emergency, it was not envisaged that the governor should be removed. That is the issue. We have seen state of emergency
in the government of Yo in this country.
Okay.
The governor was not removed. Remember,
we have also seen situations where the governors were removed.
Because those people, they decided to sleep on their right.
Okay.
Remember what the vice president said, Shetima. Remember what he said about removal of governor, elected governor from office.
Okay.
That almost cost him his job. That means everybody knows that no matter what you do, in a state of emergency, an elected governor should not be removed from office. That is what we are saying here. If it is a security matter, yes, the military are there to do their job and then, defer to the governor, as it happened under Jonathan. We have seen it. So that is the basis for my argument. That look at what happened when this happened and look at what the result. So why should this one, you remove the state assembly, you remove the governor, you remove the deputy? That means the state was left without governance for 6 months. And then when I can now look at all the developmental project that was stored in Rivers State within this period. And I can now declare that, look, within this period, there was no governance in Rivers State. They need to take it back. And I'm sure any reasonable judge will listen to such argument.
Any reasonable judge? How reasonable are the judges here?
Look, if they don't, it will be added to them. It will be added to their infamy so that when we want to criticize them, we add it up.
Okay.
It will be added to their infamy and their misapplication of justice.
Okay. Now, Barrister, before that, I had lined up a question for you. Now, after the declaration of the state of emergency, concerned citizens went to court to challenge the declaration. Curiously, about 40 cases remained frozen, as the president himself admitted during his speech. Now, what does that tell you about?
It tells you that the judiciary have been compromised. Because for a matter like this, it requires speedy attention.
Okay. Expedited action.
Yes. In fact, you don't need to be told that this is an emergency. Such a matter cannot come to Supreme Court and they will warehouse it as if nothing happened. So, what are they going to do now that the thing have expired? They will now tell us that events has overtaken this suit. There's no need for it and all that. Then they will discharge and acquit it or throw it away. And they will tell it's for lack of diligent prosecution. That's what is going to happen. Because on what basis are you going to court now? On what basis? Are you going to say that they should remove it or they should bring it back? I don't understand. So you can see why that matter should have been attended to. And now, we are looking at a situation whereby the governor has signed away his soul, his liver and his kidney. So what is left of him?
Okay, Barrister, we'll come to that in a bit. Because you have raised an issue here. Now, the judiciary, how have they helped to build up our democracy? I'd like for you to look back, the 26 years of our democracy in the Fourth Republic. What role has the judiciary played, in trying to build up our democracy? Because we copied from somewhere and we want to look like those people. How far in the journey have we traveled? To what extent do you think that we are measuring up?
Where we copied the democracy, which is the United States, the judiciary is very strong. In fact, I've never heard or seen any American president that will now mortgage the American judiciary. Donald Trump wanted to become a Superman, but the American court said no, you can't do that. Most of the things Donald Trump wanted to say, it is the judiciary that shut it down. And that is how it's supposed to be. Look, those who started this democracy, they know that if one man is allowed to wield unfettered powers, there will be anarchy. That's why they said power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so they introduced the checks and balances. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, all of a sudden, in broad daylight, we have lost everything we gained in our democratic journey. All of a sudden, we no longer, defer to the judiciary. The National Assembly is no longer there. All the institutions have been compromised deliberately and consciously. And that is why things are going haywire. Eh? You can see why it is not good to allow one arm of government to wield all the powers. They will definitely abuse it. It is this abuse that have kept us where we are today. That the whole Supreme Court will rule on the matter and nobody will obey it. Rather, they will now impose their own will. It's so sad, Mr. Okoro. You don't know how bad
does that amount to what people have conceptualized as state capture?
I mean, this is more than state capture. It is people's capture. The people have been captured. You know, when you have taken over the mind of a people, what else is left of those people? That nobody even challenged what happened. So it's not just a state capture, it is the people's capture. The people have been captured from exercising their rights. That's the truth. The people are in hostage, they are in bondage.
Okay. All right, now let's go back to Port Harcourt, to Rivers State, where we still have Mr. Somi Oranta. Now, Somi, I work for us to talk about the future of Rivers politics. Now, what kind of governor will Fubara be? Power stripped of him. Now, do you agree with Tony Cole that Fubara will be a lame dog? All powers stripped off. Do you think that Fubara will fight again? Within the context of, if you talk about local government autonomy, though we are not yet there, but there's a degree of local government autonomy now. Now, out of the 23 local government areas in Rivers State, 20 of them are controlled by the All Progressives Congress, APC, only 3 for the PDP. A situation where we have a governor who supervises APC local government chairman. What kind of power, what kind of governor would that governor be? Hello, Somi, I would like for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Okay, all right.
Beautiful, I can hear you now.
So you see, it's nothing unusual. After all, while the president, whom I refer to as the Nigeria's political octopus, while he was campaigning, he used to make comments, say PD, APC, and most Nigerians never knew what he meant. But Barrister Nyesom Wike have actually shown us exactly what the president meant. You can see Barrister Wike, the minister of the FCT, is in PDP, you know, one leg in PDP, controlling PDP structures in Rivers State, and is also controlling APC structure in Rivers State. So it's PD, APC. And if he could do that, his godson, Fubara, the governor, can also follow suit. But whether he will be a lame dog governor or not is not the issue. The issue that's what is important to Rivers people is that whatever they do, they should not take away the power of the governor to deliver the dividends of democracy, because that is what is key. Forget about the politicking and the politricking. Rivers people are not concerned with that. Our concern is that let the governor come back and continue with his developmental strides, which was ongoing before this unfortunate declaration of a state of emergency and the suspension of the executive and legislature in Rivers State.
Okay.
That's what's key to us. Okay. Everything else is secondary.
All right. Now, I like the issues that you raised now, the point that you raised. What led to the imbroglio in the first place was the distribution of resources, whether we like it or not.
Or sharing.
Yeah, distribution of resources between Godfather and Godson. We might try to paper over it, but that was the meat of the matter. Now, you say that the people of Rivers State are not interested in the politics or the politricking. But we have a situation where the governor now looks like he's hamstrung. The House of Assembly is controlled by who? The other faction. The local government areas, the grassroots, where development is supposed to be deployed, is controlled by who? The other faction. And if they gang up against him, what will be the interest of the Rivers man if development doesn't get to the people, where personal interests overshadow public interest? So at this point, what should be the concern of the average Rivers man? Should it be policy or development within the context of the situation that I have just talked about now?
Yes, in the true tenets of democracy does not accommodate control. There are supposed to be checks and balances. The legislature is supposed to do their job. The executive is supposed to do their job. Judiciary have to do their job. The local government that we're talking about, we're having about autonomy of local government. If they do their job, there won't be any need for control. And don't forget, there is the People's Court. If the governor bring up an issue, a project, or something, a policy that will, augur well for the welfare of Rivers people, if he brings it up and if they shut it down, he will go to the public opinion, court of public opinion, and let the people hear what is happening. You see, I know that all parties must have learned a bitter lesson out of what has happened, because, like I stated in another fora today, and even before now, that when two lions are fighting over a conquered prey on how to share, who will take the head, who will take the tail, who will take the center. Sometimes they'll be so engrossed in the fight, for oversharing of sharing formula, that an innocuous animal will come and carry the prey and go and be enjoying it. So Rivers people have seen what has happened. All of them have suffered it. How outsiders came into Rivers State, Rivers State became like a playground, for all. House of representative, a committee to oversee Rivers State, the sole administrator, and all manner of influences extraneous to Rivers State and the people of Rivers State. So they have learned their lessons. I am sure that they will do better to cooperate and collaborate for the development of Rivers State. Okay. That is our expectation.
Okay, that's your expectation. Now, I'd like for you pointedly, now, based on what you understand, the personality of Nyesom Wike and that of Sim Fubara, do you think that, because it looks like some people have said also that the condition under which Fubara finds himself now is even worse than the situation or the circumstances that he fought against. Do you think that he's going to fight again?
You see, Governor Sim Fubara is a very peaceful person.
Okay.
And he has given instruction to his supporters to please respect his godfather, Barrister Nyesom Wike. They shouldn't, use all manner of words on him and all that. He really meant for peace. In fact, at the point where Supreme Court judgment came, and he saw that he has lost the battle, he threw in the towel, and stopped everything about fighting and quarreling. He set out to, the barrister there, stated it. He set out to fulfill all the conditions, implement the terms and conditions of the Supreme Court, the judgment. And it was the assembly that was pulling back, So now they have, like I said, they have learned their lessons. It was the assembly people that went, in fact, the speaker went to welcome him with some of his men, from the aircraft as he was coming in. So there is no reason for them to fight again. I expect that they will do collaborative and unified, governance that will benefit the people. If they fail to do that, every other party that will lead to that, Rivers people will see it and then we'll know where we'll take it from there. But we have to be positive because we have had negative for so long. We should be positive at this juncture.
All right, then. Thanks very much, Mr. Somi Orata. Please do stay with us because we'll come back to you. Now, let's come back to the studio where we still have Barrister Darlington. Barrister, if you look at with the political crystal ball, if you look from everything that has happened, pre-declaration of emergency, the state of emergency itself, and the post. Now, what do you see? What do you think is the future of Rivers politics in terms of stability, in terms of Fubara trying to fight back? Because a lot of people still believe that, look, all is not well with Rivers State. A lot of stakeholders have said, look, Mr. Sim Fubara, don't accept this because it's unacceptable to us. Do you think they are going to nudge him into another fight and all of that going forward?
I think so, because I remember what happened in Kaduna.
Okay.
Under Balarebe Musa, who was surrounded by MPN State Assembly members, and who wanted to remove him from office at all costs because he was a UPM man, and he wasn't ready to play ball. First, they refused to approve his commissioners, and Balarebe Musa was running his government without commissioners. 2, they now told him he should give them, each one of them, a plot of land, and then 50,000 naira to develop those plots of land. A condition that Balarebe Musa said no, because I don't have that kind of money to give you. And that was it. They came together and impeached him. So I see something like that happening in Rivers State, because as long as the use of Wike is still around and alive, Fubara will never have peace, neither will Rivers people, because he will always want to throw his weight around. No thanks to his godfathers in Abuja who are backing him up. So as long as this kind of scenario is still there, use of Wike will never give up. So it is either they will impeach Fubara at the end of the day, or they will force him to resign honorably. These are the two scenarios that I see playing now, because you don't know the extent of the agreement he signed until he come into office and you start seeing things happening. The State Assembly will not be more recalcitrant. They will even be disobeying him right, left, and center. The chairman of local government will not even defer to him. They will even be referring matters to Wike. That's the serious part of it. They will be referring matters to Wike instead of the governors. So what kind of governor is that? So they will make things so difficult that the man will either resign or they will impeach him, which is the final end game.
Okay, now from what Mr. Somi Oranta told us, as at 4 p.m. this evening, that's about less than 2 hours ago when he checked, the governor had not resumed duties.
Yes, because he wouldn't want a sole administrator to hand over to him now.
But he handed over to the sole administrator?
Because he's the governor, he's the elected governor. He is the elected governor of a state. What role is the Abbas man playing in River? Who elected him?
No, but he was trying to fulfill a presidential mandate, which he said he fulfilled within 6 months.
Did the presidential mandate that he said that Abbas should hand over to him? Did you hear such a thing? You didn't hear such a thing. So what are we talking about?
So who should hand over to Fubara?
Fubara should hand over to himself. Because
no, Barrister, let's be real here. Who do you think should hand over? Because there's no way he can hand over to himself. Handover notes were prepared by Ebok himself. Fubara handed, if they wanted the president to hand over to Fubara, the president would have simply taken powers from Fubara and now hand it over to Abbas. But in this situation, it was Fubara that handed over to Abbas. So is it not conventional wisdom that Abbas should also hand over to him? But it's not even the issue of handover. The issue is that as we speak now, maybe he has resumed, but that's at the time. Our guest in Port Harcourt checked, 4 p.m., the governor was nowhere around the government house.
Maybe the man is praying.
Okay.
He must be praying seriously. Because one, he doesn't know how polluted the government house has become since these 6 months. So he needs prayer to go back there. Then two, he's not even sure what he's going to see. You know, because I'm sure the Abbas man have left.
Yes, reports have it that he's gone back to Abuja.
He has left. So that means the place is without leadership now. Without leadership, no handover, nothing. What are you telling me here? So in fact, the issues in River State is going to be hotter now, except Fubara decide to swallow everything that he met, hook, line, and sinker. Because without being told, the place has become messier now.
Okay.
I mean, financially. And that's why nobody handed over to anybody.
Okay.
They just don't want him to come back. Just that there was an ambush. There was a trap for Fubara. during this 6 months. You know the trap? They thought he was going to make noise or going to, cause some ruckus or instigate some of these boys to, And so when all those things did not happen, they were surprised, they were shocked. They didn't know what to do. That was why this second thing happened now about handing over.
Okay.
It was so shoddy. It's an embarrassment. In fact, they just treated him as if it does not matter.
Okay. All right. Now, Barrister, I'd like for us to go back to River State, where we still have Mr. Oranta on standby, because we want to understand a lot that is going on in Port Harcourt. Now, Mr. Oranta, do you think that Fubara will move to the APC under the current setup? APC leadership in Rivers says they are willing to receive him, and if he moves to APC, he becomes the leader of the party in the state. Do you see commotion in the APC with old war horses in the party? Tony Okocha, Emeka Beke, Nyesom Wike, in quotes, in parentheses. What do you see coming about Fubara's movement or his stay in the PDP? What do you think is going to happen? Let us into all of that.
One thing I can tell you for sure is that the people of River State are solidly behind their governor, because the governor came on the scene, on the stage, with a people-focused kind of leadership. Like he stated at inception, that he was going to spend Rivers money on Rivers people, both the workers in River State. In fact, we interviewed the chairman of the NLC, and he told us before now that that since the time of Sir Peter Odili, after his time, that no Rivers workers have never celebrated Christmas until this governor came. You notice that apart from Lagos, River State happened to be the biggest, the highest, the minimum wage, that pays the highest minimum wage. Up till now, during this suspension that Imo State have raised the bar, up beyond 100,000. A lot of things the governor has been doing. So the people of River State, the kind of developmental strides of the governor, he has endeared himself to the people. Anywhere he decides to go, the people will follow him. It's funny that a man that has been so vilified, suspended, thrown aside, cast aside, today he's the beautiful bride. PDP are dragging, saying, look, you are our man. No. Even though PDP could not do anything to assert themselves as an opposition party, to demand, restatement of the governor, to take actions, go to court and push for a expedited hearing. That the governor, why should the president exercise the kind of power that he do not have, that the constitution did not give him? They stay there, and now they're asking that the governor, don't leave us, so you are our man. No. And then APC are also saying, look, our doors are open, you are with us. I can tell you that whatever the governor decides to do, the people of River State will follow him. And that speaks for governance in Nigeria. Every and anybody who wants to lead the people, you must have the people at the back of your mind. You must focus your attention on them. If you do so, whatever you want the people, whatever happens to you, the people will be with you, no matter the travels you might have to go through.
That's what the point. Specifically, I'd like for you to, if you understand reverse politics, and I know that you do, if Fubara goes to the APC, what will be the power equation? Wike has his henchmen there, Tony Okocha and other people. Now, there's an Emeka Beke faction. If the governor moves, he becomes the leader of the party in the state. Do you see commotion coming if he moves to APC?
See, even in PDP, Wike never allowed him to become the leader of the party.
Okay.
So even if he goes to APC, he will not go ahead of the party. His master to become the leader of the party.
Okay.
Nyesom Wike will continue to maintain his stranglehold on the party. The two parties.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Samir. We'll come back to you in a moment for your concluding thoughts. Now, Barrister, do you see, what are the legal provisions? Is it possible for Fubara to cancel the local government elections conducted by Evers?
You cannot.
Why? Okay, but you always insisted that Ibas, that his tenure was unconstitutional.
Until he challenged these things in court.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying here. He cannot on his own. Who will obey him? The local government will say, look, you are not even here.
But he remains the governor of the state.
That is, they can even resist any. You can't give such order. Fubara is not in a position to challenge the status quo now, except he goes to court. Because most of the things that were done in his absence were illegal, unconstitutional, and null and void. But you cannot on your own disagree until you go to court.
Now, all those things that were illegal, all those things that you see as illegal, did they have the sanction of the court? I mean, we have 40 cases.
It is
frozen in the courts. So on whose authority, on what authority were the actors acting?
Look, do you have any alternative?
Okay.
You can't take laws into your hand, even though a wrong has been done.
Okay.
It's still left for the court.
So more like the people of Rivers displayed a sense of surrender, to higher powers.
I said they have been captured.
Okay, they've been
captured, yes. That's why nobody challenged water. All these people that are talking now, where were they when this thing happened? At least they should have put up a resistance in the name of protest. Protest.
Okay.
Which will attract the attention of the whole world.
Now, Barrister, as we wrap up the show, can we have your concluding thoughts? And what do you see coming in Rivers State? Encapsulate it in maybe a few words, 2-3 lines.
There is the reason why Fubara have not shown up till now.
Okay.
That means that he has something up his sleeves.
Okay.
I expect him to challenge some of the things that were done in his absence.
Okay.
To show his displeasure. But if he accepts it willy-nilly, that means they just tested the ground, and the people that did all this in Rivers State, they are going to do it in another state.
Okay.
And with time. That is the more reason why this thing should be challenged in court.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Now, to you, Mr. Somi Oranta, can we have your concluding thoughts as we wrap up this conversation?
Yes, I would like to state here that what has happened to Rivers State, a lot of people think that it's about Rivers State. It's about the Nigerian state. Because if anybody, no matter the position you occupy, is allowed to take some actions that goes against, goes beyond the powers as, made available by the Constitution, that thing could become a precedent which could be used anywhere else. If the president, have exercised his power and it goes unchallenged, like he has gone now.
Okay.
Tomorrow, the president can also use it anywhere else. So people think it's about Rivers State, but it's about Nigeria. Justice or injustice to one is injustice to all. Fairness, equity, and justice should be the watchword of a developing
Fairness, equity,
democracy.
and justice should be the watchword in development.
And that is why I said that it must be challenged.
Barrister, we are out of time. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, this is where we have to close this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen, Barrister Darlington Agomo and Mr. Somi Oranta. Thanks for coming to Political Lens. We appreciate your presence as always. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest engineer, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues to Jerry Apollo High. Stay with us and don't go away. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And bye for now.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlanta Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
September 15 marks the International Day of Democracy, a day set aside to celebrate democratic principles and promote democratic values around the world. First observed in 2008, the day serves as a reminder of the importance of freedom, participation, and the rule of law in building fair and just societies. It also highlights the role of citizens, institutions, and government in safeguarding democracy. As nations face challenges such as political unrest, voter apathy, and threats to freedom of expression, this year's commemoration is a call to strengthen transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in government.
Talking of democracy, we don't have democracy here in Nigeria. In fact, if you ask me more, I will tell you everybody to find their way. Divide the country. Let everybody be. As you can see, everybody's agitating. People from the eastern are agitating for Biafra. Some from west are agitating for Odua. I believe up north, some are agitating for Arewa. So, talking of democracy, for me, Nigeria, we don't have it yet. So the best thing that will bring peace, if at all, is able to go their way. Release of Nnamdi Kano will make everything work out. If Nigeria will still continue, fine. If it doesn't, so be it.
Well, there are so many things that are bad about the country right now. Things are getting out of hand. Imagine fuel of yesterday is now almost 800 and something naira. Diesel is not something we cannot even talk about. The country on its own is too poor. Our naira note is very poor, so everything about the country is too poor. We need the leaders to step up and do the betterment for this country.
Democracy that one don't have a speech. There's no freedom of speech. My brother, I don't think we are in democracy. We are a military regime. This is not democracy at all, because you will not allow to talk. They will not allow to protest. So I don't understand. They should reduce the price of fuel. Subsidy should come back. Then our naira should rise up and defeat the dollar. That is it. Nothing more than that. It should bring down the economic. Let Nigeria economy be stable. Now we will be buying rice for 80,000, 80-something. Unless you want to eat stone rice, that's why you will be going for 40,000, 50,000 rice. So that is it.
The United Nations urges everyone, from leaders to everyday citizens, to work together in defending democracy, ensuring that the rights and voices of all people are protected. Bendamola Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Ghana, perfect destination for curious minds.
That's 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
So 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, culture enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, the Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how we had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so this is
that means you're like a villain in the movie.
Well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, I'm no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, the Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamala Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Fanyuro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has cautioned the federal government against mismanaging the $1.7 billion allocated to the health sector in the 2025 budget. In a statement on Sunday, Atiku urged transparency and accountability, warning that the past claims of missing public funds linked to animals like snakes, monkeys, and termites must not repeat. He called on President Bola Tinubu's administration to provide a clear framework on how the funds will be spent, stressing that every kobo must be used to strengthen Nigerians' healthcare system. As Voice of the People TV, we're on the streets to bring you the opinion of citizens regarding the situation.
Experience have shown us from time immemorial, we have had different governments. So I will not be surprised if such happens again.
It does not really mean that animal, it means those people that will handle the money, that they should use that money as they ask them to do it. They should not divert the money to another sector or to their pocket.
If we start lying on our government that the money of a thing is being taken away by tiger, lion, monkey, at the same time lions and termites, at the same time snake, we are all lying to ourselves. We all know where that money is going to.
And that's the pulse of people on the street. While some believe the youth should focus on self-improvement, others argue that accountability lies with those in power. With Atiku's concerns raised, Nigerians remain watchful, hoping that this administration will deliver on its promises. I'm Oyindamala Olukuta reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The world unites to observe World Patient Safety Day today, an initiative of the United Nations and the World Health Organization. This year's theme, Safe Care for Every Newborn and Every Child, draws attention to the urgent need to protect the most vulnerable patients, which are the infants and the young children, from preventable harm in healthcare settings. Every year, millions of children face risks that can be avoided with proper care, from infections caused by unsafe medical practices to complications during delivery or inadequate neonatal support. These challenges highlight the importance of prioritizing patient safety at all levels of healthcare. Health experts.
Very careful, because there are more, what I keep saying, there are more people who have more liquid cash than me, for example, in Nigeria. Maybe 1 or 2 or 3 without mentioning names. But then now, when they see us going through this wahala, they run to Monaco and just stay. They don't want to go through this health. But me, I've already developed too much gray hair and I'm ready to just carry on. You know, so so that is the issue. So we have to be very careful, because you are scaring people who are supposed to. And as you are scaring them, then you are actually creating us to now become bigger and bigger and bigger alone. And you alone, you can't score football alone now. You need a team. So the only team is for everybody. We can't be now, we as Nigerians, we have problem. We don't have steel, we don't have enough, power, or we don't have this. It's not done now. It's not everything that government will do. Just here now, it's supposed to be one of the big guys, either Tony Elimelu and that will go and say, you know what, let me go and do, let me go and do hydro of 5,000 megawatts. Or let me go and work with the government and do infrastructure. So the fault is not only government, we also are at fault. Because the government is one, we are on the other side. And you cannot clap with one hand. So we must also do our own for government to succeed. So the support of government is mandatory on us. And we don't have any issue. Just like what I said, earlier on, I said that you look at it today, we are building a brand new 6 million tons at Itori. And the 6 million tons in Itori we are building is 100% export. Itori is not for Nigeria's market, it's for, am I right? Yeah. It's for export, 100%. And when we went to China, so people will know that, no, we are continuously going to be investing in our country, nowhere else. Despite all these people, because most of them now, they are actually staying on the fence. So since they are scared of investing, once we are there, they will start shouting, monopoly, monopoly, monopoly. So how? It's a game. Monopoly, you have to stop somebody, or you go now and you have a system where you block other people. But we are not blocking anybody. There is what you call a face setter. So when we set the face, the others will see that, okay, so this is like before now. Before we used to watch all these Maradona and co playing. Our players were not up to that tool. But right now, you look at the French team, most of them are blacks. Today, when somebody like Burna Boy or WO, they go and perform, you see 85,000 people, full stadium. An American cannot gather that crowd. So there are so many possibilities of life. Once you have life, you should not have limited ambition.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Jerry Arpelion. Today on The Issues, we are examining the latest developments in Nigeria's politics and economy, from the controversy surrounding the recent emergency rule in Rivers State and the calls for transparency and accountability, to the criticisms of Peter Obi's philanthropy and labor credentials by Daniel Bwala, and the court's decision to ban Upeng from disrupting Dangote refinery operations. We'll dive into the complexities and implications of these stories. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. Stay tuned. After this short break, we'll dig into these topics and more. Don't go away. Welcome back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. All right, two prominent figures talking about Jake Epel, CEO of TAF Africa, and Ebun Olu Adegborowa, senior advocate of Nigeria, have called for transparency and accountability regarding the management of Rivers State resources during the recent 6-month emergency rule. The emergency rule declared by President Bola Tinubu on March 18, 2025, led to the suspension of Governor Similai Fubra, his deputy, and members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. Retired Vice Admiral Bonke Ete Ibas was appointed as the sole administrator of the state during this period. Epel believes Ibas should account for the funds spent during his tenure, citing the hardship faced by the people of Rivers State and the need for explanations from those who manage state resources. Adegborowa, on the other hand, thinks President Tinubu and the National Assembly should provide Nigerians with a report on Ibas' activities as administrator, considering the significant resources available in Rivers State. The senior lawyer also questions the constitutionality of the president's decision to suspend democratically elected officials. The Rivers State House of Assembly has since resolved to investigate the state's finances during Ibas' tenure, citing a lack of legislative oversight and concerns about transparency and accountability. The Assembly has also directed Governor Fubra to submit a list of commissioner nominees for screening and a fresh budget proposal to restore full democratic governance. All right, today I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests here in the studio. We have Dr. Peter Anasike. Dr. Anasike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Great to have you join us.
Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. Joining us virtually is Adekule Adefolawo, a public affairs analyst. It's great to have you join us, gentlemen, on The Issues.
Thank you for having me, and good evening, Nigerians.
All right, I want to start with you, Adefolawo. What lessons have we learned from talking about the emergency rule in Rivers State and the 6 months has elapsed? What lessons should Nigerians learn from the event?
Thank you very much. I think the only lesson is we learned about illegality, turning illegality to legality. Because in the first place, the president doesn't have that power to impose
State of emergency
the
rule.
suspension of the state of emergency rule in River State. So the major lesson learned is we have turned illegality to legality in Nigeria, which I believe is not good for our democracy, because apart from that, I don't think there is any other major issue, because the administrator ruled for 6 months without any legislative oversight, and he spent the resources of River State the way he feel likes. So the lesson there now is our political leaders should follow the rules and regulations of democracy and give citizens the best governance they can give. Otherwise, the president has set a wrong precedent, making illegality to be legal in the context of our political affairs in the country. So that would be my submission around that.
All right, thanks for your submission. Dr. Nosike, they are calling for investigation. Who is going to investigate Ibont? And who is going to carry out, if, for instance, if they say he needs to be punished, he needs to be asked questions, if investigation finds out that he is guilty, who is going to carry out all of this investigation, for instance?
I will start from your first question.
What lessons we've learned? Okay.
The lesson that we learned is that what we are practicing now is a autocracy and not a democracy. That is one. That is what we learned is how a president can abuse his powers. Because that is what happened in the River State, gross abuse of power by the president. Because there's no way in a democracy you suspended the elected people and now put a pharaoh on them, impose a pharaoh on them. So for accountability, that's a waste of time. Those who are calling for this transparency and accountability ought to have known better. Under emergency, everything is suspended.
All laws are suspended.
You cannot give account for anybody under state of emergency. It's just like Israel now under state of war. People telling Bibi
Netanyahu
to come under account. You don't account for anything under state of emergency, under state of war.
But there was no war in River State. We only had one single pipeline, and then
that's why they declare state of emergency. Understand? And that's why nobody can call the governor to account for your security vote. Understand? So those who are calling for transparency, you cannot account for anything under state of emergency, under state of war. And again, APC has given them ABAS pass mark.
Okay.
APC has given ABAS pass mark. It is only NNPP, Labour Party, and ADC that condemned what happened in River State. So the ruling party has given them pass mark. This is a victory for Nyesom Wike. So how can Nyesom Wike and Tinubu now begin to punish Iba?
Appear before the National Assembly. Has the National Assembly failed in its duty by not demanding transparency from the executive on the management of River State? And what does that say about the state of federal and legislative oversight?
Thank you very much. You have answered the question, because it was glaring during the 6 months. National Assembly did nothing in terms of oversight, and that is not their core responsibility. So, like Dr. Nosike mentioned, you can't be accountable under the emergency rule. So National Assembly failed completely to maintain check and balances when the naval officer was there, and I think we are encouraging impunity in our democracy. I will still call it democracy that is not democracy in nature, because if National Assembly played that constitutional role, I don't think State Assembly that resumed today will do the same action. But unfortunately, the National Assembly failed woefully to play that check and balances on the naval officer that was appointed as sole administrator in Rivers State. Look at what happened to the security personnel in State Assembly 24 hours to the expiration of the emergency rule. It's so unfortunate that we are experiencing that type of thing in our system. So it shows lack of coherence between the arms of government. Emergency rule has been declared, but nobody check the activities of the sole administrators, and the man felt he can do whatever he likes. And that is why I mentioned we have legalized illegality in Nigerian political system, making the man to feel that he can do and undo, because he was appointed to fulfill specific indicators. And one of them is to organize the election, to make sure that it makes life unbearable for people of Rivers State within that 6 months. So National Assembly naturally failed in discharging their duty by not checking on how they are spending the resources of Rivers State, apart from approving the budget for the state, and after that nothing happened on how he spent the resources. So to say the National Assembly failed is an understatement, and I think no state should allow such to happen again, because that 6 months of governance in Rivers State, it will take time for them to meet up. And now we are in October. By the time they will finish screening of commissioners and what have you, and put everything in place, we enter campaign period where nobody talks about governance any longer in Nigeria. By February next year, nobody talk about governance again in Nigeria. It's about politicking, and it is very unfortunate that that is what Rivers State will be seeing. Very unfortunate.
All right, Dr. Nosike, because I'm looking at the resources that was pumped into Rivers State as the reporters had March when the emergency rule was done by the president. About 400 billion in revenue, including 279.5 billion was going to be allocated to the state for the 6 months duration of EBOS. And if we're going to say nobody should account for as much as 600 billion naira, is that not encouraging impunity and encouraging a situation where they've been talking about Rivers State is a very, very crucial state when it comes to resources? And should somebody be there for 6 months and not give account of all of this humongous amount of money?
I say he came under state of emergency.
Yes.
He came under state of emergency is like state of war. And constitutional provisions were all suspended. Nobody was making law for him. He was not answering to anybody. So that that National Assembly should oversight it just to do as if something is to happen.
It's just a sweet tongue.
So for me, what Rivers State people should do, including Fobra himself, but he has lost it. What Rivers State people should do is to go to court to demand for the restoration of these 6 months. They should go to court for court to prove that what happened is unconstitutional. Then they will now demand for restoration of their 6 months. Our 6 months is missing, we need it back. Understand me?
Okay.
Our 6 months is missing, we need it back, which means Rivers State in 2027 will not have their election the same time other people will be having their election.
That's in February, so they will be delayed for another 6 months.
That's a March, you understand me? Which means
March, okay.
their own election will now be happening around September, October. So that is the only way. Because what happened is a cheat on them. Because while governance was stalled in Rivers State, it was going on in other states of the country. So they should go to court and fight for these 6 months, which was taken away from them by the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration. So, and if they do it, it should enrich our jurisprudence. I think let it be known that this issue was challenged in court.
All right, definitely. I think I agree with Dr. Anosike on that one. And that takes us to the next conversation, which is rather crucial to the economy of the country, where a Nigerian court has temporarily barred the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, and petroleum truck drivers from striking or disrupting operations at Dangote Refinery and MRS Oil. The National Industrial Court in Abuja granted the interim injunction on Wednesday following an ex parte motion filed by Dangote Refinery's counsel, George Ibrahim SAN. The court ruled that NUPENG and its members should not participate in any industrial action that could frustrate the businesses and operations of Dangote Refinery and MRS Oil, citing the potential for irreparable damage. The dispute between Dangote Refinery and NUPENG began when the union accused the refinery of anti-labor activities and planning to stifle competition. NUPENG had threatened to embark on a fresh strike after agreement between the two parties collapsed. However, Aliko Dangote, president of the refinery, dismissed the allegations, stating that the refinery respects workers' right to join or not join a union. The court ruling, which will last for 7 days, aims to prevent disruptions to the refinery's operations and ensure a steady supply of petroleum products. The judge directed Dangote Refinery to serve NUPENG with the motion and notice and all accompanying documents within 7 days. The case has been reassigned to another judge for a full hearing after the classification authority expires on September 23rd. And of course, if my calendar is correct, that's about next week. Let me go to Adefarasin, talking about the battle between Dangote Refinery and NUPENG. How delicate is it that that matter is resolved as soon as possible? Because we're already going through a lot of economic issues. How would it look like there'll be fuel queues and the economic sabotage that could ensue if these issues are allowed to linger on for so long? It started with DSS trying to mediate the matter. Now this matter is in court. It looks like somebody has to give in. Dangote is fighting NUPENG tit for tat as far as this issue is concerned. Please unmute your audio, Adefarasin, please.
Yes, I can't get your question right.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
I was just talking about how delicate and how much disaster are we to expect if Dangote versus NUPENG's fight or battle continues without being attended to, because at the point the DSS came in, it looks like the matter was not resolved. The matter now is in court, and we don't want to see a situation where there'll be fuel queues returning back to the country in this, because we're having inflation, we're having economic issues right now.
Very much. I think it is high time NUPENG should allow private sectors to operate as it is expected, because giving Dangote condition or talking about welfare or talking about needs for the welfare of their staff or their members, I don't think we need that where we are now in the country, because they should allow demand to operate freely and also to encourage more participation of private sector in the downstream and upstream sector of our oil and gas, so that ordinary Nigerians can be happy with the way the situation is. We have suffered a lot, and if an individual wants to intervene to bring relief, I don't think we need all this the strategy they are bringing to frustrate the effort of the Dangote refineries, oil and gas. I don't think we need that now in our country. So, NUPENG, Pengasan, and other professional body need to allow Dangote to operate freely so that they can encourage other investors that will come, because NNPC has failed Nigerians. So I think the best is to allow Dangote to operate freely so that Nigerians can have some relief in this period of time, rather than creating unnecessary bottleneck for the whole nation in terms of unionism and what have you. I don't think we need it now, especially this period that Nigerians are suffering, because we are suffering as a nation. So I don't think NUPENG need all what they are doing now. Yes.
All right, let me go to Dr. Noske. How independent can the judiciary claim to be when it grants expert motions that silence a major labor union without first hearing from both sides?
No, in injunction, you don't need to hear from both sides. You just maintain the status quo. Understand?
Okay,
so, but the issue is this: there's an Arabic proverb that when Pharaoh was asked, "How did you become a dictator?" he said, "Because nobody stopped me." Understand?
That's huge.
So I'm shocked with what my friend is saying, and how Dangote to operate freely. That word freely is too deep. That's unrestrained.
Unrestricted.
That's or the issue is this, or there's a saying that created is not just the universe, but the laws that govern the universe. So nobody should be allowed to operate freely. We should operate under the laws. We should operate under the laws. One, no industrial court has no right to stop protest. America's First Amendment is freedom to protest. That's their own First Amendment. Freedom to protest. You cannot stop unions, individuals from protesting. It's their right. And mind you, during the end bad governance and protest, there were laws. People went to court to stop it. Understand? So we shouldn't be. That's like, nobody should be. When you are given power to operate freely, you become a god. Understand? To do anything.
How dangerous is it in discouraging private sector individuals? Because war is coming up soon. If NUPENG is playing this kind of, will I say, politics or back and forth with Dangote, will it not discourage other private sector individuals who want to invest in the sector?
This is a union issue.
Yes.
This is a union issue that Dangote workers should be unionized.
Okay. Is it no more than that? Because they're also talking about prices. I remember Dangote granted an interview saying that they were demanding subsidy to the tune of trillions. I think about 5 trillion or 15 trillion that he should subsidize and sell to them so they will now make more money and why they resell. So Dangote was saying he cannot offer such kind of subsidy. So the truth is beginning to come out.
Dangote doesn't even have the power to offer anybody subsidy.
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay, because he said that's the demand of NUPENG and he's not going to give that.
Dangote don't have any power. What he can, because he is an individual, he's an entrepreneur. All he can do is to maybe reduce the prices of his product. So, but when two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. So in the fight between Dangote and NUPENG, it is Nigerians that are feeling it. But for me, monopoly does not develop an economy, it is competition. So And that's why I encourage even BOA to come on. Other people, Buhari gave about 23 refinery licenses. So let everybody come on, let there be competition. And what does competition do? It brings the price of commodities down. Let importation of petroleum products come on board, understand? So, because what they are fighting now, one, Nupeng is being selfish in a way. And Dangote is protecting his business. He's protecting his business. So there should be a middle distance where they should come on and agree. Understand? There should be a middle point where both of them should come and agree in the interest of the Nigerian people who are going through hell now. And this hell will continue, will become worse by January when they come on with this, their 5% fuel tax.
All right, let me go to Mr. Adefarasin, because even talking about the depot and petroleum products marketers as share of Nigeria has requested about 1.5 trillion naira annual subsidy from Dangote. And he is a businessman. Is this going to frustrate private sector individuals who are interested in investing in the oil sector, knowing that this is Dangote, for crying out loud, is going through this? What more me, who want to invest in this field, more or less from foreigners or even other Nigerians who doesn't have the clout that Dangote enjoys in terms of his position and, of course, the fact that he's a billionaire? Yeah, Mr. Adefarasin, please unmute your audio so we can hear you.
I think the best the regulators can do is to encourage more participation so that we can have effective competition. Yes, Dangote has his resources. We have other individuals too that have resources to compete. So by way of allowing more participation in the sector, it brings effectiveness and efficiency in the distribution of petroleum products. So it's because for now it's the only one, so it can determine what happened in the sector, because it will tell you he needs to recoup his resources that he has invested. But if the landscape allows others to participate, that brings effective competition. And if you look at what happened in communication sector, when MTN came newly, it was so harsh on Nigerians. But when we have more players, Glo, Etisalat, Den, and other service providers, and it makes life easy for Nigerians. I think what the regulators should encourage is to allow more participation of groups of individuals that want to invest in the sector, so that average Nigerians can enjoy the benefit of that competition. But for now, the man will still enjoy that monopoly because nobody is competing with him, because it has shown that NNPC doesn't have capacity to compete with Dangote. It is very glaring, because with the huge investment government has sunk in the sector, NNPC can come up with functional refineries. I think the best they can do is to allow more participation, and then the sector, the market demand, we stabilize the whole market landscape. Without that, I don't think Dangote will still be the leader dictating what happened in the sector. And that is why you see anytime he tried to drop his price, NNPC will try to muzzle that same line, but I don't think they have the capacity to do that. So there is need for the regulators to encourage more participation, even at small scale level, especially in the downstream, so that Nigerians can enjoy the resources that God has endowed the nation with.
All right, thank you very much, Adefarasin. We're pressed for time and I'd love to go on and on, but it looks like one has to give in, Dr. Nosike, at the end of the day, because...
in business, there's what we call taking punches. And that's why in business they say that entrepreneurship means taking risk. You can take risk, you can also tolerate risk. So the depot owners that are crying now, Dangote has shut them up. Because what with these tankers that Dangote brought, the style now is from refinery to the filling stations.
Yeah, cutting them off.
Cutting them off. So they are crying now, so they should take that punch. Because when importation was going on, they were making their billions.
They're making lots of money.
Understand me? So you can take risk, you can also absorb risk.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Adefarasin and Dr. Nosike, for being awesome on the issues.
Thank you for having me.
All right. All right. Have a good one. And that's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the intricacies of Nigeria's current events, from the River State emergency road controversy to the criticism of P2B and the court ruling on Dangote refinery. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Jerry Apelihai. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television. We are the future faces forward. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit